So I think we're going to get going. This is probably going to turn into more of a podcast than a session, but that's great. Um, and we're waiting for one more speaker who will turn up shortly, who I think has been caught out on the metro. So to get going, I think, as I said, this is going to be a bit of a sort of conversation. We'll see if anyone else is able to come along. I think obviously being scheduled straight after the music night is it's the graveyard slot, but that's fine. So the focus of this session is going to be on the global knowledge commons, a digital public good, and there's a couple of big terms in there. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking at questions of definition in order to try and get a sense of what these are, and just as a prior warning, they're not necessarily particularly clearly defined. There aren't necessarily particularly agreed definitions of either of these things. What I think is interesting and why we propose this session in the first place is the fact that while we often look at these questions in specific fields and specific subject areas, looking at them in the round, just as we look at the internet in the round, offers opportunities to think across the board, to think about cross-cutting actions, and in particular what can be done in the internet governance space in order to actually protect this form of commons. It's obviously particularly interesting for a library organisation, which is what I represent. Libraries exist because of the belief, because of the understanding that access to information, that information is important, that it's something that can't be taken for granted, that information should not be a factor of division or of inequality within society, but it should be something that's available to everyone so that everyone can learn, can grow, can develop with it. And clearly, you know, the internet, a lot of the initial ideas behind the internet were very much this idea, well, similarly, it can be the space where everyone can contribute, everyone can learn. Now, time's moved on, business models have developed, governance has developed, and clearly there are problems to address, but I think we would certainly argue that this function of the internet, as you know, as we called it in the 90s, the information superhighway, that actually this function of the internet is something that is important and is worth looking after. So I promised a couple of definitions, but I think given the number of people in the room, I'm just going to go straight into the definitions, and we'll make this more of a conversation between those of us here. So in terms of those definitions, the first one I wanted to share was from the Digital Cooperation Fact Sheet. This was a document put out in relation to the UN Secretary General's report on digital cooperation, linked to around the time of our common agenda, which was very much the UN Secretary General's response to the declaration for the UN's 75th anniversary in 2020. And one of the areas, one of the themes that was chosen as being particularly interesting was chosen as being particularly interesting as an area for work at the UN level was digital public goods. And of course, I know, with any economics background, the whole idea of public goods is that these are things that are non-rivalrous, non-excludable, they bring benefits to people, but because of this, they need to be safeguarded, they need to be looked after, because otherwise no one will invest in them, they'll get overused, they'll fall into disrepair, people will free ride. And what was interesting, in the definition of digital public goods given at that time, it talked about things like open source software, open data, open artificial intelligence models, but open standards. But what was interesting is they also mentioned open content. Since that time, I'd argue, or the impression is that that last element has been a little bit forgotten sometimes. Groups like the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which are doing fantastic work and are bringing sort of really potentially powerful tools out to governments around the world to help improve public services. All of that work, nonetheless, is really focusing on open software and open standards and so on. And there's a lot less focus on open content in that space. And maybe that's understandable. It's easier to support the rollout of a new software system that improves governance, that improves benefit systems or whatever. Whereas open content is a much broader, much vaguer term and less easy to support so openly. But I think importantly, the idea that open data, open content represent digital public goods is a useful one, and I think points us in a useful direction. As said earlier, there have been efforts to look at these questions, to look at the topic of a knowledge commons at a more sectoral level already. And so we can start with education. And there was a really, really interesting report that came out from UNESCO, again in 2021. And this was in preparation for the Transforming Education Summit that then took place in 2022. And they brought together a panel of the great and the good to look at what needed to change and what were the crises in education, what needed to be overcome. And there's a really strong focus in there on how do you upgrade pedagogy, how do you change the way that you teach. And something that they really brought out and that really stood out for us, I think, was the idea that rather than seeing education as about being fed and being forced to consume quite a limited program of knowledge, quite a limited program of ideas, was that rather the function of education was to give access to a knowledge commons. So, and this was described really as very, very broadly a great human accomplishment that belongs to everyone, the full sum of knowledge. And so instead of rote learning, the idea was that students should be able to navigate this, not just navigate in terms of consuming, but also navigate in terms of contributing, adding things to the knowledge commons, taking humanity further in terms of its understanding of the world, its understanding of life, and its understanding of how to improve things for everyone. What's interesting in this reference is it also already highlights some of the issues and some of the questions around the knowledge commons. The fact that there are significant exclusions and appropriations, certainly the way that traditionally knowledge has been seen has been quite exclusionary, that as long as knowledge comes from people who look like me, white men from rich countries, it's been seen as being valuable and important, and if it comes from anyone else, it's not been seen as being recorded, or we have imposed knowledge systems and ways of thinking that really aren't appropriate. So I know this does usefully outline that the knowledge commons, it's also something that does, just as the internet itself, it needs governance. We need to be paying attention, we need to be thinking about how is it, what's in there, what's working, are we taking account of different perspectives? So that's the education perspective. From the more cultural perspective, a lot of work has already been done about the importance of the public domain. This is a line that comes from the Public Domain Manifesto that was created by the Communia Association within Europe. And this focuses on, it's quite a copyright-related idea, public domain as all that falls outside of copyright. And of course, you can have a debate about whether copyright is an exception to the public domain or the public domain is an exception to copyright. But here the idea is that it's that knowledge, those ideas that are not subject to controls, those areas of knowledge that are not, you don't have to seek permission, you don't have to seek authorization, you don't have to pay any money in order to use it. So there's really this idea of this bulk of knowledge that's available in order in turn to produce new knowledge and to produce new cultural work. So knowledge commons as a raw material for culture, for creativity. Of course, this definition, I think one thing that's missing, and that we may come onto it, is the fact that there's also there are uses of copyrighted works that are permitted under copyright exceptions, and that this also arguably helps feed the knowledge commons, even in the case of works that are not openly licensed or in the sort of public domain stricto sensu as suggested here. So that's the sort of more cultural side. Then there's the science side, and there's a lot of work that's been done around open scientific knowledge, and this idea of the importance and the value of committing scientific knowledge as quickly as possible, more or less to the public domain, so that people can access, they can build on research data, metadata, open educational resources. I should mention in particular, we would have had Zeynep Varolu from UNESCO here, but it's 1:30 in the morning and she's already got to get up at 4 in the morning for another session, which is not particularly easy, not a particularly easy one. but again, from this sort of scientific perspective, there's a whole lot of work going on. The UNESCO Open Science recommendation that really focuses on the value, the possibilities that the internet creates in order to build up bases of scientific knowledge that can be built on. And a particularly valuable example is the work that was done by the National Health Library, at the National Institute of Medicine in the US, which really brought together data and information about COVID during the pandemic, and made this available in a way that was actually really advanced, really accelerated the efforts to find treatments, to find remedies, to find vaccines to the COVID virus. And so again, it's this idea, it's a knowledge commons, it's open, it's there, it's available, but it needed to be curated to be governed. However, and this is a deliberately blank slide, there's nothing about the knowledge commons, there's nothing protecting or upholding the availability, the possibility for people to access knowledge. There's not necessarily any cross-cutting, underlining, cross-cutting emphasis on why open access to knowledge, why having a knowledge commons available for all is important, and making sure it's safe from being foreclosed, it's safe from being enclosed at the global level. And so we don't have any protection right now, which sort of raises the question of, well, whose job is it? What can we actually do in order to safeguard this and to make sure that as a commons we don't end up with it being lost and don't end up with it being the subject of underinvestment, and we don't end up simply losing it in the big scheme of things. So to look into this a little bit more, I'm very glad to be joined by Tomoaki Watanabe from Creative Commons Japan and Amalia Toledo from the Wikimedia Foundation, who are going to share just a few ideas from their perspective as two of the sort of really significant global knowledge commons organizations, to get a sense from what they're doing, of what it means, why you think it's important, what are the crises that are currently being faced around the knowledge commons, whether you think these are being taken seriously enough, and what action you think can be taken in the internet governance space. So let's start with the first question. So Tomoaki, you please introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what that global knowledge commons means for you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tomoaki Watanabe. I have been part of Creative Commons Japan team. As a citizen, I have been volunteering to promote sharing of informational resources, some cultural, others educational, yet others scientific, and some other kinds. Also, my day job is a researcher at an academic institution, as a researcher at an institution called GLOCOM, Center for Global Communications. And there I also have some opportunities to delve into openness-related issues. And from my perspective, or from my experience, I think we have really interesting rising opportunity in relation to especially the public domain, which is that when we think about the kind of informational resources generated by machines, let's say surveillance cameras, some of those footages are almost as good as some of the casually taken video clips generated by human or created by humans. And there, interestingly, it's kind of difficult to distinguish what's machine generated or automatically generated video clips and what's human created, which is the latter is subject to the copyright protection. The same thing, or quite similar thing, could be said about the products of generative AIs. We have potentially really cornucopia of informational resources generated by these AIs, texts, music, other sound clips, and of course images and videos. And then maybe soon enough we have three-dimensional data using 3D scanners, producing all kinds of like things, shapes of all kinds of objects. And again, so many of those things, I think we do not necessarily see copyright in those data. AI, it depends on the legal systems under which the AI is operating. But so in a sense, we are about to get really abundant information resources, free of copyright restrictions, free to reuse for any purposes. However, it's also, interestingly, the same phenomenon can be described from a different angle, that it's very difficult to distinguish sometimes what's human created, what's machine generated. And because of that, we have increasing risk of mistaking public domain materials as copyrighted materials, or vice versa. And in a way, I'm wondering, or I'm worrying that unless we have some convenient way to distinguish one from the other, and this, I think, is one piece of answer to your blank slide. Unless we have some convenient means to distinguish one from the other, many people might end up seeing the public domain materials as potentially infringing, potentially human-created, not easy to use kind of resources. And that's such a big missed opportunity if that happens. So I think we need something, some probably not just law, but some kind of system to be able to tell, or some kind of practice to be able to tell for many people, okay, this is something I can use without worrying too much about the legal restrictions. So that's, I guess, my initial answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we were talking to someone from WIPO yesterday who was exactly complaining about a lack of consideration of this at IGF. So it's, he'll be very glad to hear that someone's finally bringing up the copyright implications of AI here. Thank you. And Amalia.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for the invitation. I will try to make my sense myself any sense. I don't know if I can make it because my jet lag and so on is still hitting hard. I'm Amalia Toledo from the Wikimedia Foundation, the public policy specialist for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I'm based in Bogota, Colombia. That's why I'm suffering jet lag. In any case, as for anyone that doesn't know, the Wikimedia Foundation is the global non-profit organization that support Wikipedia and other digital projects for free knowledge. And the foundation provides the technical infrastructure and support hundreds of volunteers who contribute to Wikipedia and these other projects. While perhaps stating this is obvious, I think it's important to point out that Wikipedia is an encyclopedia, not a social media platform or an opinion page. And those who share knowledge on Wikipedia collaborate, debate, and discuss their edits to write thoughtful and informative articles. And they embrace the spirit of collaboration across national borders to provide the most accurate information possible. But in addition to creating the content on Wikipedia, they set and enforce rules about what should be there or not. So the content of the Wikimedia projects, whether text, images, data, or otherwise, is created and developed under a Creative Commons open license and is by definition part of the digital commons. Everyone, everywhere can access, reuse, remix that content and participate in its development to advance the foundation goals of contributing to the sum of all knowledge. And this vision and the openness of the Wikimedia projects make it resources and content a global public good. So basically, to answer to your first questions, that's what all this means to us. It's about, we are about this. But as more services and information sources come online, access to digital public spaces and repository of knowledge and memory is becoming increasingly important to participate in public life. And the ability to access and share knowledge can create social welfare and promote social equity. But we know that barriers to access often amplify existing inequalities, and there are many barriers to access to knowledge and information. Hence, that's why we believe that there is a need for a robust public information infrastructure that helps safeguard global public goods, as collecting and sharing information help fulfill the promise of the internet as a digital public good. And this requires not only investment in technical infrastructure, but also support for the fields that produce and organize knowledge, like journalism, academia, cultural heritage institution, libraries, just to name a few. And this support also extends to legal structures and the open and free licensing of many different types of information. And just to finalize with probably the first question, digital commons such as Wikipedia and the other Wikimedia projects should be supported because they are public goods and they contribute to the development of the SDG.
Thank you. And I think, I don't know, I know the work's been done, but also that development within Wikimedia of sort of community-based rules. I don't know, it's sort of Eleanor Ostrom at work, and it's a fantastic sort of, other than lobster fishermen in Nantucket Bay, it's great to have a sort of a modern version of that so that you can actually sort of see how this works. Coming on to that question of what potentially the crises are that we need to look at, and Tomwaka, you sort of started talking about this and talking about some of the risks that, whereas there's this huge potential that digital technology and the internet as a digital technology brings to make a huge amount of content available. You talked a little bit about the risk of when there's a lack of certainty, when people aren't sure, what's human, what's AI, and the risk of the AI, the sort of the machine generated being sort of subject to doubt and concern. Do you want to dig a little bit more into that as one of the potential crises facing the knowledge commons?
Okay, so let me expand the scope of the risk that I perceive a little bit. In the digital archive space, I see many institutions around the world using Creative Commons licenses to signal, well, look, this, let's say, faithful reproduction of some two-dimensional painting digitized by some museum is restricted, even though the original work, the painting, is in the public domain. The license indicates that, the usage is, say, only for non-commercial uses. And so, in a way, I see that risk is not theoretical, but it's already happening in some other neighboring or adjacent spaces. And there, the people, so the stakeholders, the main stakeholder is things like museums. They say, okay, we need to spend money, invest some money into digitizing these things, and we need some recognition, or we need some returns. Not necessarily monetary returns, but even though sometimes they do want monetary returns, at least some recognition, or they wanted to learn more about how the works are used, and so they do introduce some restrictions, even though legally speaking, museums are not copyright holders of those paintings, digitized paintings. So it's quite questionable on what kind of legal ground they do introduce CC licenses into these images. But regardless, they do it anyway, and it's happening around the world. And I think, in a way, there is this is a sign that we need some kind of signaling mechanism. What kind of parties contributed to the enrichment, maintenance, or expansion of global knowledge commons, and what kind of rewards they wish to receive. And I don't think there's a good amount of legal justification to grant them new type of rights. I think, however, I think to a reasonable extent, let's say, they deserve some kind of credits. I don't think so. Let's say, put it another way, I don't think it's good to legally require users of those images to give credits to those institutions like museums. However, it's okay that museums request without legal force that they would like to receive a credit. And things like that, just small things in a way, could improve the motivations of relevant parties and ease of use of those materials greatly. And I see such potential, and I think there is a similar potential related to the AI generated materials. So in that sense, I see a crisis, but I see there is some possibility somewhere around here. If we have good, usable, or easy to use, standardized way to signal what kind of wishes people related to this piece of resource or that piece of resource has, and then maybe without really introducing onerous legal restrictions, which could compromise the reusability and access eventually, maybe we can benefit from the potentially expanding knowledge commons. Did I answer your question?
That was it touches
Good,
on
thank you.
that was really good. It touched on question 4 as well, but that idea, and I don't know, it is a tragedy of the commons scenario that there's a risk of either free riding or people not feeling recognized. I think it also underlines quite how dumb copyright can be. And it's a very blunt instrument. It incentivizes people to monetize and extract revenues when actually that may not be the motivating factor. But I think, finding that middle way between providing an incentive without creating a barrier, which copyright is really bad at, is a really powerful point. Amalia?
Yeah, in terms of crisis, and to add to what my colleague has said, I think we can talk about I can talk about at least 3 different crises here, and also crises that I can see from my part of the world. um, for instance, there's less investment in digital infrastructure. There is a crisis of sustainability of institutions that create and organize knowledge, and a regulatory trend of digital platforms that to regulate digital platforms, sorry, that seems to only look at the damage caused by the major big techs, the technology companies, and that often do not take into account the Wikimedia model. So yeah, if you go deep into at least this, I'm just naming a few ones. I guess there are many other ones, but at least from the part of the world I am, I can see these three. You see the states that, with very minimal exceptions, have not invested in digital public infrastructure. Instead, they are increasingly acquiring and purchasing proprietary tech, and in the name of this vacuous digital transformation narrative that is basically designed to gain votes. It's not actually designed to empower people and to solve needs in their societies. Then you have, when I talk about the crisis of sustainability of institutions, of knowledge institutions, I think this has been even worse now after the pandemic, where many the budgets were cut for cultural institutions, for instance. Institutions that in the Americas, in the Latin American region, are already very precarious. So that's also, for me, a big crisis, where these institutions don't even have the budget, the funding, and the resources, and the human capital to, even to digitize their works, their collections. And we saw that in the Latin American region. Suddenly museums, archives, and everything were like, what we're gonna do? We are closing, and we don't even have our collections online, and people that cannot even access this, and that was pity. And of course, education as well is suffering from the same. And when I talk about the third one, about this regulatory landscape, we see more and more regulatory proposals that, instead of helping a model that has 20 years that have proved to be good for society, and that can be even better if we provide for a regulatory landscape that enables people to participate online, to create knowledge collectively. Instead, we have regulations that are basically, because they're only thinking on one type of model, the centralized, commercialized model, we are risking to change the whole decentralized, community-led model that we have at Wikimedia, and that's, for us, is another one, with people don't feel like they are empowered to participate online. They are not empowered to create knowledge, to be able to come up with their own set of rules of what they wanted to, how they wanted to manage information online. Then, I'm not saying we are perfect, but at least we have proved to work, and the regulatory proposals around the world are not thinking about this and not making anything to make this possible, and so yeah, just wanted to mention these three, but I guess there are many other crises that we can talk to.
We'll get on to that, but I know that, in particular, that I think, firstly, the point about the lack of funding crosses over very nicely with what Tom Wilkie said, that there is the public domain conceptually, but it's not very public because it's stuck within an institution and no one's yet found the money to digitize it. I think that point about it's an interesting argument to have in the context of the IGF, but we see it a lot, that people regulate the internet as if it was just YouTube or Facebook, and systematically we've seen in Europe, and I think I know I'm the only European here, which is a nicely rare situation. We've seen in Europe massive efforts taken to regulate the internet through legislation, when actually probably competition, like you attack the market power of one company rather than trying to make general rules in a really clumsy way that then treats the whole internet as if it was a major American tech firm and forgets that you have public interest things. And so, for example, the situation we've seen with a really inconsistent treatment of open access repositories, that they're excluded in the Digital Single Market Act, but in Digital Services Act, I don't really know, not really included, and there's no treatment of them elsewhere, and that's a sort of problem, that the treatment is really uneven. So we have people in the room now, which is, oh, Tomoaki, you're going to react.
Just one additional comment. I have been kind of trying to clarify my ideas. So I think when Stephen, when you said, this is public good, so there's a risk of tragedy of commons. I see that, and I see that there's a risk of underfunding this kind of stuff very easily, very typical of public good. But then, if we try to introduce the property rights into this, like intellectual property rights, like copyright, I think there is a risk of now causing kind of tragedy of anti-commons, where many people have some rights to say, oh, you cannot use this resource for this purpose, or you have to meet this condition, and then the resources eventually becomes kind of not so useful anymore. And so my sense is that introducing new copyright may not be the smartest of the solutions that we can think of. Thank you.
I think Amalia and I have spent plenty of time at WIPO trying to say that maybe more copyright isn't the answer. No, it's a dumb instrument. It works for some things, but the idea of creating a market through exclusion it's a model of working that doesn't necessarily fulfill the public interest, or it assumes that the market works perfectly. So we have 13 minutes, and I have promised that we will end on time, also because we have other people there. What I will do quickly, actually, I'm just interested in, I'm going to go back to the slide that I had at the beginning, just to give the audience a moment to sort of feed in where you are, or your sort of sense or your understanding and familiarity with these issues. It's on Menti, so if you just go to menti.com and use the tiny code at the top, and if anyone needs me to read it out, it's tiny, so it's 6475 6559. But while we're doing that, I also wanted to open up in case there are questions. I think, Maria, there's one question online.
Yes, we have a question. Well, we have two questions online. One of them is from Ayale Shebeshi on how the UN IGF internationally regulates knowledge common as a global use. But I think he would like to clarify, so I don't know if it's possible to unmute him.
I'll ask our technical colleagues to see if we can unmute ILL.
Let me see if I can.
I think we can. So ILL, you have the floor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Give me this opportunity. My name is Ayale Shibeshi. I'm from Australia. Basically, I came from Ethiopia. I'm doing research on fiat, how we move from fiat currency to digital fiat currency, or CDBC. That's my area. I just finished my master's in information and communication technology and cybersecurity. So to clarify my question, the advanced technology such as AI blockchain, IoT, EOT, NFT, NFC, quantum computing, they all are generated data and information, which is information is data. Anyway, I'm not going to go detail that. So these days, data or information is a wealth, which is a knowledge. Knowledge is a wealth. So how we regulate this vast amount of knowledge, the current knowledge or the current uh, tendency of UN activity is based on developed countries' rules and regulation, which is highly structured. So we need to use both hard skill and soft skill to make this knowledge common into a global youth that will be inclusive for global South. I'm sure you know this currently. We have two different trends is coming, especially in the financial sector, which is a SWIFT system and the BRICS system. I'm sure some of you you haven't I'm understood that you have information and knowledge or overview about what's going on the BRICS side of the world now. So instead of using highly structured soft skill, a hard skill, we need to use a soft skill. So by my question, I'm sure the answer the panels or the other participant can answer my question, but as you gave me this opportunity, I might just forward two questions, two suggestions that I think, in my understanding, the UN can take action. One, establish common standard for international regulations that all UN members participate and agree to be inclusive to use a knowledge common. And the second one is we need to educate. Because of this is knowledge is a culture, and as I read from the presenters, it is related to the culture. Data is related to the culture, and we use this technology. Technology is actually reaching now each corner of the globe, and the globe is now in the global village. So to use this, we need to establish education. That education is based on the current trend. Most of the technology is developed by stakeholders, which is the Western-based stakeholders. We need to educate these stakeholders in a soft skill-based education. So UN can initiate education-wise to all the globes, which is a global village, not only the Western or Eastern or developed countries. It has to be reached in South, especially global South, undeveloped countries. There is a lot of resources, there is a lot of knowledge. So I finish this now, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, and I think that's a... Oh. So, I'm going to mute colleague's computer. Thank you very much. It's actually something you'll have seen the slide flash past very quickly, but I think there was something really interesting in the UNESCO definition of underlining that currently the knowledge commons is not, it's far from perfect, that it contains a lot of biases, a lot of assumptions, that to a large extent, I don't know, what we have considered to be valid knowledge or knowledge full stop has been what's been produced by people who look like me and come from countries like mine, and that there's a pretty serious need to actually reassess that. I don't know, Tomark, and I know actually in Amalia there's been some really interesting work with Wikimedia to, I think, working with Wayu and Guajira in Colombia. I know David has been involved in that and actually looking at how you take indigenous knowledge systems and find a way of mixing, of including that in a way that sort of protects interests. I don't know if you want to comment, and then we've got Mark's question, which we'll respond to.
Well, one of the great things about Wikipedia is that it's organized by languages, and there's a chance there for minority languages to have a space online where they can preserve their language and also try to thrive, even though they're a small group of people. So this example of Colombia is a beautiful one. It's a group of an indigenous group at the border with Venezuela. There are Venezuelans and Colombians that came together and worked very hard for many years to see how to implement Wayinaiki Wikipedia, which is the language of this indigenous community. And there is, as far as I know from my colleagues that works on this, I'm just a spectator of the project. I'm not involved in that project. It's been a great opportunity for this community to come together, to think about how they can preserve their language and how they can use Wikipedia and the Wikimedia, the other Wikimedia projects to teach their language as well to younger generations. And as far as I know, they are right now in collaboration with the Ministry of Education in Colombia to work on educational open resources in their languages and using all this infrastructure provided by the Wikimedia projects to support all these efforts. So it's actually quite good that then you have this community and their knowledge being online finally, and people can, relate to them, see it, how it grows, and learn about the culture.
That's great, and I think I like that because it's a group. I know it's the community building those, so it's very much it's from the community, and so that's the merit of the infrastructure, is it does allow that to happen and allow it to happen in a way that's sensitive and that people can actually own. Did you want to add anything to Mark? And then
Yeah, I think I have to say I'm still learning about indigenous issues in general. From what I see, from where I see the things, it seems that sometimes it's not that I'm totally against this kind of things, but it seems that sometimes people of maintaining indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge resources, they don't want their resources to be globally shared. Or if shared, they do want to be receiving some kind of benefits or some kind of returns. And so, and also, sometimes they do not want that the way, how do you say, the very individualistic way based on intellectual property rights to govern the knowledge. Not that I'm against it, but it's quite different. That I feel like it's not very easy, at least for me, who is not very much experienced, to think of some common regime or system both domains can agree on. And some people more experienced with the traditional knowledge resources even suggested that they should actually, we should actually not meddle with what they are doing and just let them be the way they are, and not just, or in a way, respect the way they are doing. And maybe that's an answer, maybe not. I'm still, again, I come back to the point that I'm still learning, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I guess that comes down to the concept of governance, full stop, that it's not one single entity deciding everything. There's the possibility to have a number of actors and a number of systems within it, and it's easy to embrace that complexity. There was a question from Mark about contributions to the work and the Global Digital Compact, about about the scope and content around promoting confidence, trust and rights protection in digital knowledge commons, and in particular in AI-generated resources. We certainly fed in the first round of consultations that took place last year, and I think underlining first of all that AI-generated content shouldn't be covered by copyright, that it wasn't appropriate in that situation. I think we've also taken the position that it's concerning that once you have legitimate access to knowledge, that then there should also be downstream control over how it's used economically. I don't know, but there's plenty of arguments to say that, I don't know, a deep fake that makes someone look like they're saying something they haven't raises moral rights issues, but downstream control is kind of concerning. Mark, you may be involved in the UK discussions on this, but it appears that, I don't know, a situation that ends up with current rights holders actually owning basically the AI generated products downstream isn't necessarily a great solution, and anything that reduces the amount of data available for training AI risks actually reducing the quality of what comes out, which doesn't seem like a great way to promote product safety in the first place. So we have focused on that, but thank you for the input on things coming forwards in January and the need to input there. I'm conscious we're 1 minute past when we were supposed to finish. Please do come and talk to us afterwards, but I think I think we have some good recommendations coming out around the importance of finding something less clumsy than copyright and finding a way beyond copyright here, because it's not a particularly well-suited solution to doing this. I think the importance of investing in the infrastructures and making sure that we aren't forgetting that as any public good, it requires investment, otherwise people will free ride. The importance that ILEV talked about of thinking about education and promoting this as an idea. I think some sort of an idea that I felt was coming out about making sure that it doesn't get forgotten, and really resisting this temptation to regulate the internet as if it was just YouTube is kind of important, because if you regulate the internet as if it's YouTube, you only end up with YouTube, which is not really a good solution for anyone. So I think I will be able to fill in the highlights I need to deliver within 2 hours to the IGF Secretariat, which is a good outcome for me. So thank you everyone for turning up. Thank you for getting in after music night. It's all appreciated. Thanks so much.
forward to another meeting with Eileen on tomorrow. Yeah. At 1 o'clock, and I'm going to send you an email to confirm. But I was talking with her, and it's good. It works out. Yeah. Perfect. Well, thanks so much for making time. Appreciate it. Are you jet lag traveling here? For the meeting tomorrow, would it be okay with you if we might have to meet just outside one of the rooms? Like, I think we'll have to see. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll figure out where Eileen's going to be, and I'll send you a note. But yeah, thank you.
Good morning and a warm welcome. Since the room is not full yet, if you want, please also take a seat here at the table with us so that we can have a discussion with you. However, we are going to start now since it's already time. My name is Lea Gimpel. I am with the Digital Public Goods Alliance, where I lead our work on country implementation and artificial intelligence, and I'm your moderator for the session today. And with me I have Moritz Fromageau. He's with the UN Envoy's Office for Technology, who's co-hosting the session today, and he's the online moderator. So this session is about the effective governance of open digital ecosystems, and we are going to talk about how to establish a framework for secure and inclusive digital public infrastructure today. And we have a fantastic panel of esteemed speakers here with us in the room, and I will introduce them in alphabetical order to you. First, we have Eileen Donahoe, the Special Envoy and Coordinator for Digital Freedom of the US Department of State. Welcome. Then we have Amandeep Gill, the UN Secretary General's Tech Envoy, who's also the co-host of the session, as I said. Welcome, Amandeep. We have Nele Liosk, the Digital Ambassador at Large from Estonia. Thank you, Nele, for being here with us. Then we have Robert Opp, the Chief Digital Officer of the United Nations Development Programme. Hi, Rob. And Henri Vidier, last but not least, the French Ambassador for Digital Affairs. And before I give the word to my panel, I would like to start by a quick introduction, because the term of digital public infrastructure is not always well defined. So I think it's wise to first set the stage and speak about DPI and what we mean by this term for this panel discussion. By DPI, we basically mean society-wide digital capabilities that are essential to participation in society and markets for citizens, entrepreneurs, and consumers, and which are the foundation for public service delivery in the digital area. And this definition basically emphasizes the functionality of digital public infrastructure, right? So it's really about delivering services, both public and private. So what we don't mean by this term really is foundational software, for instance, that underpins any other software solution. So that is one of the common misunderstandings. And we are also not talking about actual physical infrastructure, such as fiber optic cables. So just to be clear on that. And this kind of digital public infrastructure I was talking about, so digital public infrastructure with society-wide functions, such as digital ID, for instance, payment systems, data exchange systems, and civil registries, they have seen a real boost during the COVID-19 pandemic because many countries invested in these foundational infrastructures heavily for pandemic response. So for instance, for cashless transfers. And yeah, part of this also involved that a lot of attention was given to speedy implementation, and maybe not so much attention was paid to actual secure, safe, and inclusive implementation of these technologies. And I think the important thing to consider here really is that digital public infrastructure with this society-wide function really has an extended risk to us, right? If we talk about technologies that is implemented at population scale, we have risks such as data privacy issues, mass surveillance, and, for instance, the deliberate or accidental exclusion of vulnerable groups. And that's something that we really need to take care of and also fix in case there was something implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic that didn't really consider any of these due to the speediness of implementation and the need to react. And currently, what we see is a lot of momentum around digital public infrastructure. So you might have seen that IGF, it's a topic that pops up in many of these sessions. And we need to discuss now how to bake safeguards into digital public infrastructure design, implementation, as well as the governance of it. Because there's also path dependency, right? So if we implement digital public infrastructure at population scale now, these kind of technologies will have an impact on people's lives over many years. So we need to get it right at this very moment. And there's a window of opportunity to do exactly that. And for this reason, we would like to talk today about the universal DPI safeguards initiative that was launched by the UN Tech and Voice Office as well as UNDP just recently, and basically discuss in the session what are the risks and how we can mitigate them, which good practices exist from already existing implementation and the lessons learned around this, as well as about the role of such a global DPI safeguards framework and what it can play, like what role it can play for design, implementation, and governance in the future of digital public infrastructure. And with that, I would like to pass on the word to my distinguished panel over there. And I would like to invite Amandeep to first tell us a bit more about the safeguards initiative that you recently launched. So why do you think there's a need for something like this, for such an initiative, and what are your plans?
Thank you very much, Leah. Thank you to you and Moritz for moderating this panel. Very pleased to be here with the distinguished co-panelists. Why is there a need? I think the need arises from the growing interest and the growing consensus on the importance of DPIs. They have proven themselves to be a powerful way to enhance inclusion in the digital space, to drive innovation, to improve government service delivery, reaching the last mile. COVID was the big moment, but it's been coming for a long time. And, you know, we have here on this panel Nelle, so Estonia's experience, the experience of India, many other countries. So it's been coming for a while, and now there is global recognition. For instance, the G20 understanding on a framework for DPIs. Now, as you put it, before we get too far down this road, because there'll be path dependencies, it's important to put together some safeguards to ensure that some of the risks and the problems that we've already seen with digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, for instance, safety online, the security, the cybersecurity aspect, data protection aspect, the aspects related to inclusion or exclusion, the optionality, opt-in, opt-out type of issues, the issues related to buy-in from society, issues related to the legislative framework in which DPIs are placed. So it's good to have a global standard, a global guidance that helps the players in the DPI ecosystem move forward confidently. We can't say that you should not have DPIs because that has its own opportunity cost, consequences. For instance, we don't say, you know, let's just shut down the digital platforms. They also have billions online, etc. But we have to work actively to ensure that they continue to serve everyone, they continue to serve human flourishing rather than, you know, create problems further down the road. That said, I would very concretely point to the call by the Secretary General in his policy brief on the Global Digital Compact for a safeguards framework on digital public infrastructure. You know, given the, and I'm sure Rob will speak about it, the demand that the UN has been seeing from the ground, the issues that we've been kind of facing in country, I think it is time to have this kind of framework, and the Secretary General has given that call. He's also outlined this problem of fragmentation overall. So if we want to avoid fragmentation in this space, this can be a kind of a unifying baseline, and it can give civil society and other partners a common reference point. So this is the reason why jointly with the UNDP we've launched this initiative. But this initiative won't be limited to these two UN entities. Others will join in. It's an open call to all those who are involved in the DPI ecosystem, from DPGA, GovStack to DIAL and other important players. Also a call to civil society and private sector who will be helping build this out and manage the interface between the tech side of it, the governance side of it, and the community side of it. Yesterday at an event, someone said that this is a socio-technical infrastructure we're talking about. So it's almost like a socio-legal technical infrastructure we're talking about. So obviously the path forward has to be multi-stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these initial explanations. You already mentioned UNDP, so I would like to pass on the word to Rob for more about the Safeguards Initiative, why UNDP decided to join, and what have been your takeaways so far from UNDP's experience in supporting digital public infrastructure implementation?
No, exactly. Thanks, Leah. And just building on what Amandeep said, you know, where we are with this whole kind of discussion around digital public infrastructure is we're essentially in the process of coalescing a movement around that. Taking what has been done over the last 10, 15 years, in many cases, in countries like Estonia, India, and others, as Amandeep said, and looking at how can we offer this in a way that will help accelerate digital transformation in countries that are, let's say, not as well developed in terms of their infrastructure, their digital infrastructure. And what's really key with the whole concept of digital public infrastructure is that it needs to be seen as an approach rather than a technology or a set of technologies. And that approach needs to have the notion of a governance structure around it with the appropriate safeguards. And as you mentioned in your intro, Leah, as the COVID pandemic basically hit countries and countries needed to respond, and as they really mounted their response, it was really clear that the kinds of requests that we received out of countries over time shifted from being very solution focused to much more thinking about what is the overall ecosystem looking like and how do we shape that. And I think it's natural that countries, they focus, generally speaking, on trying to solve an immediate problem, and that's where you get a focus on technology first. And I think what's exciting about this Safeguards Initiative is that we have now a chance to embed the thinking around what do you need to, when you're planning for your ecosystem and you're trying to solve your problem, you cannot forget that it needs to be accompanied, the technology needs to be accompanied by these kind of set of safeguards that should be in place to protect people, to protect the future success of your infrastructure work. And so on the Safeguards Initiative, the role of UNDP is to really work with the Tech Envoy's office and the convening power that they have and to kind of run the consultations on their side, but complement that with what's happening in the field. And as we prototype and create hypothesis principles and safeguards, we want to test them at the country level. So we'll be taking 3 to 5 countries, looking at the framework as it's developing, testing that and seeing what it would actually look like on the ground. And what do we learn from that? So creating that feedback cycle. And then as these the safeguards framework emerges out of the consultations, out of the feedback cycle, really looking at, well, what would it take, what is it going to take to support countries to be able to actually put these in place? And what kind of capacity needs will there be? Really trying to understand what are the knowledge gaps that need to be addressed, and so that this becomes much more, let's say, easy to adopt for countries. We can't just leave it at global principles. We have to really understand how countries are actually going to be able to do this. So that's what we're really focusing on. That's what we're really looking forward to in all of this. Thanks.
So in a nutshell, let me just summarize before we move on to the country speakers. It's about creating a movement around DPI, something that I really like in order to ensure that we protect people and at the same time deliver services. So I really love this notion. And as you've all heard, it's an open call for everyone to participate in, so please do so. And what I also really liked is this idea of talking about an approach rather than technology, because I think a lot of this discussion currently focuses on technological solutions, but not so much about the governance aspects of these. And as you've all heard, countries are central to this initiative. It's about developing ideas, it's about testing in the field and then going back and working with that feedback. So I would like to move on to our country representatives. And first, I have Eileen here with us. The White House recently announced that the US will work on deploying robust and safeguarded digital public infrastructure. How will this approach be reflected in your engagement for DPI that empowers people while also protecting their freedom?
Great. First, let me say thank you for including me. I am a real neophyte on this topic, and I've already learned a lot just from listening to all of you in this room, and recently participated in another event with a subset in this room, and I feel like I'm excited about this. I have an instinct that it's really important, and but I'm still catching the thread, so I'll just say that up front. As a human rights advocate, what attracts me to this? I feel like it represents a very innovative combination of using technology to basically advance and jumpstart the SDGs in effect, and expanding access to digital services around the world. But also, if done right, embedding human rights by design, as everybody has said, or I would emphasize more explicitly human rights by design. And that's a further conversation about what are the terms we use. Everybody knows that there is a tremendous yearning around the world to expand access to digital services, and that we really do need technology to be an accelerant to meeting the SDGs. That's the aspiration and the hope. It would be terrible if we did that in a way that we were actually making the most marginalized, vulnerable communities more vulnerable. So that is why, as everybody's emphasizing, the technology and the standards go together simultaneously. And you raised it so well at the top, the tension between speed and that yearning, but if you do it in the wrong way, you're only making things worse. And I would also add, I've hinted at this already, I do believe the international human rights law framework should be the normative foundation for thinking about this. I will admit the hard part is, what does that look like in practice? It's the how. We know what, the how is the hard part. And I will acknowledge that I was in a room recently with Marianne from Access Now, and she raised the point, and she just said it very explicitly, the big risk is surveillance states and this unconscious drift to becoming surveillance states. So that's the really dark vision of this, and that's why we all have a responsibility. On the US side, basically, that was, I hadn't seen it. I looked it up last night. I have it. It is September 22, 2023. So this was after UNGA, so after our last conversation. And what really jumped out at me is this is a vision for the American people. It is domestic. People may be surprised to know the US is really behind on this. I think people would be stunned. And the vision is to transform the way government communicates with the American people and rebuild American infrastructure, which maybe all governments say that's what they want to do, but I think people would be stunned at how far we are behind. And a couple of stats jumped out at me. Basically, only 2% of the federal government in the United States forms have been digitized. And the public spends more than 10.5 billion hours each year completing government paperwork, and about 140 billion in potential government benefits go unclaimed every year. So that gives you a sense of how far behind we are. So in effect, the United States is in this with everybody and has a lot to learn.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, that it's not only about low and middle income countries, right, but that we are speaking about high income countries and their approach to DPI as well. And I really like this idea of human rights by design. So that's definitely something that I think we need to discuss. And talking about terms, I want to pass on to Henri, because France is the country that is always speaking about digital commons. And I would like to know from you, Henri, how is this concept of digital commons and DPI overlaps, or how they connect to each other, and where safeguards come in?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I will start with DPI. I was thinking that probably France started developing DPIs before we even knew there were DPI. We did develop different level of digital identity. We've got France Connect. We are working hard on geographical information, public API, and so on. And this work was probably based on two sources. One was government as a platform, and I can welcome the work of the British Government Digital Service 10 years ago. And the other was a very ancient tradition of public service, with all its rules of neutrality, accessibility, mutability, equal access, and so on. And the more we did work on these issues, I will come to very briefly to comments. The more we did work on these issues, the more we've seen them as a more universal challenge. Because we think now that if we want to preserve an open, free, and neutral internet, and if we want also to be true democracies, so without big state or big tech, we need this small layer of public services that enables everyone to act in the digital economy and to be part of the decision process. That's why now we consider those challenges are universal and related to democracy. And that's also why this commitment for DPIs meets our commitments to the digital commons. We can't stress enough just how important the commons are to the internet as we know it. Free software, open standards, data, knowledge commons are the very core of the true core of internet. And these two commitments can easily be linked, so they don't overlap. It is possible to conceive good IPRs that are not commons, and some commons do not become infrastructures. But when the two ambitions come together, it can be very powerful. And if we, just to finish, if we come back to the question of safety, I think that we cannot conceive a real democracy without public infrastructure. But not every infrastructure will empower democracy. That's simple. So we need to conceive, and that's why we welcome this work. We need to conceive a set of rules. Probably we know most of them, but we have to order them, like real transparency, transparent governance, shared governance, security by design, privacy by design, etc. But we need to make a proper work and to share this broadly. Because, again, I finish with this, we cannot, we and not just me, France, we consider that we cannot conceive a fair development of internet without good public infrastructure, but that not every infrastructure will empower democracy.
Thank you so much for these comments. And I think it's a fair point to say that we, like in a way, we know the rules, we know the principles, right? We talk about these buzzwords, transparency, accountability, and such. But I think there's a real good point in it that we need to move forward from principles to practice. And and do you have experience in implementing DPI? And as you said, I mean, you've been implementing DPI without calling it DPI for quite a while. And I think the same is true for Estonia. We talked about this earlier before the session, that what you're doing, you don't call it DPI, but it is DPI, what you're doing. So Nelle, from your experience as Estonia as a global digital leader, what considerations should be integrated in such a safeguards framework? And how should such a process look like when we develop it over the next couple of months?
Yeah, thank you, Leah, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I believe I will actually summarize or build on what all my good colleagues have already touched upon. But the first is really the notion of the DPI. That is, I would say, a rather new term, but actually standing for some of these important principles in digitalization. So from this point of view, I believe we all have good experiences. It's not the usual suspect of Estonia and India and many others, but all countries have digitalized their societies to some extent. But to give answer to your question, I believe it might be useful actually to revisit some of these origins of what we call DPI, that is a new movement or a trend, as we have heard. And some of it actually Henry referred to, and this is really I would say, one of these origins is philosophical, and the other is perhaps more practical. So the philosophical really comes to understanding the role of the government in our society. Is it only to serve the people by providing services? Is it also to act as a partner? Is it to share everything that the government does? So we can say that actually digitalizing, following these important principles that you also mentioned, openness, transparency, inclusiveness, it started really with rebuilding Estonian state in the 90s. It started with freedom of information, it started with privacy issues, it started with security issues, and then it moved to the digital sphere, where we started to talk about interoperability, open standards, and so forth. So I would say that it was really I'd say this logical continuation of what we had started to reform in reforming our state. But the other reason is actually very practical, and this really Estonian government sort of started to realize in the 90s that actually the needs of the government, but also private sector and other partners in digitalization are rather similar, and this came to joining forces and really sharing our resources. So in the 90s, Estonian government, together with the private sector, started to develop on, for example, a digital identity that was mentioned. And we do use one digital identity across the government, but also private sector. And this is actually one of these important, or this led actually to one very important precondition for the DPI to work. And this is really the habit of working together and building trust. Because on the one hand, yes, we can build trust by setting principles, having a great legal framework, but it is definitely not enough. All the partners need to feel that they equally contribute, and they equally also take responsibility, and at times also risks. And the last thing we often forget, that in order to make things work, sometimes we must be ready to fail and take responsibility for this. So these would be perhaps some of the takeaways from Estonian side.
Thank you so much. Well, I think failing for governments and taking responsibility, that's definitely a challenge for many still. So that's probably something we can also learn from Estonia, if there's anything that you want to share. I really like this notion of, building cooperation and trust and involving everyone in this effort, right? So as Amandeep explained in his initial statement, it's a multi-stakeholder initiative, this idea of a DPI safeguards framework. And it's really about involving everyone to take part in developing these principles, but also, defining how to move into practice with that. And I would now like to ask you as my panelists to react to what you've heard. So Nella already summarized bits of it, but we have a bit of time for a rather open discussion before I will open it also to the audience and ask you to raise your questions, both online as well as here on site. So another 10 minutes for the open discussion among the panelists, and then I will open up, because I already saw a hand over there. So it's definitely a topic where many questions exist and we need to discuss. But please first, if any of you want to react to what you've heard, please go ahead. And if there's nothing, I have a range of questions, of course, as well prepared.
Maybe I could quote an Indian friend from Bangalore that told me recently, Europe, you did build your prosperity and your independence through public infrastructure, rails, roads, train, water, and then suddenly you did stop at the end of the 70s for some ideological reasons. And the economy did continue to evolve. And now, digital identity, infrastructure for payment are as important as roads a century ago. And it did convince me.
So I do have a question. We talked about the tension between speed and standards. Amandeep, you said it right at the top, that you're talking about the need for global standards, and that works for me because I think of the human rights framework as a global standard, as a basis and an anchor for thinking about these things, already universally applicable, and it's an understood language. However, when I think about it in the context even of my own government and the approach that I just described, it strikes me that the way many governments think about providing public services pre-digital is that it's their job, it's government providing services. And so I think all governments are, well, many governments hopefully are learning about multi-stakeholder process and understanding when it comes to digital technology, they need help. And that means including the technical community, civil society, academic experts, et cetera, private sector. I think there's been progress there. If you add then the global multi-stakeholder approach to governments, that's a bigger leap. So part of me, I raise this because I think that's where the human rights framework can help. Because governments will be comfortable that they've already signed up for this and they know what it is, and there's a sense of trust. Otherwise, I think governments will be reticent to, and even in terms of political discourse domestically, the idea of including a global multi-stakeholder input process might seem challenging to people who haven't been exposed to global multi-stakeholder process. So that's one of the areas I see that we really need to help governments sort of jump ahead and collapse this tension between local, domestic, and international.
Yes, if I may jump in quickly, I think building on Eileen's point, I think the foundations are essentially twofold. There is human rights, the international human rights commitments, and there's the SDGs framework, leaving no one behind, the 17 goals, gender equality, even good governance, zero hunger, removing poverty. So those are our foundations, and the opportunity from local to global is that we have next year the Summit of the Future. So the Global Digital Compact is going to be one of the deliverables for that summit. So how can we, when we are translating the vision of the Global Digital Compact on accelerating progress on the SDGs, addressing the digital divide, alongside how can this safeguards framework, this enabler as Raw put it, for the DPI's movement overall, how can that be a concrete offering to support that vision and to take it forward? So in a sense, we are going from that agreement among 2021 now in the G20, which is path-breaking in New Delhi, to a larger framework where you have 193 countries, civil society, private sector coming together to endorse this movement. And my last point is on this, the private sector aspect, because it is not just government services, public services we are talking about. What DPIs do is they create an innovation ecosystem. They, through this combination of common rails, guardrails, they lower the entry barriers to innovation, linking with Ahi's point about the digital economy, the importance of a dynamic national digital economy, where you have, yes, citizen-facing government services, but you have businesses, whether they are coming from fintech, etc., who are boosting the demand for digital services and digital products. So there is the supply side paradigm on infrastructure that we are used to, but DPIs are more complex and more sophisticated because they play on demand as well. A farmer who really doesn't have, incentive to connect, can the DPIs and the services provided on DPIs, both publicly and privately, can they create that demand for that farmer to say, okay, I need to, plug in as well in an empowered way?
Maybe just to stress some aspects which I believe are important when we talk about this DPI movement or discourse. And what I really like about the DPI is it actually reminds of the basics. So when we look, for example, the conversations here over the past days and generally this year, and I'm sure also next year, it is all about very advanced things, AI, Internet of Things. There was a blockchain buzz a few years back. And at the same time, many of the governments and societies actually that are talking about AI and everything else have not yet actually fixed the very basics. Data governance, digital authentication, and so many other things. So I think all the basic public infrastructure. So in this sense, I think DPI has spotted it well that we need to have this base in order to move further. And the second is actually related to the myths that also Amadep and Henri and others pointed, and it's really about the role of the private sector. So DPI does not, or a good digitalization does not mean that the government is doing everything, but it's really about sharing what it does and really making sure that some of these important principles like security and privacy are guaranteed, because this is an obligation that is different from the private sector. So it is a public sector's task to make sure that the people feel good in this virtual world. And the third one, and this is maybe a call actually also from my side, is really related to sharing and reusing. There are so many governments that are making the tools available, that are making the source codes available. We see a lot of sharing. We don't see that much reusing or even doing together. And this comes to the question like why we don't do that, and it's probably trust issues, maybe readiness issues. There are different issues, but definitely a mindset issue. So from Estonia, we have a good example together with our great neighbors in Finland and Iceland, where we have come together, we have created a foundation. We make sure that we develop certain digital products together because we need them, and we also make them available to the world, and also make sure that they are updated to security and other requirements. So I think this is a good example of a DPI safeguard. But definitely, I'm calling us to share and use more what others do.
Yeah, and actually, Nelia, I was going to pick up on something you said earlier, but also this comment. My reaction when I listen to these conversations and in all of our engagement this year as part of the G20, as a knowledge partner, and in all of the other discussions that we have, I'm constantly thinking about how do we take it from, I think as Amandeep, you said, the 20 or so to the 150, 170, the countries that are out there that haven't done this or done it in a sort of package the way that we're talking about as an approach. And what strikes me is we can get our technology packages and we can get our standards packages, but there is still a mindset issue, and that will take some time to get people, let's say, somehow we have to learn how to incentivize people to share, to work together, change the mindset, and really understand that this is a movement that we're pushing toward. And I think the Safeguards initiative we're talking about today is a step in the right direction to do that. The implementation and how we scale is what is kind of on my mind constantly. So that my call to the genius that exists in humanity out there is, what are the scalable ways to ensure that we're changing the mindset as we do this?
If I can make three brief comments. First, to Hélène on Amandip, yes, you're right, we have two sources that are the SDGs and human rights, but maybe there is a third one, and you know it very well, Hélène. This is the Open Gov movement. What we did learn 10 years ago is that everything a government does can create much more value if we unleash innovation. We saw this with data, with source code, and now we can see this with infrastructure. And that's, we have a lot of important lessons to learn from this movement. The second point regarding private sector, just to mention, when I did mention the long tradition of public service, a public service can be made by private sector. Public service don't have to be free. The thing is that the public service cannot, has to respect some rules and cannot be the man in the middle, taking all the added value. It has to be neutral, to be equal access, to be, you can finance it, but you cannot take the added value. So we can easily build it with the private sector. And the third and last point, Nele, you're right. A lot of people try to share, and few people try to cooperate. And that's one other way where we can be inspired by the common movements. Because to build community, to work all together is not the same thing as just to share the code. And you have to think about cooperation, governance, but even if you go into the details, good documentation, certain kind of codes, and this is not so easy. You cannot just open your code like this.
Thank you so much, all of you. And there's a lot of appetite for discussion also amongst the panelists, and I think we could go on and on here. I would like to open it to the audience now with your questions. If you want to ask something, please line up at the microphone. And for those of you who are sitting more in this area, we might also pass around the mic if there are questions. Please go ahead, and Moritz, be prepared to also raise some online questions, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we collect some questions and then we allocate them among the speakers.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished speakers, Leah for bringing them here, everyone. I'm Ale Costa Barbosa, I'm from Brazil. I'm a fellow at the Weizsäcker Institute in Berlin, and also a coordinator for the homeless workers movement technology sector in Brazil. So I'm representing those who really rely on DPIs, let's say. And just quick moment on self-marketing. I had the opportunity to coordinate a research we launched in 2019 on identification for development somehow in Latin America. I think it's really worth it. So it's indeed a really old discussion, for instance. And recently, we're about to launch a report on digital education and in terms of infrastructure and sovereignty held by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, which I think should be considered not only as mere sector applications. And I also like it to hear the fact of geographic information systems being considered DPI somehow for you, Henry. But I'd like to hear, like in the GDC, the Global Digital Compact claims for sustainable DPIs. And taking into account that the last meeting of G20 in India somehow came up with a common agenda, and the following two hosting countries will be Brazil and South Africa, I'd like to hear how can we really ensure that DPI will be sustainable, considering the environment, the last mile, if you're not taking physical infrastructures into account. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Mahesh Pera from Sri Lanka. It's good to hear that, we have been talking about digital government, connected government to DPI. Now, in this journey, I think Estonia has quite successful in digital government, connected government from the inception. Many countries have failed in the design, in the implementation, as the moderator said about in the governance. All three stages we did mistakes and not achieved the expected result. Now I'm quite pleased to hear that we are talking about DPI standards and DPI safeguard initiatives. It's quite good. I would like to see if you can talk about DPI by design, DPI by implementation, DPI by governance. I mean, it's all about standards. It's about giving standards, giving about certain measures that government and the implementers must follow by the design, by the implementation, by the governance. Thank you.
Is it off? It was off. But I think that my voice was loud enough and everyone was kind of listening, right? Like over there, Marina was listening over there. Oh, I have a good theater voice. Okay, I was saying thank you so much for bringing up the potential for surveillance if we don't get it right? So we have to think about, as it was mentioned, human rights by design from the stage, from design before implementation. This is a main concern because of the tension that we were mentioning earlier about the speed and the speed for implementation, like we are really running towards it, and we cannot implement the safeguard at the same time we are implementing the infrastructure. It has to come before, otherwise it won't work. And this comes then to the main concern that we have, which is the concept of human rights by design needs to be unpacked. We need to mention specifically what do we mean by that. And even though we do have, of course, human rights framework for the world, we have like all of the declarations, it needs to be said specifically what it means when we talk about privacy, when we talk about freedom of speech, when we talk about rights that we usually do not touch on when we talk about technology, like the right to dignity, the right to autonomy, and all of this is involved because we are touching on very essential aspects of the human experience, basically. So when we build safeguards for these processes, safeguards, just saying that we need to have safeguards is not enough. The safeguards need to have a way of being implemented that allows for the systems, if we realize that they are causing harm, the systems to be stopped or even rolled back. And we do not have that in many places. I work on digital ID and the systems there. We have the safeguards are about negotiating maybe the possibility of an eventual remedy, which is not enough at all. And we do need remedy, but we also need to be thinking about stop and roll back if needed, to be able to reconsider, reevaluate, and implement changes. And we had a lot of conversations yesterday around the fact that there isn't a model of digital ID that just works, and it is constant learning. It's a process of constant learning in the context. So we need to be open for the infrastructure to be adaptive, to be responsive to what it might or might not be working. And the question here, because I swear there is a question, I swear, is are we giving any thought to the right of anonymity in here? Because I think that we all agree, because this is a standard, an international standard, that the right to anonymity is essential to freedom of speech and generally civil and political rights, and also rights like autonomy, again. But if we create models that are all-encompassing in a way that they require to be identified at every step in places where we don't necessarily need to have that amount of information of the person, then where is the space for the people to be private, to hide, to have that space that is needed as human beings? So my question is, we are implementing this infrastructure, yes, for the farmers, right? Because we need them to get the services that they need, but how much information do we need for the farmer?
Thank you so much for all of these questions. I make a stop here and quickly summarize. And Moritz, if there's anything that you can add to this package, please do say so. Just quickly, we had a question around sustainability of digital public infrastructure. We had a question around DPG standards and what it means to implement DPI in a way of human rights by design, and what is behind there, and what about the right of anonymity of people. Is there anything that you can add to this little package of questions?
Yeah, there was one question online on the enforceability of the safeguards framework, because yeah, what good is a nice standard if we can't enforce them on the ground?
Please go ahead, whoever feels inclined to answer.
Okay. So very briefly, you say that sometimes countries have failed, and I totally agree. I don't know if you know, but before being a diplomat, I was a state CTO for France, so I had to conduct some of this transformation. And the dirty little secret is that governments are not always able to make it simple, and to respect open standards, to build small pieces, reusable, to build, to respect agile methodologies is not very usual for governments. I don't know if you can imagine the state IT for France, for example. I had to disconnect some projects that did cost 1 billion euros, for example, and that did fail after 15 years of expenditure. So we have to, the dirty little secret is that there is also a digital disruption within the history of IT. And we have to change the way we do develop. That's not simple, but we can do it. And so that's one important thing. And when the more simple we do develop, the more small pieces of clear standards we use, the more it's easy to make an inclusive and sustainable infrastructure. You did mention homeless workers. In Bangalore, the tuk-tuk, you know, the rickshaw, they did alone using UPI and beacon. They decided to avoid Uber. So they did pay, but that was really inexpensive, maybe 50,000 euros, $50,000. They did develop the solution to call a rickshaw, and they did implement some Indian rules. So for example, you can bargain, you can negotiate the price. And that's very interesting because they told me we were there decades before Uber, and we'll be there decades after Uber. So why should we organize ourselves through Uber? So they decided to have a direct access to a very important infrastructure. Just in one word, I think very often about how can an authoritarian regime use infrastructure. I think that we can implement some securities, and we will. But in fact, an infrastructure is an infrastructure, and if you have evil purposes, you will use the infrastructure for your evil purposes. That's the same with trains, with a highway, with everything. So we cannot protect democracy just through while implementing rules in the infrastructure. We need more.
I don't think there is anything to add to what Ami has just said. You know, maybe our Brazilian friend's question about the incoming G20 presidency. So that's an opportunity to kind of, as Rob put it, make this movement more sustainable and more, in a sense, contextually interesting in Africa, in Latin America. So building on what has been achieved during the Indian presidency, and Ahi and many others have played a key role in that amazing outcome. So that needs to be taken to new areas. Those learnings incorporated, as Nelle has said, you know, we need to bring in those learnings. I mean, in the Nordic region, you have this kind of an ecosystem that of mutual learning. So can we build it in other places, make the DPIs work more regional and context sensitive? And on the point about enforceability that came online, I think what we can do by leveraging the GDC process is to ensure that when there is a regular review and follow-up of the GDC principles, action framework, that there is a regular discussion as part of that on how we are doing on DPIs. So where this safeguards framework acts as a reference point, and there is a regular discussion. And there, you know, obviously we can create some soft pressure, some normative pressure on those who are falling behind or not living up to that standard.
So I will just underscore several points made by our colleague from Sri Lanka, Henri Amandeep. I'm hearing three added reasons that global open standards are valuable. One is well-intentioned governments who may have failed or would otherwise fail need the help. And so sharing the knowledge and the know-how is valuable. Second, to Mariana's point, and Amandeep, global open standards actually increase the likelihood of accountability, or that the standards deployed will be higher than would otherwise happen if governments are left to their own devices. And that applies to well-intentioned governments who do things the wrong way with inadequate standards, and less well-intentioned. Amandeep, your last point, though, underscores why or how the Global Digital Compact process itself, with follow-up, can add not full teeth. I mean, even the international human rights law framework is not fully enforceable, in fact, but the soft norms, that kind of pressure and global open eyeballs on everybody's systems adds value. So there's a real benefit.
I'm afraid we are running out of time here. Sorry for that. Eileen, you already did a great job in summarizing what we've been discussing here. Thank you. I would like to add a few quick points as well before I give it over to my panelists again for a quick 30-second key takeaway message from each of you. So what stuck with me specifically is that the DPI Safeguards Initiative is an opportunity also to reflect on, like in a philosophical way, on the role of government, right? So what is it actually that governments need to do in the 21st digital era, and how can we make sure that they deliver on that, both in terms of public service delivery, as well as in being a partner for citizens, as well as for the private sector. And this connects quite nicely to this pragmatic approach as well, which I would coin as a society, like DPI, as a society-wide approach, right? That enables everyone to build on top of it, including the private sector, including building an innovation ecosystem, which I think is a very, very important point in order to also help digital economies to evolve. Secondly, we also talked about vehicles and how to bring on and create commitment for the Safeguards Initiative. And the Global Digital Compact was mentioned as one of these vehicles, but we also discussed the Human Rights Convention, as well as all the work that has been already done on the open government partnership and initiatives around this area. So I think there's a lot of legacy work actually that we can build on. And thirdly, as a DBGA, of course, I really like this idea of sharing technology, of sharing learnings, and of reusing these and building cooperation around these. And what stuck with me specifically is this idea of changing mindsets while implementing at scale. Thanks, Rob, for this great sentence here. And I think that's exactly what we need to strive for when we are implementing. So these are my key takeaways. Over to you, esteemed panel. What are yours?
Yes, I will actually end by responding to some of the questions, which I think were actually very important also to keep in mind when we talk about the public infrastructure. And one is related to sustainability. And you know, terms may come and go, and maybe in 5 years' time we don't talk about DPI anymore, or connected governance or mobile governance. It's actually important not to lose what has been done before, because we often see that projects come and go, and sometimes governments give up, civil society gives up, but we need to remember actually that changes take time, and actually people are rather conservative. So we see that actually from Estonia, that in order for certain service to be uptaken, some new change to be implemented, we may need 6, 7, 8 years. The internet voting that we still carry out in Estonia, first time we had 0.8 percent of votes coming via the internet. Now it's almost 50% of the voters. And the second one is really about how we can guarantee privacy, security, and now we have also, you know, human rights by design. It's actually not a one country issue. It is a global issue, and it's not a government issue, but also private sector and increasingly private sector issue. So there comes the role of actually of these global movements that we have been talking about.
Please, a short answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have many takeaways, but I'll mention one, I guess. I'll mention one. You know, I think what strikes me in this conversation and kind of connecting dots with a lot of other things is, although these things take time and people are inherently conservative, we have waves that are coming globally, like artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies that will challenge the human ability to keep up. And at the end of the day, governments are a human endeavor. Civil society is human endeavor. And the question then becomes, how might we really construct this approach globally with the safeguards and with the scalable packages of human rights by design, privacy by design, the other things that we know are important? How might we do this and roll it out as quickly as possible while creating trust and while creating that sharing? And this is just kind of what keeps me awake at night, kind of what drives us to work on this, which is why the potential is so strong for this approach. I'll leave it there.
One word. Someone did ask how will you implement or enforce this approach? And I will say we'll do it because it's the most efficient way, and we will prove it. To empower the people, to unleash innovation, to guarantee fundamental freedom is the most efficient organization for the economic and social development of a country.
I'd just say that this is the beginning of a journey. We've just announced the initiative last month, and this is in fact the first official consultation. So going back to your point, Mariana, about some of these granular issues around right to anonymity, unpacking the concept. So we're at the beginning, and with your help, we'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Exactly that point. Unpacking the concept of human rights by design. What does that look like in practice to do it well? Obviously, cross-regional, cross-stakeholder group, but I would underscore cross-disciplinary in the intellectual sense, because it really is about people who understand norms, soft norms, and hard law, how it works, and technologists and the innovators. And bringing them together with a shared language is also part of the challenge.
So it's the beginning of a journey. Thank you so much, everyone, my speakers, the audience. If you want to know more about the DPI Safeguards Initiative, they have a website where you can read up on it and also subscribe to their newsletter if you want to know more about the ongoing consultations. And with that, I would like to end it and wish you all a great day. Thank you.
やなんか人があそこであそこが詰まるイメージがある。
Let's just hope it's not a discussion on gas. Now we can go for a coffee. And they already joined?
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
good. Thank you. Yes.
These three are online now? Okay.
Hi, thank you for speakers for this.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Yasmin from the United Nations Institute for Development Research. So I just wanted. Yasmin, nice to meet you. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Very nice. Stefan was a great guy.
Yeah.
Good person to work with.
Yeah. He told me to send Yeah. I'm still in. So I used to work with Channel 4, so I'm in London. I'll be moving to Geneva next year.
All right.
With the tunnel, it's a bit difficult to make.
Ever met my boss from
I haven't. I mean, I know him. Hi. No, it's a pleasure. I'm for work. I think Kirsten Vignard is involved. She used to be my boss at 5 years ago.
Sitting in front. We have plenty of. Yes.
Where? From the end?
Anywhere. It seems like because there's a relatively small corridor in the back, so people hesitate to get inside, but it's for audience. For special audience like you.
Felix, can you have a check on if your mic is working?
Mauro, your voice is coming through clearly.
Okay, and Francesca too? And Tony?
I think I have you.
Oh, thank you very much. Just missing Francesca, but it's okay. We probably gonna have a couple of minutes. We start a couple of minutes late.
There we go. Hopefully everyone can hear me. So distinguished guests and esteemed panelists, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on where you are joining us from. Welcome to this important session on promoting the digital emblem. I am Michael Karamian, Director of Digital Diplomacy for Asia and the Pacific at Microsoft, and I have the privilege to serve as moderator today. In today's digital age, the concept of the digital emblem represents a critical innovation in humanitarian protection. Much like the Red Cross, Red Crescent, and Red Crystal emblems have safeguarded lives during times of conflict in the physical world, the digital emblem aims to extend these protections into the digital realm. It is intended to be a symbol of hope and security, ensuring that medical and humanitarian entities can continue their life-saving work without the fear of malicious cyber operations. Importantly, the digital emblem concept is an acknowledgement of the evolving nature of warfare and conflict, where cyber operations play an increasingly impactful and harmful role. It emphasizes the criticality of upholding the principles of international humanitarian law in the digital space, where the consequences of attacks on hospitals and humanitarian organizations can be just as devastating as physical assaults. Our esteemed panel of experts today will delve deep into the technical, legal, and humanitarian aspects of the digital emblem. They will explore how it can be developed, deployed, and upheld, ensuring that it becomes a recognized symbol of protection in an increasingly digital yet vulnerable world. As we embark on this discussion, it is important to recognize that the digital emblems has profound importance. It not only signifies a collective commitment to safeguarding the vulnerable, but also highlights the intersection of technology, cybersecurity, and humanitarian protection. Through this dialogue, we aim to advance our understanding, share insights, and collectively work toward a more secure and resilient digital future. So, let us begin this exploration into the digital emblem concept, its significance, and the path forward. Together, we can hopefully promote digital peace and protect those who need it most. To help us achieve that goal, I am pleased to say that we are joined by Felix Linker, researcher at ETH Zurich, who joins us online, Dr. Antonio De Simone, or Tony to friends, chief scientist at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, who also joins us online, Francesca Bosca, chief of strategy and partnerships at the Cyberpeace Institute, who's also joining us online, and in person, we are joined by Koichiro Komiyama, director of the Global Coordination Division at JP-CERT, and also affiliated with AP-CERT, and Mauro Vignetti, advisor on digital technologies of warfare at the ICRC. So, to help set the scene, Mauro, please let's begin with an overview of the digital emblem.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael, and everyone. So I'm gonna give an overview about the emblem, also the physical one, just to bring everybody at the same speed by discussing the digital emblem. So the red cross, red crescent, and more recently the red crystal have been symbols of protection. So means that facilities, people, vehicles showing these emblems should not be attacked and should be spared by the consequences of armed conflict. So this is why the international humanitarian law requires parties to the conflict to ensure the visibility of the emblem so that combatants can identify the persons and the objects that they must protect and respect. And we're going to see that this is a very important aspect also in the digitalization of the emblem. So the rules on the use of the distinctive emblems or signals are governed in the Annex 1 of the first additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions of 1977. So, and there is an article, it's the Article 1 of the Annex that mandates the ICRC to see whether new systems of identification should be adopted. And that's why we're here to discuss the project of the digital emblem, because we think it's fundamental to have a digital version of the emblem. So the emblem mark medical personnel, medical unit, and vehicle, and organization like the Red Cross and the Red Crescent organization. So, and there are two uses of the emblem. So there is the distinctive use of the emblem. So to say, it's always on, in the way that organizations like the International Committee of the Red Cross and the national societies can use the emblem at all time. And then there is another use of the emblem that is the protective use. This means that selected dedicated entities can use the emblem only during armed conflict. This is also a very important point, because the emblem also in the digital space must be flexible in this respect and use only during armed conflict. So that said, so it's a general overview about the emblem, and we're gonna go into the detail why we need to digitalize the emblem to have a digital version of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro. So today's session will have 3 segments. For approximately 30 minutes, our speakers will frame the discussion from their perspectives. We'll then spend approximately 20 minutes with the speakers having a conversation among themselves on the technical, legal, and humanitarian aspects. And we aim to dedicate 30 minutes for audience Q&A, so please start to think of your questions now. In terms of framing the discussion, Francesca will turn to you first, and it'll be great to have your overview of the CPI's role in protecting vulnerable entities in cyberspace, overview of the trends in healthcare, cyber attacks against hospitals and medical facilities, including in times of conflict, and also importantly, the role of neutral organizations in promoting digital peace. So Francesca, over to you.
Thank you so much, Michael, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mauro, for the excellent introduction in framing the discussion around the digital emblem. Let me take a step back, or better, to share some reflections on the work that we've been doing at the Cyberspace Institute, specifically to understand the context of the why it's so important to protect civilian infrastructure like the healthcare sector and humanitarian organizations, both in peacetime and during armed conflict. So let me share some reflections on how the Cyberspace Institute was created and is operating to try to understand some of the considerations that I hope will help the discussion further. So recognizing that our digitizing societies are particularly vulnerable to cyber attacks and often lack the resources to strengthen their cybersecurity, the Cyberspace Institute was founded in 2019 in response to the escalating dangers posed by sophisticated cyber attacks. The mission, the overarching mission of the Institute is to mitigate the adverse effects of cyber attacks on people's lives worldwide. This is extremely important because this will bring us to the focus of the Institute, which is to understand the human impact of cyber attacks. We accomplish this through key synergistic pillars that you can see here. So first, we we aid vulnerable communities to stay safe in cyberspace, focusing especially on vital sectors, as mentioned, like healthcare, nonprofit and humanitarian organizations. Second, as you might see, we conduct investigation and analysis on cyber attacks. Our cyber threat analysis team has been focusing on cyber attacks against the healthcare since 2020 and since February 2022, specifically on cyber attacks in the context of armed conflict. Now we are building the same capability to monitor attacks against NGOs, including humanitarian ones. Then we advocate for improved cybersecurity standards and regulations with evidence-based knowledge, and we complete, let's say, the cycle by proactively addressing also the emerging technological challenges and disruption to the work of humanitarian organizations caused, for example, by artificial intelligence or quantum computing. I wanted to explain this to understand also, I mean, how we came about, let's say, the analysis that I'm gonna offer some insight today for further discussion. All the information and specific data are available on our website and our different platform. As mentioned, I mean, when we think about the healthcare sector, what we did at the Institute was that amid the pandemic, we focused on our work aimed by supporting the so-called the most vulnerable, specifically on the unique vulnerabilities of the healthcare sector and the real impact of the increasing numbers of cyber attacks against it. And you can see that we created a fairly unique platform that is called the Cyber Incident Tracer Health. And the platform serves to document cyber attacks and not only to, you will find the, let's say, the numbers in terms of like data collection, but also try to understand which are the criteria, which are the metrics that are relevant to understand the real impact that they have on people. So you will see how many attacks per week, so the total record breach, how many countries, but also you will find what it means in terms of, for example, how many days of disruption in hospital and medical facilities, how many people could not get the vaccines because a certain facility was attacked, how many people could not get the proper care, how many ambulances redirected. In total, I mean, and just to give an idea, this has led to the breach of over 21 million patient records, which has leaked or exposed in 69% of the incident. Again, the important aspect is that disruption to patient care endanger lives and create the stress and suffering for patients and medical professionals. And on the long term, it also erodes the trust in healthcare providers. We apply the same capability, we're currently applying the same capability also to assess cyber attacks in terms of what is happening when civilian infrastructures are attacked during armed conflict. Again, no need to stress it again, but cyberspace is borderless, and so cyber operations go well beyond the belligerent countries to hit critical infrastructure and populations, also in third countries. We have to consider the anonymity of the digital world, so the actors involved in cyber warfare are numerous and diverse, and their true intention are even more complex, let's say, to define and predict. And again, cyber operations have a significant human impact on population living in conflict. They are threatening crucial services. Healthcare is a good example, and also other civilian infrastructure areas. And also there are, let's say, kind of like a very peculiar dimension about the, let's say, the digital space, and this is why the emblem is so important. For example, the spread of disinformation can make it harder to distinguish between fact and fiction, both inside and outside countries in conflict. I would like to basically to stop here, maybe sharing these first insights, and we can possibly continue the discussion further. Thank you so much, Michael.
Francesca, thank you very much, and absolutely we can come back to more of these topics in the discussion later on. I think if anything, the pandemic showed in a perverse way that with the severe vulnerability of the healthcare sector, there is a need for this sort of collective action together, and hence the importance of the ICRC's leadership in this space. Now, moving on, Koichiro, it'll be great to have a presentation from you or to hear your thoughts on the cybersecurity challenges in Asia and the Pacific and the insights that you might have into the evolving threat landscape and, of course, the importance of global coordination.
Thank you, Mike. And good morning, everyone. My name is Koichiro Sparky Komiyama from Japan Third and AP Third. I think in this session, I like to represent the technical community in this region, Asia Pacific. I've been working for on the ground incident response for like dozens of years. And I'm also a scholar for international relations and related area. So from my perspective, I'd like to share with you a few things. First of all, in Asia, states are racing for expanding capacity of offensive side, capacity and capability of offensive side of their cyber capabilities. And for instance, UK think tank IISS recently published a report on the cyber power of 20 major states, and quite a few. Some of Asian countries are ranked as, for example, Australia, China. They are the tier 2 countries where we have only one tier 1 country, United States. So we have two major players in Asia, and for tier 3 we have India, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, North Korea, Vietnam. They are all, well, by assessment from independent think tank, they are they have well-established offensive cyber capability. So there's an urgent need for a country like Japan to de-escalate this the loop of militarization of cyberspace. And then talking about Japan itself, we have been refraining go offensive. I mean, mainly due to our peace constitution prohibit us to use the force, except the case it is recognized as a part of collective defense. So historically, we do not have, and we did not try to equip offensive cyber capability, but that has been changed. That was changed December last year with new national security strategy. Japan also seeking to have a offensive, well, in our wording, it is a active cyber defense, not offensive, but there's a subtle difference. But anyway, it's not something we haven't even tried for the last 50 years. And my last point is we see many damages caused by ransomware attack, and most of those, they are mostly driven by a commercial or profit. So they are they launch ransomware attack for profit. Now, for last 12 months, we see many successful breach to our hospitals. One of our very critical infrastructure. However, they are usually very slow in protecting their own network. And going back to the emblem, of course, I know it's not for, it doesn't have any direct effect to criminals in a peacetime, of course. However, having this type of document and guideline, I expect there's they can also put some pressures on criminal groups on what they can do, what they cannot do. They cannot do in a for their operation. So that's my initial contribution, and happy to discuss with you for further details. Thank you.
Koichiro, thank you very much. And interesting to hear you reference the intention for Japan to introduce active cyber defense as part of the new national security strategy. Of course, different actors always define active cyber defense in different ways. It'll be interesting to see how Japan approaches it in line with responsible behavior in cyberspace norms and the pacifist constitution. Mauro, returning to you, it'll be helpful to hear more on the ICRC's role in researching and developing the digital emblem, the importance of addressing the need for extending international humanitarian law into cyberspace, and the insights that you might have on the application of the digital emblem in practice.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Michael, you and Francesca, you mentioned the pandemic. So this is exactly the point in 2020 when we start to think about the digitalization of the emblem. By observing what was happening during 2019 in the pandemic time, but also observing what is happening during armed conflict. So that's the period we start to research the possibility to digitalize the Red Cross, Red Crescent emblem to signal the protection against cyber operations for medical facilities and the Red Cross and Red Crystal organizations. So to start the project, we define some technical aspects that the emblem should have, a potential digital emblem should have. So these are the requirements that we define. So first one was it must be easy to deploy. So we know that during armed conflict, it's always difficult to find, it's already difficult, the situation in armed conflict, but it's also difficult to find IT personnel that is able to work in this domain. So the emblem must be very easy to deploy, like the physical one. Also, the digital one must be easy to deploy. So it must be able to be installed on a number of different devices. That's a very important aspect, because we know that, for instance, medical devices, they cannot be modified because of different reasons, the guarantee, the functioning of medical devices. So we have to find a way to put the emblem on those devices without touching them, without installing anything on those devices. So we do not have to generate costs for the entities that are showing the emblem. So if we think a medical unit, a doctor that has to show the emblem, he has not to have a related cost to deploy and show the emblem. And most importantly, he has to be seen and understood. So the logic of the emblem is from the perspective of the attacker. So when we have an operator running a cyber operation, he has to, they have to understand that they are confronted with an emblem, and they have to be able to recognize this is the emblem of the Red Cross, Red Crescent. So, and they have to understand this emblem, and they have to be able to also check the authenticity of the emblem. Not that this is a fake emblem, but this is an original one. And another aspect is the emblem should be used by state and non-state actors. So we see many state actors also involved in conflict, so not only thinking about states able to deploy the emblem, but also by non-state actors. So on that, we are seeing some challenges in deploying this. First of all, and I think it's one of the most important challenges, that we don't have an internet for armed forces, and we don't have an internet only for civilians. So the infrastructure is mixed, the nature of internet is mixed, and that's why we need a digital emblem that can go granular on identifying assets on network, because the network are intermingled and we cannot divide. So I'm thinking about cloud infrastructure, satellite infrastructure, and so on. So we can have a doctor that has a computer that should be protected with the emblem that is using a military network that is a target. So we have to think in those scenarios. And then, so the challenge is also the medical devices I mentioned before, and then the environment. So it's very complex, fluid, dynamic field. So we have a very stressful situation in armed conflict. So we have to be aware of this, and that's why the emblem must, and the digital emblem must adapt to this kind of field. So that's why we start to talk with John Hopkins University that we're gonna have later on in this panel, and with ETHZ and the University of Bonn as Center for Cyber Trust, and we start to talk with them, and they start to develop a potential way to digitalize the emblem. Then we consulted during last year 44 experts from 16 countries. And we submitted the ideas that have been developed so far, and they identify benefits and risks in digitalizing the emblem of the Red Cross. So among the benefits, logically, the digital emblem will extend the existing protection from the physical space to the digital world. So this is a very positive aspect. And the emblem will make easy for operators to avoid harming protected entities. So those are the main benefits resulting from the consultation, but also the risks. So we risk, based on the expert consultation, to increase visibility of sensitive and less protected entities like hospitals. Knowing that all the experts reflect on that, saying that nowadays it's already there are already several possibilities to identify less protected entities, scanning the internet, finding out which IPs, which domain names belongs to hospitals. So in their opinion, we are not aggravating the situation, we are not increasing, because there are already methods and means to identify those, but we have to keep in mind that putting an emblem on something, someone, an object could be putting a target on a person or an object if the parties do not respect the emblem. And then as a second big risk is the possible misuse. So we know in the physical world there are several cases of misuse of the emblem. We're going to see with the presentation from the two universities that we can reduce in the digital space the possible misuses through the technology that they are developing. So this is a positive development in this respect. So we published the first report in November last year. So if you are interested on the website of the ICC, you're going to find the report. So this is generally how the genesis of the project on digital emblem.
Thank you very much, Mauro. And you mentioned the role or the issues surrounding non-state actors. During the Q&A, perhaps we can discuss ICRC's recent principles on non-state actors. I know a question has already been posed on the Zoom platform. I encourage more questions as well, and of course encourage the audience to think about their questions when we come to the Q&A portion later on. Felix, turning to you, ETH Zurich, it'll be tremendous to hear your thoughts on the technical solution of the Center for Cyber Trust to implement the digital emblem, your thoughts on the feasibility and design considerations, and any insights that you might have on the role of technology in protecting medical and humanitarian organizations. Felix, over to you.
Thank you for a great introduction, Michael, and also thank you to the other speakers for setting the floor so well. So as Mauro said, we were contacted by the ICRC in 2020, and in response to their question of how a digital emblem could work, we developed a system that we call ADEM, which stands for an authentic digital emblem. And in the next minutes, I would like to give you an overview of the key design concepts that went into ADEM. So first, Mauro mentioned it, emblem must be verifiably authentic. We looked at this problem more generally and asked ourselves the question, when is the digital emblem trustworthy? And we identified 3 security requirements in response to that. So, as I said, an emblem must be verifiably authentic. That means parties who observe an emblem can check that it is legitimate and develop trust in the emblem itself. Second, a digital emblem must provide accountability. As Mauro said, there can be misuse, but we designed our digital emblem in such a way that whenever parties misuse it, they commit to irrefutable evidence that could be admitted to court, for example, to prove that they misbehaved and to hold them accountable for that misbehavior. And finally, attackers must stay undetected when inspecting the emblem. I put attackers in quote here because it's a bit of a funny attacker model. We are thinking about parties here who are willing to engage in offensive cyber operations, but not when their target has a digital emblem on it. These people must feel safe in using the digital emblem and trust that it doesn't harm their operations. For example, that it would reveal in other cases that they're about to attack entities. Coming to ADEM itself, we envision our design to be used by 3 types of parties. First, nation states who endorse protected parties, then protected parties who send out digital emblems to attackers. With ADEM, nation states can make sovereign decisions as to who they do or not endorse. Protected parties can distribute emblems autonomously, and this touches on what Mauro said earlier. This is a means for protected parties to decide individually whether or not they want to decide, whether or not they want to show the emblem, whether or not they feel safe to showing it. ADEM was also designed as a plugin to the protected party's infrastructure. You can just add a device into their networks and it will distribute emblems for you. And for attackers, these parties can verify an emblem as authentic while staying undetected. And critically, we designed ADEM so that it also fits the standard workflow of attackers. Looking more at the technical sides of ADEM, we identify parties via domain names for countries, for example, via their .gov address, and protected parties as well. For example, let's say pp.org. Governments cryptographically endorse a protected party, and a protected party, for example, would cryptographically endorse a hospital that has some IP address. In practice, these hospitals have multiple protected digital assets, for example, a website, tablets of the medical staff, or general purpose medical devices that cannot be touched, as Mauro explained. With ADEM, you can deploy an emblem server additionally within the hospital that would signal protection via TLS, UDP, and DNS to aforementioned attackers. This emblem server would distribute emblems that have multiple parts. First, the emblem itself in the center, that is a cryptographically signed statement of protection, and this emblem would be accompanied by multiple endorsements. Endorsements from all the nation states that endorse the protected party, and an endorsement from the protected party itself. An attacker could learn from this emblem that multiple conflicting states endorse the emblem and thus deem it as trustworthy. This reasoning might be simpler for military units who are bound by AHL. For these military units, it might suffice that they see that a nation state they trust, for example, their own nation state or an ally, endorse the emblem. In summary, our design ADEM provides 3 security requirements. It's verifiably authentic, it provides accountability, and it lets attackers stay undetected. Our design is to appear in a top-tier security conference, and our publication is accompanied by formal mathematical proofs of security. Currently, we have prototyping ongoing with the ICRC, and we hope to deploy ADEM within the ICRC's network, as I just showed for our hospital soon. If you want to learn more about the digital emblem, I encourage you to follow the QR code on the right-hand side or reach out to me via my contact details, and I look forward to the discussion later.
Felix, thank you very much. And it is important to note that Felix and Francesca are dialing in at approximately 4:30 a.m. their time. So real kudos to them and thank you for their generosity. Tony, I think, has a slightly better time zone, but still up a little bit late. So turning to you, please, Tony, if we can hear your thoughts on similar aspects as Felix's presentation, but from the perspective of Johns Hopkins APL. Thank you.
Yes, happy to do that and happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting us to this and also to participate in the larger effort. The Applied Physics Lab, or division of the university, we have a variety of technical efforts, many focused on protecting critical infrastructure. The project we're discussing here is actually part of a broader set of activities we have, recognizing that while we are a laboratory, major technology activities, if we expect to have significant impact, have to be tied into a legal and even a legal policy and even a social framework to be successful. And so that's what this is about. We've had a long-standing effort to look beyond the technology into the other policy, ethical, norms-based issues associated with critical infrastructure. And when we discussed with ICRC some of their objectives for the digital emblem, there's a significant overlap, particularly because within the context of international humanitarian law, we had a fairly specific way of thinking about what needed to be done in order to provide that emblem to the parties that needed to be able to implement it and observe it and respect it. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we envision for the technical solution, but I want to back up a little bit to kind of our thoughts on what is it that a digital emblem has to do. And this is recapitulating a little bit of what we've heard, but I think the important thing to think about here is twofold. Who is it that has to respect the emblem, and who is it that has to observe that set of behaviors? And it's important that we are looking at actors who would desire to comply with international humanitarian law. So there's a large class of cyber actors, a large class of cyber attacks. There are hacktivists, cyber criminals, script kiddies who are doing it for fun. And then there are nation states or organized militaries or organized combatants who employ cyber in conjunction typically with other means of power. And those are the types of cyber operators we're focused on. That's the nature of the emblem for international humanitarian laws. It applies to those types of actors. And one thing we observe is that if you look at how nation states have employed cyber means in conflict, they typically have fairly broad capabilities and will do things like major disruptions to the internet in order to support whatever it is that they would like to do, suppressing activity within their state or limiting the ability of combatants to operate within their domain. So what that means is, from a protection point of view, we can't just think about protecting the end systems, the data, the processing. We also have to be able to protect the communication. Many of the operations that we look to protect rely not just on the ability to process locally, but the ability to reach back and communicate either for logistics purposes, to receive advice, receive supplies. So the emblem needs to protect both the end system, its data and processing, and the communications. And it has to do that with a degree of assurance. It has to do that in a way that's visible to operators. And then, to some of Francesca's points, it also has to be visible to third parties in a way that doesn't disrupt the operations of the humanitarian mission. So we were looking for a solution that had those kind of attributes. It needs to be scalable, it needs to be visible globally, and it can't be a burden on the operations of the humanitarian organization beyond what they need to do in order to operate on the internet. And in order to do that, what we tried to do was look at how we would leverage the infrastructure that is in place in the internet, rather than looking at developing a new capability that would require new infrastructure. And what we were looking at was the way to leverage what is on the internet today in order to secure the internet. The internet technology has grown the capability to employ cryptographic methods to protect the fundamental data that you need to operate the internet, and that is the naming and the addressing that's used in order to enable communications. So with that infrastructure in place, we have an asset that we can use that doesn't require us to roll out new capability in support of the emblem. We leverage what's out there. That gives us the global reach and the scale that we think we need. And a lot of these technologies are well understood. What we have to understand is how to adapt it into this mission, into the mission of supporting a digital emblem. And the fundamental problem, in our opinion, isn't the technology to protect information on the internet or to indicate your presence on the internet, protecting IP addresses, protecting names as established technologies. What needs to be done is adapting it into the model for how international humanitarian law and the emblem are used. And there's a very strong analogy with what's done physically. And I think we've touched on some of this. The emblem is understood globally through the good work of the International Committee of the Red Cross and the national societies, but the emblem itself is regulated under the laws of each state. And so it's different in each state. And what has to be done then is to tie the assurance that the emblem is valid to that authority that the state has to determine how to regulate the use of the emblem, which is different in different states. In some places, there's a very close coupling to the national societies. In other places, there are state agencies that are responsible for regulating the emblem. But that's the new connection that has to be made from a technology point of view. And that is all about the ability to use the same cryptographic techniques that are used to protect the internet, but to protect the emblem. Now, that's the premise for what we're doing. Let me talk specifically about what we think would be a valid implementation of the emblem that has these properties of global visibility and scalability. What we've looked at doing is simply leveraging what's already in place for secure naming, secure DNS, and for routing, for securing the BGP system used for global routing. And what that means is that we have cryptographic protection for that information, for names and addresses. How do we now layer on top of that the cryptographic protection for the emblem? Well, to do that, we can leverage what's available already within DNS. And we have a prototype running where what we have done is taken part of our DNS namespace at JHU and as part of our demonstration said that that subset of the namespace is for humanitarian missions. Now, the name itself isn't the emblem because the name is not something that can easily be assured. But what we do, in addition to assuring the name, which shows that the name is legitimate, we insert within the DNS record a special text record that is signed by a different entity that is trusted to verify that the emblem is being used properly. And that's what then has to be tied back to the way international humanitarian law is regulated in the different states and in the different jurisdiction. So that's the first part of what we've suggested, that we use the DNS in order to propagate this information, make that available within the DNS record using standard technology, thereby inheriting the scalability and global reach. But it's not enough to have names. In order to see what's happening on the internet, you actually have to focus on addresses, and you get an address from the namespace. But if you just relied on that, you'd run into the problem of being able to do that at scale. If you are if you are Francesca's organization, you don't want to have to look for each individual name and collect each individual address. What you'd like to do is operate in a way where the addresses used for these protected missions are part of a distinguished part of the IP address space. And again, that's something that can be done. It is used all the time in order to segregate some of the traffic for the normal users of the internet. Commercial internet operators, nation states that operate the internet will distinguish how they handle traffic based on what they know about the meaning of that address, but they do that based on local considerations. What we're seeking to do is make that context by which you determine how to handle an address global, and global tied to international humanitarian law. So the suggestion then is to have designated blocks of addresses that are associated with the humanitarian missions and assigned through the normal process to provision internet services tied to the infrastructure in place for secure routing. What that means is an entity that would like to have a service supporting a humanitarian mission would number that out of the address space that is designated for humanitarian missions and register that within the RPKI, the Resource Public Key Index that exists for routing, and thereby gain the global scaling and visibility for the address so that if an entity like the Cyber Peace Institute would like to see if internet traffic disruptions are affecting humanitarian traffic flows, that is done based on aggregated blocks of addresses so that it's quickly visible to a third-party observer that a state action has in fact affected a humanitarian mission. So those are the core technical concepts. Adopt a naming technology and the means to do secure naming in order to provide a distinguished record that serves as the namespace address, and rely on blocks of addresses in order to have traffic flows that can be monitored that are associated with humanitarian missions. All of that secured by standard cryptographic techniques that then need to be tied to essentially a root of trust associated with the way that international humanitarian law is implemented. That last piece really is where we see, excuse me a second. That last piece is where we see a great opportunity to work with international organizations on how that would be done. If it's done country by country, we again have a scalability problem. Every country would have to be able to, every country, not just every country, everyone interested in participating would have to essentially touch every country. Better would be to work through existing organizations, national societies and the ICRC or the IFRC, or perhaps regional associations that countries might use in order to coordinate how they would implement the regulation of the entity that they do under their domestic laws. That piece, again, is at the intersection of the technical solution that I've sketched out here and the legal policy frameworks that are in place to allow cooperation among nations, and then a cooperation with third-party entities. So that's where we are. And as I mentioned, what we're doing now is prototyping focused not on showing you can do this. Like I say, most of this is very well-established technologies, but showing that if you do it on the operational internet, it will behave the way you expect. It will have the scaling properties, the global visibility. We will have the ability to bring up or take down an emblem. We have to understand what those time constants are given the way the internet works. And that's an experiment that we hope to do over the next few months with some technical partners. And in parallel to that, as I say, we should be doing some work with the appropriate bodies that would look at how the nations that are responsible for putting in place regulation of the use of the emblem would cooperate in order to make the assurance of the emblem something that also scales globally. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Tony, thank you very much. I think both yourself and Felix, your remarks have highlighted the technical feasibility of the emblem. And of course, that in itself demonstrates the innovative nature of the emblem itself, and also I think speaks to the credit of the ICRC for taking so much time to go through the due diligence to identify and design how this could be rolled out in practice. In the next 15-20 minutes, we have the privilege of engaging in what I hope to be a dynamic conversation among the speakers, and that will delve into the technical policy, cybersecurity, and humanitarian aspects surrounding the digital emblem. This is intended to be a conversation among the speakers so that they all have a chance to react to and build upon each other's thoughts. If I can please request for the AV team to have Antonio, Felix and Francesca on the screen at the same time so we can see them simultaneously. That'll be very helpful. Thank you. So let's start by discussing the, I suppose, a mix of technological and policy dimensions of the digital emblem. I think it's crucial to consider the involvement of international organizations such as ICANN and the ITU in this endeavor. I wonder if any speakers have any thoughts on how these organizations can play a role in the development and implementation of the emblem, and what collaborative efforts we can envision on this front. Felix, I think maybe you have some thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, this touches a bit on what Tony said last time. So we, in our design of ADAM, we feature a notion of authorities as well. And we are deliberately vague in what these authorities are supposed to be, because we don't know which authorities, like the world in the end, will agree upon which are the good ones to be endorsed by. So One of these authorities could be the ICRC that endorses protected parties to run humanitarian missions. It could also be organizations like ICANN. But what we thought is that organizations that, for example, control parts of the naming system of the internet are not particularly well suited to verify whether someone that reaches out to them and tells them, hey, I run a protected mission, can you please endorse me? Organizations that are more of technical nature would have a hard time verifying these requests as genuine, is what we feared. So we didn't want to put any legal burdens on technical organizations, so to speak, and rather focused on nation states or maybe supranational organizations like the Arab League or organizations that know what they're doing in the space anyways, like the ICRC.
Thank you, Felix. Do any other speakers have thoughts on this?
Probably just a word. I'm sorry, Tony. Go ahead.
Tony,
Then
please.
I agree with Felix that it's really the regional registries more than ICANN. They are responsible for operations, but their role is the validity of the information used to run the internet. They are not in general in a position to verify a humanitarian organization, but that's not true as a blanket statement. And the difference is, it is a state responsibility, as the ICRC has written, to regulate the use of the emblem. And in many states, there is a very close coupling between the internet operator and the state. And so in that world, under the ICANN and the regional registries, there is a state authority that controls names and numbers. And if that's the case, then there's a natural place for that to be the authority that controls the use of the emblem, not as the numbering authority, but as the state authority for the use of the internet. Now, that's not global. In the United States, that's not the way the internet operates. In the United States, the government has very little involvement in how names and numbers are allocated. But in other countries, Egypt, for example, China, the coupling is very close. So the answer, Michael, to your question is not simple. In some places, you'd expect a close coupling. In other places, it really needs to be distinct, but it does need to be tied into the way that the internet itself is operated, or you have to overlay another global scalable system, for example. So we envision using DNS, not to use DNS to verify that the emblem is correct, but to use DNS to propagate the emblem regardless of who has signed the digital record within the DNS record that says the emblem is valid. That can be an ISP, as I say, in certain countries. In the United States, it almost certainly would not be. It could be the American Red Cross, or it could be the US as part of the supranational organization. But the general technical solution does have to maintain that separation, recognizing that operationally, to make this scalable, it does have to couple to what's done by the registries and ICANN.
Thank you, Tony. Mauro?
Yeah, just to give a couple more thoughts on the legal and policy perspective. So the use of the emblem is not decided by the ICRC. So this is decided by states on the Geneva Convention. So and this is in the Annex 1s of the additional protocol. So that's where we have to operate from a legal perspective. So bind to the technological development. We are working on the legal process, and we are presenting the idea to states so that for the international conference in October 2024, where the states gonna come to Geneva to also to discuss about the emblem, states are aware about the project, and national societies too, and then we look for them to give us the mandate to continue to explore this project, because at the end of the day we have to amend the Geneva Convention, so we have to amend the additional protocol or to create a new protocol. So this is the basic legal process that we have to go through to be able to have a digital version of the emblem. So that said, in the offline physical space, then are the state's authority that decide who is able to use the emblem. So the Ministry of Health or other ministries entitled for this, they decide who internally in their nation or in their territory, because we are also talking about a non-state actor that occupy territory and control territory, so this could be also a non-state actor. They are entitled to give the permission to selected entities to display the emblem for protection. So the distinctive use is already in the Geneva Convention, so the ICRC and the national societies. But at the end of the day, the entity that decides who is able to display the emblem in the physical space is the state. So we try to replicate the same process that we have in the offline, also in the online. We're going to see the difficulties that we can have in this specific domain, but we would like to replicate exactly the same process for the authorization. Then the implementation is another topic. But yeah.
Thank you, Mauro. Very helpful. Let's turn to the cybersecurity implications, because of course we must recognize that with innovation comes great responsibility. And so let's examine the risks and benefits associated with this concept. I wonder if any speakers have any thoughts on potential vulnerabilities that we should be vigilant about. And of course, conversely, how the overall cybersecurity posture of critical medical and humanitarian organizations can be enhanced by the emblem, but also recognizing that in a world where cyber threats evolve, and sometimes in predictable ways, sometimes in unpredictable ways, what proactive and best practices can we put in place to safeguard these vital systems? Would anyone like to start? Koichiro, please.
So I don't have a clear answer for the question, but to protect talking about the protecting the, for example, infrastructure at the hospital or medical system. So this is more like a question to Felix or Antonio. You mentioned the EDEM or the implementation of digital emblems right now it can sign on DNS domain name or IP address or TLS, DNS. Could it be possible to sign like individual files or medical, the physical systems that are used in factory or hospitals?
Felix, you have your hand up?
Can I jump right in? Yeah, great. Yeah, so we need to distinguish two types of two parts of ADEM, just talking about my design now, or our design. So there is, for one, what you say that is protected, right? Like how you speak about the entities that are protected, in which direction you point. And what we use in ADEM are IP addresses and domain names for that, right? This is how we identify an entity that is protected. And then TLS and UDP and DNS are our mechanisms by which we give someone the emblem, right? And then this emblem includes the pointer. We give it via, for example, UDP, and then this emblem says, this is the protected IP address, this is the protected domain name. Now, a colleague of mine is currently working also on local emblems, where the idea is that malware that infested some device could check whether this device is protected or whether parts of this device are protected. In the work that I presented, we focused on the network level, and on the network level we thought it only makes sense to talk about things that you can also see from the network level, right? Like, we found it would be kind of like, what would a verifier do with the information? Oh, like looking at the notes, file f.txt on this computer is protected, allegedly. But I mean, I have no access to this computer, right? What am I supposed to do with this information? Yeah. So on the internet, we wanted people to only say something is protected that they can also recognize as that thing that is protected. But for local emblems, we are looking on future work, yeah. And this, for example, would target especially the devices of medical staff, because not every penetration happens through the network layer, right? It could be malware in a malicious email attachment that just gets sent out en masse, right? And then the malware happens to find itself wake up within a hospital network. And we also want to cater those designs, or those problems rather, not designs.
Oh, thank you. That's clear. So, like,
could I make one comment on some of the risks? We worried a bit about unintended consequences, and what we have to be careful of is not to create an emblem in a way that itself potentially causes a disruption to the humanitarian mission. And really, the important thing here is to think about how a third party, not the cyber actor, how a third party would observe that the emblem was being respected. What we wanted to avoid was depending on the humanitarian organization itself to field a query from an arbitrary third party in order to avoid the potential for an unintended denial of service attack. So the scenario to think about is you would like to be able to observe a cyber attack in progress. If the only way to do that is to query the attacked entity, what you are doing is focusing traffic on the attacked entity. That's how unintended denial of service happens. So there's no way to check for malware on a machine without checking the machine. But given what we have seen, that nation-state attacks typically are focused more on the infrastructure than on the individual user, we want to make sure that the observation of attacks on the infrastructure don't depend on observing the endpoint. I'm talking about a set of mechanisms that have actually manifested many times on the internet with the loss of certain critical capabilities because of a focused overload on the endpoint. You can imagine that kind of thing happening if all the news organizations in the world or all of the third parties that care to monitor compliance with international humanitarian law address a endpoint that is intended to be protected. So that's a little aspect of this that is still of concern to me. Our solution tries to mitigate that by relying on internet infrastructure to query for third parties, but there's nothing that prevents those third parties from actually, now that they know where the attack is manifesting, from actually focusing their attention on it, unintentionally disabling the humanitarian operation.
Thank you, Tony. Koichiro?
Just a very quick comment, but so I do agree with I strongly believe that the local emblem is something we really need to implement this concept, because the more a system is critical is, those systems tend to be completely offline or not connected, or doesn't use the global IP address spaces, do not associate with any domain name and others. So that's something I need to see your future proposal.
Thank you, Koichiro. Francesca, if I may put you on the spot at 5 a.m. your time, I know strategic foresight is a speciality of yours. I wonder if you have any thoughts on where risks to the medical and humanitarian sector might go in the future, and how we can proactively mitigate those risks.
Well, actually, can I share a reflection that was, I think, a sort of like connection point across different aspects that were mentioned, starting from what Mauro was mentioning in terms of like one of the key requirements of the emblem is that it needs to be understandable by the different parties, let's say. And let me share specifically also to address your point, Michael, in terms of like which are the evolutions in cyberspace that we are seeing. And I'm sharing an evolution that we are all aware about, for example, the kind of like civilianization often of conflict, for example, that we've seen. and why the emblem is so relevant. So more than an evolution in terms of like a technology, I would like to share an evolution which is a combination of, let's say, technological disruption, like, for example, the availability of certain tools. And I'm thinking, for example, about the accessibility of harmful and sophisticated malware, for example, the diffusion of ready-to-use cyber tools that are accessible online, leaked or sold, and so they lowers the barriers of entry for malicious actors. One of the key elements that Mauro mentioned before is that the emblem needs to be understandable also by the attackers. And here we've been talking more about, let's say, the technological vulnerability, but let's also think about the human vulnerabilities, let's say, in terms of lowering the barrier to entry means also that, again, as we've seen, let's say there is a blurring line between the state and non-state actors. The complexity clearly of the attribution of cyber attacks, and the increased complexity of having civilians, for example, engaging in cyber operations. This to say that one of the problems is also understanding the real impact that certain action might have. What we have observed is, for example, that there is a combination between, for example, state-sponsored actors and activist collectives that usually conduct more basic attacks and focus on disruptive effects, but you can never completely, let's say, foresee the spillover effect, or without fully understanding the consequences that their actions might have, often because they don't understand the full impact, basically, that they might have with their actions. So I think this is an interesting evolution, let's say, in cyberspace, where, again, to tomorrow's point in terms of like the value of the digital emblem is indeed something to consider. And let me also allow another comment, which was also I was seeing some of the comments in the chat about the education. I think that the education needs to go in different directions. Again, going back to why it's important, let's say, to protect healthcare organizations, institutions, and facilities, but also at the same time humanitarian organizations. Before understanding, let's say, why it's important to protect, is often the easier argument is to offer concrete examples of what it means if we're not protecting them. And we've seen this. We have not necessarily learned from that, but this needs to go across, let's say, the different stakeholders involved. I started with the malicious actors, but then let me go back also to what the, let's say, which are, let's say, the ones that needs to decide on the emblem, as Mauro was mentioning, are states at the end of the day. Also, in terms of like states, we need to educate in terms of which are the real consequences and the real impact of attacks. And to this end, one of the work that we're currently doing is also analyzing, basically starting exactly with the work that I was mentioning on the healthcare, to understand the real human impact, but also to foresee potential consequences on the long term. We started doing this work by which we are working on a standardized methodology to measure the societal harm from cyber attack and monitor also the responsible behavior in cyberspace. And to the points that have been made, this needs to be applicable in peacetime, in armed conflict time, and be able to assess which are the costs that we are paying as society if we are not protecting vital infrastructure like healthcare and humanitarian organizations.
Francesca, thank you very much. We now have approximately 22 minutes for audience Q&A, for anyone in the room who has a question, if you could please approach the microphone at the stand. I don't say that to make things awkward, but just it is important for accessibility and so that questions are captioned on the screen as well. But just to help kick things off, there is a question in the Q&A chat on Zoom which I'll pose. It's actually a very helpful big picture question, then we can zoom back in. And the question comes from Aliyu Shabashi. And they ask, can we stop cyber attacks in all sectors by investing a huge amount of funds for developing highly sophisticated software tools / systems, or are there other means to at least minimize cyber attacks that harm countries? It's a big picture question, not just specific to the digital emblem. It helps us expand the conversation on cybersecurity more broadly. If any other speakers have thoughts on this, I'll just quickly mention sort of the Microsoft perspective. At Microsoft, we talk about 5 specific actions which are recommended that are taken. One, this is true for individuals and systems administrators, it's to apply multi-factor authentication. I know that can sometimes seem very annoying, but it does make an enormous difference, as studies have shown. Secondly, apply zero trust principles. That's specific to systems administrators. Extend detection and anti-malware software and solutions. Keep up to date, in other words, patch systems and use the latest available versions of software, and protect data, ideally through encryption. And studies have shown that 99% of cyber attacks can be stopped by those basic cyber hygiene activities. We'll also encourage tech and telco companies to join the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, which is a coalition of approximately 150 members who have committed to best practices and principles of responsible behavior in cyberspace, as well as the Paris Call for Trust and Security in cyberspace, which actually applies to all sectors, and it's the largest multi-stakeholder initiative to advance cyber resilience, and would encourage anyone to engage with Francesca's organization, the Cyber Peace Institute. But does anyone else have any thoughts on this? Francesca, I see your hand is up.
I was waiting for this moment because actually, when we worked on the cyber incident tracer health, in full transparency, we started receiving many requests like, can you do it also for the banking sector, for example? Can you do it also for other vital infrastructure? On purpose, we decided to focus on all civilian infrastructure. And so we started looking into that. So I get the point. I'm talking here more about like understanding the full landscape. I'm not going to go into the weeds, let's say, of the definitions and let's say the landscape of different laws and regulations that apply that are making also difficult, let's say, to do some proper collection work. But let's stick to our own experience and to answer to the question. Would the funding be enough? From a technical standpoint, and I spent all my life in cybersecurity, I would say no, stopping, let's say, cyber attacks worldwide, not possible. But on the mitigation side, indeed, there's work that can be done. You mentioned, you started basically already answering, Michael, in mentioning, I mean, basic cyber hygiene, and to me this should be kind of like the minimum requirements, let's say, of all society education, but sticking more in terms of like what the different stakeholders can do. I think there's one basic point, which is full cooperation in terms of like information sharing. One of the challenges that we encounter, for example, in the cyber incident tracer health was to collect the data, analyze the data, and also share the data among the different partners. So information sharing is still a challenge. There is one part which is also related to then how to transform the knowledge into, let's say, palatable and understandable knowledge that can help the international community to advance the mitigation efforts, notably when it comes to, for example, accountability, but also I'm thinking in terms of like the active role that civil society organizations and non-state actors, Michael, you mentioned the Tech Accord, for example, or civil society organization like us and like many other attending, for example, the IGF and for sure in the room, can play a role because they are the ones that are often either impacted or they are the last mile, let's say, very close to the people that are impacted by cyber attacks. So to understand, again, the consequences and for potentially advancing knowledge for the mitigation efforts, we need to have this constant dialogue. And then the third part that we have not discussed so much about, but in the end, it's also, I mean, the framing of the conversation, which is protecting the protectors, meaning sharing also defense resources, because there is one part which is the information sharing when it comes to the attacks, but then there is also, okay, so what we can do about it, and therefore how we can mitigate, enhancing a cyber capacity building. There are different efforts in that regard. I would like to mention there's going to be a high-level meeting in Ghana at the end of November, the Global Cyber Capacity Building Conference. I'm mentioning this because this goes also into the mitigation effort side, and there will be also one focus specifically on protection of critical infrastructure. Both in, let's say, I would say developed and in developing countries, but then also, again, sharing the knowledge, the good practices, and also sharing active, let's say, defense initiatives. To this end, and considering the humanitarian context, we launched the Humanitarian Cybersecurity Center, which is a sort of like umbrella platform by which we are collaborating with different entities exactly to go, I mean, hopefully to stop cyber attacks, but especially to mitigate the impact of cyber attacks, specifically on humanitarian organizations, because they are the ones, again, that they are protecting society as a whole.
Thank you, Francesca. Tony, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first, Michael, very much endorse your points about the importance of some basic cyber hygiene. Many of the kinds of attacks you see that are very damaging, we have the technology to mitigate it, it's just not done. Having said that, I think we can't count on a technology solution to these problems because some of the adversaries are so sophisticated, some of the targets are so valuable that there has to be more than a technical solution. And that's one of the things, you know, that got us started down this path. We think there's a lot of value to exposing malicious behavior and looking for collective action, which is one of the reasons why we've tied a lot of the mechanisms we've used specifically for the IHL application to general mechanisms available on the internet, because IHL is very important but very limited to the humanitarian operations in conflict. So you want to have a solution that works in that environment, but you'd like to be able to extend it under different authorities into other environments. And authorities could be legal authorities or could just be ethical or norm-based behavior that says we will be able to observe that there seems to be hostile activity against a hospital, not in conflict, a hospital, or a public utility. And to do that, you have to provide some more transparency so those who are interested in watching know what they're seeing. And again, to do that globally and scalable, you have to tie it to the scalable infrastructure that's in place. You can't hope to do that sector by sector and still scale. And you know, that's one of our motivations, to try to tie what we're doing to the infrastructure that's in place that can then be repurposed for these purposes. IHL, very good special case, but would not address, for example, ransomware at a hospital in peacetime. That's not an IHL problem, but it's very much an important problem that could be solved by looking for those same kinds of bad behaviors.
Tony, thank you very much. Again, in terms of questions in the room, please do approach the microphone, which is on that side to my right if you're looking at the screen. Yasmin, I believe you have a question, please.
Hi, it's a bit awkward to be standing in front of a microphone, but thank you very much for this
very interesting and fascinating panel. I'm Yasmin. I'm a researcher at the UN Institute for Disarmament Research. So I do have a few questions, so I hope you bear in mind, bear with me. First, on the question of offensive cyber capabilities that are being enhanced by AI. I know that there's a lot of hype around it, but fact is that there will be cyber capabilities that are increasing in speed even without automation and AI. And I was wondering how the digital emblem solutions would deal with issues surrounding, the need for the emblem to be verifiable and, in an authentic way, but at the same time, how do you deal with the increase of speed of the cyber capabilities that might not even take the time to verify the authenticity of these emblems, or even they don't even care about the emblems in a way. And second is my question of surrounding the appetite of states and sort of sub-state level organizations and agencies for these solutions. So obviously I've heard a lot about your efforts at socializing the idea, which I think is great, but at the same time, how much appetite do you see concretely at the moment, and what sort of incentivization have worked so far? Because I saw, I think it was just yesterday or a couple of days ago, I saw an article about, for example, the hacktivists in Russia and Ukraine who actually pledged to sort of lower, like descale the level of cyber operations that they're conducting. But at the same time, how would you incentivize, for example, hacktivists that are less organized than these groups to respect solutions such as the digital emblem? And yeah, I think that's about it, right? Because I'm aware of the limitations.
Yasmin, thank you very much. I know we have more questions, and so it would be good if we can have the questions bunched together and then allow the panelists to respond in whatever makes most sense for them. So another question, please.
Sure. So, hello, my name is Gwen Glasser. I'm actually with the Cyber Peace Institute. Hi, Francesca. But we don't work directly together, so I'm not a plant. My question actually follows on quite well from this last one about incentives. I'm wondering, given problems around attribution that Francesca mentioned, would you foresee kind of fewer state actors being motivated to respect the emblem, given that there's maybe an easier or a higher probability that they could, the emblem could be violated without the attack being attributed to a state? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have a third question.
Hello. Thank you very much, everyone. This has been really interesting. I didn't actually know about this proposal. I'm Jess Woodall, and I work in policy and national security for Telstra, which is Australia's incumbent ISP and telco provider. So it's been really fascinating. And I have a background in international relations, so this really hit me. A couple of kind of observations and then a question. I think just to kind of add to what kind of Sparky was saying, I think there's a real kind of need for this. Like, we have excellent kind of visibility on the targeting in the Asia Pacific region, given our kind of network, and this is a real threat. This is stuff that is happening now. There's hospitals being hit by nation states that we can see kind of almost every day. So there's, from the outset, say there's a case for this, and it's really interesting. I think to kind of answer the question before my question, the first question, what I think you might see is like the malicious kind of criminal community is very self-regulating. So they will go after people who target people that they perceive as soft targets. Like, they don't like that amongst their own community. So whilst this is kind of primarily targeted at nation states, you might even see that trickle down impact within the criminal community itself. So yeah, I think that there might be broader kind of impacts than what you've even outlined here. On the kind of issue of validating kind of who is adhering to the emblem, because I'm a real kind of, how do we implement this? This is great, but what will it look like in reality? Like, how do we roll it out? How do we do it? You could even look to ISPs, because we have really good knowledge of who the key nation states are that are operating in our jurisdictions, what their C2s are, what their infrastructure is. So if you were to implement something like this, you could reach out to kind of those organizations and be like, okay, is this actually being adhered to? Are people following these kind of rules? And we could give you kind of some insight, is that happening or is that not happening? So yeah, my question is like, do you think that there's kind of a role for you know, ISPs and that kind of situation to help validate that people are adhering to, you know, an emblem type scenario. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Tremendously helpful. So just to briefly summarize there, we've had a question on how to deal with the implications of AI-empowered attacks, but also AI-empowered defense, the appetite for states here, and similarly how we can ensure that states respect the emblem. How do we think about knock-on consequences of the emblem and the role for ISPs? We have approximately 6 minutes left, so if I could encourage our speakers to exercise some brevity, that would be great. Who would like to go first? Felix, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I hope I can be brief. I'll do my best. So I actually would like to comment on all of the questions or parts of them. So in the context of the question regarding AI, it was asked like, how do we then even deal with attackers who might not even verify the emblem as authentic? And here I think it's important to recontextualize the emblem. So the emblem is a mechanism that aims to reduce cyber attacks, but only by design from those people who verify it and pay respect to it. So I think it's important in all discussion to focus just on these actors, because otherwise there is no point and there's nothing we can do. Regarding the last question, I appreciate that the second question was already answered by the person asking the question themselves. A role that we were exploring for our design in general, not regarding ISPs, was because our design is so active, it functions like a heartbeat protocol, right? Emblems are just sent out regularly or not. We were wondering if monitors that regularly but not too often check whether these emblems are actually sent out, to be able to attest, for example, to other people. No, I mean, you say you didn't see the emblem, but look, we saw how it was sent out, it was not dropped. And I've never thought of ISPs taking this role, but it could be one of the possible roles. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. 4 minutes remaining. Who would like to go next? Mauro?
Yeah, probably on the non-state actor and the incentive for the state actor to respect the emblem. So from the state's perspective, so there is a legislation that they signed, or are the conventions, so they should comply with the Geneva Conventions if they're gonna sign this amendment or the new protocol. So they are bound by law. Knowing that in cyberspace you can be a little bit more anonymous than the physical one when you do operation, it's one thing. We have to test the emblem when it's going to be out there, but we tend to think that countries that are respecting the physical emblem will also be in respect of the digital one. Another story is about the non-state actors. So we published a couple of days ago on the European Journal of International Law an article about 8 rules that non-state actors should respect. Those are not new rules, so some newspaper thought that we are doing a new Geneva Convention or new commandments in this respect. Those are just rules based on IHL, so rooted on IHL, and we call non-state actors to respect IHL. We formulate in a little bit new way because of the recent conflicts, but those rules are rooted in IHL. So what is the goal is to talk to, through the publication of this rule, to talk to those non-state actors and to ask them to respect IHL and not to attack civilian objects and not to attack civilian people, and so on and so on. So you can find this on our blog and on the European Journal. So through this work we are doing, we are teaching those people what is IHL, what is the respect of IHL, and then an infringement of IHL could be considered as a war crime. So this is what we try to do. We do in the physical space with the armed forces, and now we try to do also on a digital space, knowing that the people in the digital space are physically somewhere. So that's the goal.
Thank you, Mauro. 2 minutes remaining. Would anyone like to be the final speaker for this session? If not, then sure, I'll help to wrap up. You don't need me to reiterate the significance or importance of protecting medical facilities and humanitarian organizations. We know that. I think this session has helped demonstrate how we further help those sectors to be protected. But of course, as we've also discussed, technical solutions are not enough. We need a broad range of multidimensional solutions involving many, many actors. And so I hope that those of you here who have joined us in the room or online have found that this has been relevant to your work and that you can also contribute in ways that are necessary. Of course, Maro will be here, and of course feel free to email or connect to any one of us if it is necessary to do so. I think we clearly need to have more collaboration, but also there's a space for more research and more advocacy on these matters as well. This session alone doesn't achieve all those goals. But with that, I'd like to thank our great speakers for what I hope has been an interesting session, and thank our attendees as well for their tremendous engagement and questions. Thank you all very much. And also, even if you don't think it's harmful, it shouldn't be tolerated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is now we are considering low-level crime is
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That is, and
what's robbery in the street, it's okay because it's a low-level.
But we don't say that. And these crimes, they do have economic impacts. They are great economic drains. And just as we've seen the attention on improving the way in which we combat corruption to prevent economic drains, improving women's participation in the workforce, to combat economic drains, we also need to combat cybercrime, because otherwise it is a huge, growing economic drain, and then we all lose out, not just the direct victims.
It's scary, this attitude.
It is, yeah. It's virtual, it doesn't matter, it's amorphous.
Yeah, it's just egos, they're low level.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Michael. It was very well done.
Thank you. I hope it was useful for you.
Just to write the report.
The national strategy for AI in the news.
The next 2 hours.
Thanks very much. That was great. You also have a great moderator voice as well. Yeah.
I hope Francesca paid you $5 for your question.
She should have, yeah. And also refunded me for the flight.
How long have you been in Seattle?
Not that long, like I think a month and a half now.
Oh.
So I just started in the young professional
I'm still in the
program.
early stages. But
Yeah. Are you familiar with the organization?
I mean, yeah, so I don't know if you've come across many of the Microsoft people who work with
I know
CPI.
we do work with.
Yeah, I mean, you will definitely have the chance to connect with my colleague Moni in DC, Monica Booths, and then there's another colleague here, John, and he's based in Seattle, and then a colleague, Kaya, she leads the team, she's based in Slovenia, which I know seems random, and then I have another colleague in Vienna called Nino, so that's the digital diplomacy team. Beyond that, there are many people who work on foreign policy and other aspects around cybersecurity. So inevitably, in your time at CPI, you'll find that.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to it. I would have loved to. Thanks very much. I would love to hear more about Microsoft. Honestly, I think it's so cool that that's one of the things that I'm just really excited about with cyber pieces is how much I work with the industry.
She's
so great. I mean, I've only met her, in events, like socially, I guess. So, I mean, she's wonderful. She's so funny, and it's such a great culture. Everyone's so friendly.
Are you based in Geneva?
I'm actually based in Italy right now, in Florence, where cyber peace is also totally just spread over everywhere. Like everyone's on different time zones. But yeah, so I'm working remotely. So
will you stay there or?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it's a pretty short-term contract.
Okay.
See what happens after that. My contract ends in December.
Oh, that's quite short.
Yeah.
What do you want to do after that?
Thanks for looking out for me. I also did engineering certification, AI Core. It's like a London-based career accelerator. And that was, it's also kind of why I'm interested in industry. Like, I think the reason I did that was because it felt like there wasn't a very good balance at the table of
When is your next session?
people in industry and people in policy, and also each respective kind of side of that bisection didn't have a very strong, I think it's getting better, but there's not a whole lot of overlap. So one of the two things I want to do, one, I'd like to say is that devotes to culture. I mean, not only it's just a really easy and fun place to work. Then also, I'm looking at engineering, like getting an engineering job working for a couple years in industry.
I mean, there are
Set you up well for that, because obviously there's good networking opportunities.
Yeah.
Especially for the answer, yeah.
And I'm also trying to see what the analysis with
some more human conflict.
But Charlotte, do you know Charlotte? Yeah, she does. She's protective of my time. So it's very good. No, I mean, not in a bad way.
So Charlotte and I are working on a small project related to the G7. So we could just care about it.
Yeah.
And then I'm not quite sure where that is.
Yes.
Yeah,
the fact is, the enforcement space, there is not an entity, the ICC that is proposed. They decide to sign the Geneva Convention.
I'm hoping to use many talks, but I'm also
there's some nation in sign.
So what is your, if you ever walk somewhere,
recognizing
so what's your, I mean, I'm not planning on like keeping you forever. What's your, like, what does your job look like outside of collaboration with the cyber piece?
So, big picture of the digital show.
Yeah, and the short versions.
So,
are you there?
Team represents Microsoft. The US has processes.
You have other
represent
okay.
At the regional level, we cover Asia Pacific.
So I know that there are people with technical expertise, and not just legal in the room, just also to have some.
So I don't get into too much detail. I work on regional specific.
Oh, very good. Very good.
In the region, ASEAN, Singapore Center for Cybersecurity Excellence, the ASCC.
Thank you very much.
Also do some work on the quadrilateral security dialogue between Australia, India, Japan. Done some work there. Starting to work on strategic.
I could see you and Charlotte working together, right? And it's cool listing off all these different, fora and projects.
Charlotte and I are working together on the G7, so we can try to see what more we can do with the G7 in this space. It's been slogans on the actually started this year, but
I'm going to tell you.
Don't you know precisely what it's all?
I'm organizing what they set at the time. I think it's the beginning of the afternoon. From 1 to 4.
I'm based in Singapore. And so G7 has
Yes.
they call the G7 high-tech crime.
And I can see you the name of
high-tech crime.
That's pretty cute.
Yeah, it should be changed.
Yeah.
This will happen next week. So other than that, it's just going to be a kind of big picture conversation.
Oh, okay.
I get that specific. We'll see what more we can do with the G7 there. And then the team is looking at what more we can do around the UN Security Council as well, recognizing that the Security Council has important topics when it goes forward. We anticipate the long-term trend of world engagement. And so the future we are all is to provide leaders of our technical insights as well as see commercial stakeholders and operations.
Switzerland is coming into the Security Council. I actually did a brief for the Swiss representative of GCSB just before my work with the cyber piece on misinformation, and then also, I think we're looking at doing something more with the Swiss, but I'm not sure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for getting me up to the front. Thank you for getting me up to the front earlier when I first came in.
We met briefly yesterday. Can I give you my business?
Yeah, sure.
I work a little bit with Japan.
And I would like to
Oh,
also
no way.
say that
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I would love to hear more about these topics in Japan, because I have two mostly on the harms methodology that Francesca mentioned.
I know her really well.
But I also did an exchange year,
They
totally
have that
unrelated.
mutual,
I
like,
did an exchange year in Tokyo a couple of years ago.
Oh,
and
well,
I was going to
No, I heard he's one of my favorite people. He like got me into cyber. I used to work on
日本語を勉強しなかったでも そうですね
all of this is wrong except for my email and my phone number.
Exactly, exactly. みんなは英語で喋れる。はい、ありがとうございます。But I loved the time I loved I was just 1 year and I had to leave early because of Corona. Yeah.
Including in culture, which makes
but
you can
yeah,
actually
one of the
do
reasons I'm
evidence-based
excited to be
policy.
here, one, to see my friends,
You're
but
like,
two,
please change this law. Like, this is
yeah,
what
well, I'm here now. The cyber piece, the work is remote, so I'm here for a month. I'm staying with friends
Yeah,
and
it's
getting to
okay.
see a lot. And then
A bit like
Charlotte,
I've been
my
here
boss
for a while,
Charlotte, was maybe going to come
should
when
I-
I was booking the tickets. So I was like, okay, great, I'll register. I can go and support.
Like
But
that
yeah,
kind of
I'd
like
love to
tension between
learn
like
more about
full-time
this industry in Tokyo
great,
because I would love
do that anymore with any other insurance company. Yeah, my partner on the team.
Right now I'm based in Italy with flights.
Chinese bank.
It's funny how that's anyway. I won't take those rules didn't do it.
Oh, no, I
Yeah.
think it's very anachronistic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then never mind. So your background was originally in cybersecurity.
It's like we don't pay you as much as the banks, but we're like, can we
2015. So there was a very interesting question how we can stop or reduce the cyber threat.
This is really not just what it is. All the users, how long is
yeah, yeah. How about you guys? Do you have to go in?
in theory, no.
Yeah.
But actually, there are some things what I'm saying, like 3 days a week,
Yeah.
5 days a week, and then you can't really have those different motions
Yeah.
at the same
It
time.
doesn't work. Yeah.
That inconsistency not quite.
Yeah, we're pretty like nice.
Stop.
Like,
Even
once
you know,
definitely
even
based on
in
like
our
talking to the different teams like that.
from
Very chill.
we can only understand what was
Like it's in these options.
was the way to learn.
We're like, oh.
That means
Yeah, but, like, it's beautiful. Like it's good because it's like an hour on the train. You get the best of both. You meet the city.
This is the thing, many people make those sorts of decisions
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I feel like companies are managed
Exactly.
speaking, it's not possible.
Pull the rug out from under you after you've made all of these moves based on
But
policy
it's
change.
it's quite rare to have an engineer in politics, no?
My boss is I've been acting as
問題ですね。
Jen's as well. She's now working with affairs.
So,
I mean, she's just finished that. She's coming back. I told her it was a terrible idea.
hybrid or mixture of
She's coming back.
It's a really great time. I mean, Microsoft, my engineers wasn't policy, was cyber, but we've got like a technical in-house, like that's house. My background is like
This was awesome.
my
Like,
course is
yeah,
like
Sparky was like, come to this thing.
and then
Oh,
from there,
yeah, it was.
we cannot be friends.
Really intense, but the moderator
but
was
some
like,
of the
that was
like,
like,
I know I did a data science bootcamp.
depending on the people.
It was a big thing.
Data science.
It was a bit of a shock. Like how?
I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail or bash them, but
Trying to build like universal solutions that can be adopted by multiple teams. Like, how bad is that? It's a product that can be adopted by many, many teams. Because what trust and safety needs, it's very niche.
是所有发言嘉宾都在这儿。
明白。
Yeah, because there was an email from Chris and she said, like, they did reach us.
然后我们上一个那个 session，
But that was
all
so
speakers
like,
see on this side.
I've never seen her.
And Mr. Will sit in the middle.
Yeah.
And you and the other speakers on this. I will sit
What
over
time is
there
it?
with
Maybe
you.
we'll have Ray take a last look at this memo and finish it and then I'll send it to you.
No, just for
I just know like his questions are like mainly twofold. The variable head count, and we could approve that it's gonna be variable. But he said before that's kind of like fudging the accounting, which is he does, but he's like in reality there. Okay. And but then the second thing is like, why do we need this?
But if you
So that's the main thing, which I think I need to put in more language right now.
Okay, no problem.
I don't know if he'll find this too simple. We'll see.
Until this time.
Okay, I see.
Okay. If you move chair for the live stream, where should I
Okay, I
sit?
need to do it quickly.
It will be hybrid, right? It will be live stream, right? Hybrid. So where did I will
And I'll have you guys on the email so you can just respond.
so I can arrange it. I can
The camera is
send.
always the camera can move.
Okay. So where? Yeah. Where?
So wherever you have seat, camera focus.
Okay.
Can focus.
So there will be people online and there will be.
Yes.
Should
Yes.
I will be the one.
Yeah, so maybe we'll set a time like tomorrow.
And so also the online one. Yeah. And who can do the online? So they already.
Oh, how was last night?
It was not about fraud at all. So the first memo was
Yes, the person registered is already Zoom. No. So could you please have we can share and I we have also shared the link. Is she registered?
就依然坐在这儿，然后你说人不找坐中间，然后5个线下的嘉宾坐在，然后我给你设定。
And if we want to share Zoom with
gute Überlegungen. Good afternoon. Can I do the tech test to share the slide?
Okay. Go ahead. Play slideshow. 聞こえますか？スライドショーを流してください。
あ、ミュートになってしまっているんですけれど。
ミュート解除できますか？
すいません。さっきシェアしたんですけど、見えました？
あ、画面共有は見えたんですけど、スライドショーにできますか？スライドショーのボタンクリックできますか？
ええ。
上の方にスライドショーっていうボタンが、アニメーションとかスライドショー上の方にレコードの隣ですね。
レコードの隣、
本当に上の方、赤いバーの真下にスライドショーってあるんですけど。
すいません。なんかちょっと違う
違う画面が出てる。
すいません。フルスクリーンになってないわけですか？
もう一度すいません。フルスクリーンになってないので。
なりました？
多分共有したものが違うかな。
共有したものが違う。
スライド
フルスクリーンになってます？
スライドショーでフルスクリーンにしているものはご自身のパソコンでも開いてますか？じゃあ、画面共有1回閉じていただいて、もう一度緑のボタンから画面共有を押したときに選ぶコンテンツをフルスクリーンになっているものを選んでいただいていいですか？
もともとフルスクリーンになっているものですね。
はい、そうです。
わかりました。すみません、これフルスクリーンになってます？
いや、これだとまだバーとかいろいろ素材が出ちゃってるんですけど。
わかりました。フルスクリーンになってないですか？
これで。
なっていない。すいません。もしよければ、そちらでこのプレゼンテーションシェアしていただけますか？
これ1時半からのセッションですよね、先生。
そうです。
わかりました。データ、
送ります。
わかりました。じゃあ、チャットで、今の Zoom のチャットでパワーポイントこちらにデータ送れますか？
ちょっと待ってくださいね。見てみます。
一度共有解いていただいて大丈夫です。
はい。ちょっと待ってください。 すいません。
はい。
わかります。
チャットに送れますかね。
送れないですね。送れます、送れます。
送れますか。チャットに添付し。
リンク。すいません。文章を共有する。わかりました。これでなんとか送れるかもしれないです。マイクロソフトワンドライブですね。すいません。お手数かけます。じゃあ今送ります。
送れますか。チャットで来ました。はい。
すいません。オーガナイザーの方にはもう送ってるんですけど、この資料。
もういただいオーガナイザーの方にはお送りしてます。
ドキュメントをシェアするボタンが結構複雑なんですけど、
そうですね。
マイクロソフト。そうなんです。
ドラッ
コンピューターから送れない。
ドラッグ&ドロップでチャットに送れなければ、ちょっともうオーガナイザーの方に送っていただいているのであれば、それをちょっとこっちで共有できるか。
はい、お願いします。
すみません。どなたでしょうか。お名前わかります？
アンケさんに。
アンケさん。
はい。
ちょっとアンケさんが今シェアしてくださるので、ちょっと確認いただいてもいいですか。
ありがとうございます。
Okay. I got it. Okay. Can you share again? What you don't want to do?
Thank you, Anke.
すいません。先ほどのスライドフルスク。Not sure yet. かりました。先生、声聞こえますか？
聞こえます。
ちょっと先ほどの共有をもう一度押していただいて、今何か別のモニターとかに HDMI でつながれてますかね？拡張機能。
つながってます。
あ、なるほど。そうですね。そうすると第2画面の方を画面共有しないといけないんですが、ちょっと難しいようであれば、一度 HDMI を抜く、パソコンからつながっている HDMI 一回抜くと、
なるほど。
はい、フルスクリーンのものが、出せます。
ただすみません、そちらでコントロールしていただくのは難しいですか？
こっちがねできないんです。データ。
そうですか。じゃあちょっとトライしてみます。はい。今抜きました。じゃあもう一度。
これでスライドショーをクリックできますか？
はい。すみません。フル画面になってます？
なりました。これで大丈夫そうです。なので発表の時はちょっと HDMI 抜いて拡張を解除していただいて、これでお願いします。
はい。じゃあこれでよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the IGF 2023 Open Forum 37, Planetary Limits of AI Governance for Just Digitalization. I think all of the speakers are here. Thank you, everyone, for joining on-site and also online. We are broadcasting this event also hybrid. So I think we should gather a lot of insights and also a good balance of questions online and on-site. Thank you for coming here. My name is Carlina Octaviani. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I'm Artificial Intelligence Advisor for Fair Forward Indonesia and also Digital Transformation Center Indonesia. global initiatives dedicated to open and sustainable development and application for artificial intelligence in Africa and Asian countries on behalf of German Federal Ministry for Economic Corporations and Development, BMZ, implemented by GIZ. I will be your moderator for today. The session will run with discussion led by the moderator, and also some speaker will send also a presentation. And later we have a question and answer session, so please be prepared with your questions. And if you have an opinion or response, we also welcome that, and we shall begin the session. The digital transformation increasingly contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. To ensure sustainable artificial intelligence, or AI, there's a need to limit the ecological and social risk. How can we ensure that sustainable aspects are considered on the development and deployment of digital technology, such as AI, and how we can form the basis of digital transformation? In this open forum, we will discuss options for action for the sustainable development for ICT and of the ICT sectors and technologies, especially for AI. I will introduce the panelists for this session. For impulse statement, we have Martin Wimmer here, Director, General Development Policy Issues, German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. We have on that side, Noam Kanter, Senior Public Policy and Government Relation Analyst of Mozilla Corporation. We have Robert Opp, Chief Digital Officer of UNDP. And joining online, we have Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director, International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Also joining online, we have Chem Siriwat, Director of Center for Inclusive Digital Economy at the Asian Vision Institute and advisor to the Council for the Development of Cambodia. To begin, please welcome impulse statement from Mr. Martin Wimmer, Director of General Development Policy Issue, German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. Please welcome. Give the warm welcome. You can clap your hand.
Thank you. Yesterday morning, I went to Ryoan-chi. This World Heritage Site in Kyoto endures as one of the most inspiring gardens ever built by mankind since the 15th century. It is a rock garden. Basically, it consists of 250 square meters of flat gray gravel and 5 islands with rocks on it. It is rectangular, like a screen. The gravel representing dots. You see, it can mean anything you come up with during meditating there. And it is a metaphor for the technological design, the shaping of nature, and the current 5 hype digital technologies, AI, quantum computing, whatever everyone is crazy about. It is a metaphor for the millions of websites in the internet and the 5 platforms that stand out. It is a metaphor for all the millions of users and the 5 founders who get all the attention and money. It encourages thinking out of the box, and whether you think the digital transformation leads to good or bad, the lesson you get from the rock garden at Ryoan-chi is that the more you focus on the 5 outstanding highlights, the more you watch the rocks that steal the limelight, the more your attention will shift to the gravel. If you look long enough, if you think deep enough, it's the gravel that makes the rocks shine. There are only 15 rocks and millions of pebbles there, but the task is to leave no one behind. For our discussion today, this could mean to emphasize the importance of a human-centric perspective. What does the big platform, the new technology, the great solution, the fascinating vision of one of our outstanding speakers mean for the people who do not stand out and do not get all of the attention at first sight? The poor, the children women, people with disabilities, LGBTI+, people in the global south, oppressed people, indigenous people, victims of terrorism and war. You don't need to be a Zen master. It's just common sense. Whether you are a gardener or a coder, whether you use a shovel or a server for your work, using technology, data centers, AI to change the world, nature, societies, human interaction should never be for technology's sake, but for improving the lives of every individual living with us on this planet, and to secure the integrity of this one, our Earth, which translates into safe energy, safe water, safe resources. Don't believe in growth. Don't fool consumption. Don't produce waste, which, to be clear, is the opposite of what the digital economy does most of the time, most of them. If you're serious about carbon neutrality and a just transition of our economies to sustainable economies, we have to act as a gardener. Respect, tend, nurture, not exploit data centers. Do what the rock garden does. Remain within given boundaries. That's why the German development policy supports the global realization of human rights, the fight against hunger and poverty, the protection of the climate and biodiversity, health and education, gender equality, fair supply chains, fair working conditions, the democratic, social, ecological, feminist, inclusive use of digitalization and technologies transfer to promote sustainable development goals worldwide. Thank you.
Give your warm welcome, please clap for Mr. Wimmer. Thank you, Mr. Wimmer. I really like the analogy of making it as an ecosystem that grows everyone's in the AI. So let's begin the session. I will remind you that this is an open forum, so I will encourage people and invite people to prepare your questions, your response, your opinion. If you have any points that you want to discuss, we're open to that. And first, we'll go to UNDP, Robert Off, Chief Digital Officer of UNDP. So let me ask the first question. How can we form broader efforts to integrate sustainability in ICT technologies and global digital governance, including AI?
Thank you so much for having me at the panel. Thank you, Martin, for the poetry. I knew you were going to deliver something inspirational. And you're absolutely right about the boundaries. Couldn't agree more. I think I would like to start with just a general reflection on the issues that we're talking about here. Digitalization and climate. These are quite possibly the biggest mega trends that we have globally right now. They are changing everything about the world, but they're doing it disproportionately. And so we know that a disproportionate burden of climate change is borne by developing countries. We know that digitalization is happening at different rates globally, and developing countries are at a disadvantage when it comes to the speed of digitalization or the technology generation and things. And then between these two concepts, there is a tremendous interaction that goes, it's a bidirectional. So on the one hand, digitalization presents the possibility to take dramatic positive action against climate change. On the other hand, we know that digitalization is driving carbon emissions. It's also contaminating soil for the extractive industries that are that have grown up around building, chips and technology platforms, the rare earth minerals and so on. And it's even the data center techniques of using cooling water that is not a closed loop system can contaminate water sources and things. So there's a really important interaction, bidirectional interaction between the concepts. I think that one of the things from a UNDP perspective, that we really work with, when we work with countries worldwide on their digital transformation, and we're engaged, well, we have digital programs in 125 countries. We are engaged in about 50 of those countries on questions of national digital transformation. And I think that our partners are in the developing world, but they, like pretty much most countries, tend to put some of the environmental, regulatory, and important governance discussions on the back burner in the favor of quick digitalization. And so one of the things that we really try to do in our approach when we work with a country and we look at their readiness for digital transformation or their readiness for artificial intelligence, because we do that kind of assessment as well, we try to place those questions centrally. And it's about putting people and their rights, their right for the economic and social rights to development, but also the rights for the environment. And we put the questions in front of countries. What if you're using data centers, are you doing that in a green way? Have you looked at optimization for efficiency? Have you looked at the carbon footprint of the digital change you're making? Are you transparently disclosing environmental impact of technologies that you're adopting? And like I said, our countries our partners are developing countries, but I think every country in the world needs to put this as a central concern, particularly those who are driving the technologies. And I think the last thing I would say is simply that if we look toward what it's going to take for global action in this, it really is going to be that this has to become the norm, so that these are central questions. And going back to that point about disproportionate impact, I really think that we need to send the signal in the global north that is developing a lot of these technologies that we must find ways to ensure that the environmental impact, the greenhouse gas footprint of the technologies that are being used is seen as a priority in terms of data center efficiency, reduced e-waste, reduced contamination, and so on. So those are just a few initial thoughts around that.
Thank you so much. Give a warm welcome to Mr. And next we heading online, Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Atsuko will present a presentation on examples of green ICT standards, how can they support governments and stakeholders to develop sustainable and circular ICT, including AI. Atsuko, if you're ready, you can start. Give a warm welcome to Ms. Atsuko.
Thank you very much for giving. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to invite ITU to this very important meeting. And I believe that Robert also shared that the topic is very timely. We should perhaps think about our action in terms of how to ensure that the AI development as well as ICT development are greener. And I have a few statistics that I would like to show from the recent studies. Let me start with the ChatGPT and rapid rollout of AI solutions globally. And I'm sure that all the participants have been using or experimented the use of generative AI such as ChatGPT and the power of the solutions that are in front of us. I just want to share with you, with the participants, that there are many interesting and innovative use of ChatGPT. One of our ITU senior officials got married recently, and I believe that he asked ChatGPT to write his marriage vow. So I hope that that was successful. But there are increasingly very interesting and widening use of ChatGPT in our social life as well as in our workplace. Now, the question perhaps which is very relevant to this session is the environmental impacts of an increasing use of AI, because the tool itself is not material in a way, and it is very difficult to quantify the environmental impacts. But today I would like to share with you the two aspects. One is the electricity consumption, and second, the green gas emission in this presentation. So as you see on the screen, I hope that you are seeing the flipping slides. Of course, the increased use of AI is supported by the increasing the transmission of data. And those data are stored, as Robert mentioned earlier, in the data center carried by different means of telecommunication. Now, that data center, as you know, consumes lots of electricity. And as you may have heard in the other sessions, there are significant progress in making data center energy efficient. However, one study still suggests that the training of AI solutions would require 3.5 million liter of water to cool the facilities itself for the computing. And additionally, there is a study that in terms of the greenhouse gas emission, the top most telecom companies are estimated to have produced 260 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2021. So there are certainly benefits, but there are some environmental impacts that we have to consider. So because of these two aspects of digital transformation and the need to green, some scholars coined the phenomena as the twin green and digital transformation, which means that the digital transformation should take into account the environmental aspects. And AI can certainly enhance many different aspects of the twin green and digital transformation. For example, AI can enhance the predictability of demand supply for renewables across a distributed grid. And of course, as you know, there are benefits to improve weather forecasting by incorporating more of the real world systems in calculations. So the question, I believe, is the balance that we must find between these two, the green part and digital transition, the transition part, and to get best out of the twin transition. Now, coming back to the data center, there are two, as I mentioned, the components in terms of the data center operation. There is a cooling part that will be required, and there is a significant and largest the energy loss in the facility. And the cooling replacement for water includes the refrigerants, which could contain harmful chemicals. But in addition to that, there is globally increasing data traffic, and that is generated from low and middle income countries because they are now investing more in the storage and hosting solutions to meet the increasing demand of the internet users, which are increasing in these economies. And that will require more data centers in these locations, and that may consume more electricity according to the latest statistics. Now, that's the reason why we, ITU, have been working with partners such as GIZ to ensure that the green aspects are integrated into this digital transition and digital transformation. And one entry point to ensure that is the public procurement, to make sure that in the process of procurement, to establish data center or improve data centers, the green and environmental aspects are considered and taken into account. So another entry point to ensure the environmental aspects is the e-waste management and to manage the critical raw materials. As you know, there are more internet users globally, mainly in middle and low income countries, which means that there are more devices for people to connect to the internet. And by 2023, over 70 million tons of e-waste are expected to be generated annually. And as you may see on the screen, it is estimated that the storage of the expected 2025 global data sphere alone would require up to 80 kilotons of neodymium, sorry, which is about 120 times the EU 2020 demand for this material. And at the same time, the critical raw materials can be extracted from this process of recycling if we do it properly. And we hope that the member countries, as well as industry, academia, and in partnership with other stakeholders, we can create a circular economy to ensure that the e-waste are discarded safely. At the same time, that will generate and that will recover the critical raw materials. And in addition, ITU, as you know, have been working on the standardization and recommendations to ensure that best practices are applied on these critical aspects of environment and the environmental performance. And I hope that today's discussion will shed light on some of these topics, including the green gas, the gas emission, as well as the e-waste and data center management. And finally, I just want to highlight one point that we should also perhaps encourage a wider societal groups to be aware and to be exposed to this discussion through their awareness raised on the benefits and challenges of AI solutions in their societies. And I would like to share with you as a second question to my intervention at ITU has been implementing an AI project to build capacity awareness across different stakeholder groups in these 4 countries supported by the government of Australia. So that was my last slide. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Asuko. Next, we go to Noam Cantor, Senior Public Policy and Government Relation Analyst of Mozilla Corporation. So the first question is, what's the role of civil society and business, and what are the specific challenges of communities on the Africa continent on sustainable AI?
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for coming. Regarding the role of business, the first thing I like to do is zoom out to consider tech companies as just companies. An example of what I mean is that one thing companies do just as companies is invest in other companies and in financial instruments. So I guess my question 0 is, really a primary question is a tech company investing in companies or partnering with companies that exacerbate the climate emergency? I would say that's the bare minimum before you start thinking about the tech they're implementing. I think another thing businesses can do is share best practices in terms of how to make products more efficient and sustainable. For example, this year, we at Mozilla created a way for developers using our advanced Firefox developer tools to track the carbon emissions of the software they're developing. So I recommend you go have a look at that if you're interested. I think civil society can also play a really significant role in education, especially regarding the climate impacts of technologies such as AI. My Mozilla Foundation colleagues wrote a review recently of many of the climate impacts of the internet and AI usage, including how much energy is used when you're on a Zoom call when the video is on versus when the video is off, which maybe you all have seen. And it's been a really popular article. I think that shows that people want to know the impacts of the tools that they're using. But in the case of technology, that information can be really hard to find. As for specific challenges on the African continent, I have to say that I'm not on our Africa team. I do want to tell you just a little bit about our work there because I think the team does great work and I'm really proud of it. I just want to echo also, first of all, the disproportionate impact of the climate emergency on the African continent, which was previously discussed. One thing we've done is in 2021, Mozilla partnered with AfriLabs to study the African innovation landscape. Across the continent, the study that we did with them found key innovation barriers, such as access to funding and finance, local policies to protect and enable the ecosystems, lack of access to affordable connectivity and internet, which is a big one, and a general need to collaborate across the regions that they studied. Mozilla's Africa Emrati project is working to fight these barriers. I think many of the same barriers affect sustainable technological development in the area. But ultimately, we think that communities should be able to speak to and try to solve their own challenges with support from others. That's why the Mozilla Technology Fund, which supports open source projects with promising approaches to solving pressing issues, recently announced that the theme for this year is AI and environmental justice. The fund will provide $300,000 to open source projects that leverage AI to make a positive impact on the environment and local communities. It includes 1 year of Mozilla mentorship and support, and awardees will likely be announced in early 2024.
Interesting. So if you want to, you are welcome. And if anyone wants to explore more, you can ask later about the funding. And we go online again to Chem Siriwat, Director of Center for Inclusive Digital Economy at the Asian Vision Institute and advisor to the Council for the Development of Cambodia. Chem, are you ready? Okay, he's online.
Yes.
So what's the role of civil society and business, and what are the specific challenges faced by community in Cambodia and specifically on AI?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me on this panel of very esteemed and distinguished panelists. Just to let you know, I've been following the IGF for a very long time in my research. It's always been a dream to come and attend, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to join in person, but at least I'll be able to join the panel online. And so on to the question. Maybe I'll start with the second part first, since we're talking about specific challenges faced by Cambodia on sustainable AI. I think the first thing you think of when you think of Cambodia might not be related to technology or let alone sustainable AI, but maybe I can just share a little bit of the context. And so pre-COVID, for the last 20 years, Cambodia had been experiencing 7% GDP growth annually, so developing extremely quickly. And I would say that within the last 5 years, Cambodia has gone through its own form of digital transformation. If you were to visit around 5 to 10 years ago, you would see that we predominantly use cash everywhere. Also making it more complicated, we are a dollarized economy, meaning that we are on dual currency, both with the USD and our local currency. And so basic things like going to the market or taking a tuk-tuk for transportation around, you would have to do these things very manually and having complications of converting currencies and so on. And basically what happened throughout the last few years, a very high digital adoption rate. We've been able to, let's say, leapfrog the era of using cards, credit cards, debit cards, and move straight into mobile payments, transfers, and QR code payments. And so that the main reason I would say is because of Cambodia's young population, with 2/3 of the population under the age of 30, a median age of 26. We have quite affordable mobile data and access to Wi-Fi within the urban population. This has allowed us to really move forward in terms of digital transformation. And so now if I can just go back to the question of the theme for today on sustainable AI, we face different types of challenges from the previous ones that were mentioned. because we could say that we joined late to the game, our focus is really building it from the ground level up. And because we don't have any legacy technology or any established long-standing institutions in terms of AI, we rely quite significantly on looking at the models of our regional partners, on looking at what's being done successfully around the world, and also learning from others' mistakes. So in terms of sustainable AI, we are, let's say, building a strong foundation from the beginning. We don't have any existing specific policies on AI or specific to sustainable AI. And so I think looking at regional models, what's being done around, and locally contextualizing to Cambodia's situation is very important. And so if I could just elaborate a little bit more on the role of civil society. On behalf of our institute, on the AVI Asian Vision Institute, we are an independent think tank. And so what we've tried to do over the last 4 years in Cambodia is to provide policy research and also capacity building and training related to the digital economy. And so over the last 4 years, we've published 2 books, one of them on Cambodia and cyberspace, another one on Cambodia's emergent cyber diplomacy. So really giving an overview of the digital economy, what kind of role does Cambodia as a small state play in the frame of global governance? I know that will be onto the next theme and question, so I won't talk too much about it. And so with that, I would like to close my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give a warm welcome to Chem. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we can move to the second round of questions. I come back to Mr. Robert Opp. What type of alliance for global digital governance are needed?
Okay. Hello. Okay. No, thanks for that. I think all of these interventions so far have drawn attention to some form of, angles that we're talking about. There's sort of private sector, there's the civil society, the importance, there's governments and so on. The importance of bringing together the stakeholders can't be overemphasized. And of course, that's what IGF is about. I think in this space, the biggest role for alliances is around alignment of purpose, alignment of intention. And I can just give a couple examples in this space of alliances that we're involved in and that I think have some hope for the directions that we need to set globally with this. The first one is called CODES, which stands for Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability. And that is an initiative with the German Environment Agency, with the UN Environment Program, UNDP, the International Science Council, and Future Earth. Actually recently, Atsuko ITU has also joined CODES as one of the kind of core members. And CODES has engaged with over 1,000 stakeholders in the last couple of years that it's existed, and it really is trying to get a few different things. One is around political alignment for the kind of these issues of the twin transitions. Then there's sort of a set of initiatives around mitigating negative impact, and then there's accelerating the innovations for efficiency. And so this is a kind of broad-based coalition, I would say, and there's some action lines that are being developed now. And I think it really just highlights the importance of really coming together under common purpose. The second alliance, which is a little bit more focused on the topic at hand, is called the AI for the Planet Alliance. And that has been created by the Boston Consulting Group, UNDP and UNESCO, plus a coalition of startups called Startup Inside. And it's a group, a kind of an odd group in a way, of players that are engaged in this issue as well, but specific to artificial intelligence. And it is really also about providing a platform where we can identify and promote innovations that are again, driving innovations that can help us with environmental action as well, and scaling them, as well as looking at ways to really encourage the players in the artificial intelligence space to adopt more efficient and more environmentally friendly, more sustainable approaches to their work. And these are, again, things that are very multi-stakeholder in nature, open for participation of many. The organizations I mentioned are just the kind of spearhead organizers, but really open for all to be involved in, and that's an open call for everyone who's listening in today as well. These can be found, I'm not going to give the websites, but they can be Googled and found online, and encourage everyone to participate.
Thank you. Additional resources for our discussion later on you can also share. We go to Noam. So how can we move towards sustainable digitalization?
Thanks. I want to talk about transparency first. I talked about it a little bit with the education bit before, but I do think we need a transparent look at the environmental impacts of tech tools, including AI. Sustainability reports are often a big tool towards transparency, but as we all know, there's a spectrum of transparency when it comes to reporting. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we do in our sustainability report. As maybe an example, because we hope that we're leading the way. So my understanding is that per the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which is one of the reporting standards, we're not required to calculate or report the product use emissions associated with using products like Firefox, Mozilla Hubs, and Pocket. But we want to lead by example. We want to support transparency by reporting the optional data. So we started doing it actually in 2019, and we're hoping that it'll encourage our peers to do the same. What we had to do, though, was we had to work with an external consultant, and we had to develop a brand new methodology because no one had really developed a methodology for measuring the impacts of browsers, the environmental impacts of browsers. And we hope that it accounts for device emissions that can be reasonably attributed to the browser, so that it captures the work that we're doing and what we can control. So it's possible and vital that companies report on this aspect of the work. I think the hope is that we're showing that it's possible, and we're encouraging others to do so. And I think the hope is if the impacts are too high, they should consider changing their product roadmap. Now, as I mentioned before, also related to Mozilla Developer Tools, it's not just about the products that companies build, but also for customizable or open source products, it's about giving developers and users the ability to measure and reduce the emissions in the tools that they build. I also want to say that tech regulators sometimes have an interesting role to play in sustainable digitalization. A good example is the Federal Trade Commission in the United States, which is one of the primary tech regulators in the United States. But the FTC also enforces against deceptive greenwashing claims. So there's an interesting nexus there. In fact, the FTC has just begun a once-in-a-decade update to its green guides related to deceptive environmental claims. And some commenters have specifically requested that they bolster their enforcement against certain misleading net zero claims or sustainability claims. But there are limits to anti-greenwashing policies because they require deceptive representations in the first place. They're just one piece of the puzzle. But I thought that was just an interesting nexus of how different regulators can work together in the space.
Interesting. So measurement and also risk of greenwashing. Yeah. Okay, we can go to the Q&A in this open forum. We welcome respectful, diverse questions and opinion. If you have any question, please kindly raise your hand, introduce your name and organizations, and then mention your questions. Also, for participants online, I will also remind to please type your name, organization, and questions. We will select the questions to be read online. So I will give the opportunity for the people on site first. Is there any questions, opinion, or curiosity that you want to ask?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Bushri Body. My question is around, I think much of the conversation has focused on the impacts after you start adopting these technologies or developing them. And I'm wondering like how much work is now being done to really think critically if these specific types of technologies are needed in the first place, because it feels like we're trying to mitigate risks that are already being, or like certain communities are being exposed to those harms and risks, and trying to kind of like put things back into the bag that shouldn't have necessarily been implemented in the first place. And you see a lot of this type of development in places like Silicon Valley, where there's a lot of investment that keeps going into the development of these technologies that are presented as solutions to really systematic problems that we're facing, but fundamentally will fail to do so. And we know this as people who maybe work on this through a systematic lens or framework. So I'm wondering if you could speak to some of the work that's being done there, because it feels like a lot of this is just responsive instead of being proactive in addressing these issues. Thank you.
Interesting. We will go around. Oh, there's. Oh, it's okay. You can go here.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, great to be here. My name is José Renato. I'm from Brazil, and I have two questions actually. Maybe jumping a little bit upon her question. We started the session talking about degrowth, about the possibility of thinking beyond this, let's say, ideology, narrative, I don't know how to put it, but of development, of growth. We use some of these terms here, so like what are the opportunities that we have to rethink this? Maybe, is there any other paradigm that we could focus on? And the second question, after, I unfortunately forgot the name of the UNDP representative. Robert, thank you very much. I apologize for that. I'm terrible with names. You mentioned about the role of countries from the global south in this whole theme, and how they were sort of not prioritizing, at least as far as I could understand, the issue of like sustainability, climate protection over the digitalization. But I would like to hear from you, and maybe if there are any other inputs would be also welcome. How is it, like, considering that we have all of this push towards digitalization, this it is part of the whole imaginary of development, of how a developed economy should look like. What would be your take, considering that the most advanced centers of research, of development, the companies that dictate most of the agenda, they're outside of these territories? So like, how do you work with these countries? How do you could potentially work with them to some degree, either create an environment in which they can build upon, in which it's not like, in which they'll have the benefits of all of this, even when we consider that many nations who are advancing these technologies are not fulfilling these questions. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all the questions. So we can move to our panel, starting with Robert.
Sure, I can address particularly that last question. In a phrase, the value of local digital ecosystems here is super important, and this is very relevant for AI. It's relevant far beyond a sustainability question. The concern that I have, and anybody who's spoken to me recently has heard this because I say this over and over again, I am very concerned about the global pattern of rollout of AI systems, particularly generative AI at the moment, because I worry about the representation and diversity in the technology, in the underlying data or lack of data, and in the training process as well. And I believe that one of the most important things that we can do is to look at the ways to build capacity for local digital ecosystems, so that local innovators who are innovators and entrepreneurs are everywhere, but they sometimes lack the ingredients, and you were talking about that before, Noam. They may lack the financing, they may lack the skill set or the access to skills, and they may lack the set of tools to compete globally, or not necessarily compete globally, but to actually build systems that are locally relevant, and that will actually work towards satisfying the needs of people locally and the needs of those markets locally. And so I really think, and this will also, I think, benefit the sustainability agenda as well. The stronger the local digital ecosystems are in these countries around the world, the more I think we're going to see innovative and fresh looks at how we can address the sustainability issue as well. So that would be my response to your question about the countries. And when I said countries are not necessarily prioritizing environmental issues, that's not a criticism. That's because developing countries have a lot on their plates right now and are desperately short of resources. And in a constrained environment where you're trying to really think about where you're going to put your scarce resources, it may not be the first instinct to put it into something like that. And that actually, I think, the light needs to be shone toward the countries of the global north who've basically created this pattern, and they didn't think about environmental concerns either. That's why we have this issue. And so what we say is that going forward, as we work on digitalization in these countries, we advise our country partners to stay aware of the environmental considerations as part of their governance, to think about the policy and regulatory environment that needs to be there from the beginning, so that ultimately that will pay off down the road. Maybe I'll let other panelists answer some of the other questions.
Yeah, you can go, Noam.
Yeah. Still on. Okay. I think probably I have the most to say on the first question about, question is, when should we not implement technologies at all, given their risks and their benefits? I think it's the golden question. And I guess I just want to talk about the ways that the concepts of trustworthy AI, transparency in AI, and transparency in climate impacts all kind of work together as ingredients to create, hopefully responsibility here, which is that, I think one of the challenges is that many of the products that you reference that might not be very effective relative to their risks, oftentimes people don't know how to measure the effectiveness of those products. Like if we're talking about an AI model, people don't necessarily know how to talk about the robustness, the accuracy of the model, potential for bias, even though there's been a lot of work on those things that sort of both investors and the public and regulators are still learning and will be learning for a long time how to measure those things. And so I think the more that we can push on the side of trustworthy AI, the more it will be obvious to people what they're weighing the environmental impacts against, right? If it's obvious, how trustworthy or how accurate a model is compared to what it's claiming to do, then it'll be more obvious, is it worth it compared to the amount of energy we have to pay for, and then the external effects that are impacting our climate and economy.
Thank you. We go to Martin.
Yeah, to your question, I would fully agree. The damage is already done. AI is here, and we are only in repair mode once again. And the reason for that is the industry just doesn't care about the environmental impact of their money making. And legislation and regulation are way too late once again. All we can do is learn for the next technology that breaks through. We have to be better and faster, and we need the pressure from the civil society and the NGOs here.
And then we go to online. Atsuko, if you want to answer the question.
Sure, thank you. I have two maybe examples where we can concretize and show concrete examples of how we can take into account the questions on AI benefits and challenges to the environment. One is the mainstreaming of greening questions. ITU has been working in the telecommunication sector and digital technology for many years. And one of the questions we are increasingly receiving is to evaluate, for example, the resilience and performance of data centers. And we have conducted the assessments in a few countries in Asia and the Pacific. But in the process, we made sure that the environmental aspects and best practices are applied in the process of assessment so that the recommendations include how to mitigate the negative impacts on the environment. And I hope that there will be more of these integration of greening and environmental considerations in all the aspects of digital transformation and what we do. But I would also like to add the perhaps partnership that we can expand with the industry, especially small and medium-sized enterprises. And I want to give an example of e-waste management that I mentioned earlier, that increasingly there'll be data that is generated through an increasing number of devices people are using. And in ITU, we have opened a new area office and innovation center in Delhi recently. And one of the topics that we are addressing with the Association of SMEs and businesses in India is to encourage innovation and to make sure that the e-waste management and climate technologies are taken up and mainstreamed in the industry side so that we can make it as a successful and profitable business. And we hope that that will contribute to the circular economy. And I believe that more of these business models will be required now that AI is being rolled out very quickly. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. We go to Chem.
Yes, just for my final comment. Recently, about last week, I attended a workshop specializing in AI organized by the International Science Council. And so what we did, they invited AI experts from the Asia Pacific region. And I would just like to share two of the outcomes from this full day discussion. And so the first point is on mindset. Currently, we have this mindset and mentality that AI should be the solution for everything. And this comes at very high costs, not only in terms of sustainability and environmental aspects, but even down to the efficiency of actually trying to solve a problem. And so what is happening is that now we're starting to use AI to the extent that it creates more problems than it solves. And so the overall consensus from the workshop was that we should be extremely careful in evaluating and assessing how efficient AI tools and platforms and applications are being used, and whether it's actually solving the problem more efficiently and effectively, and not in turn creating more problems. And so the second part, which I would like to share, is on long-term partnerships. As I mentioned, we were in a room full of very, let's say, qualified individuals from that field of expertise, and they shared that one of their challenges, or the main problem, is that when they convene together for high-level international conferences, or they have workshops or meetings, the time period leading up to the meeting, a lot of preparation and time is involved. All the stakeholders are engaged throughout the event, but the problem is that following up after meeting, not much is done to bring together all the important points that were discussed. So in terms of an extensive report, in terms of building long-term partnerships to build on what was discussed at those events, because addressing global issues in terms of AI and sustainability, it requires a lot of considerations. And these things cannot be solved in one day or in a one-week conference, but it really has to be taken many steps forward into the long term. So I would just like to conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to questions from online audience. It's Avis from Cameroon, from the Protege QVIS organization. One of the thorny problems in Africa remains the return of e-waste to producer. What binding mechanism can we put in place for its effectiveness? Anyone wants to answer from the panel? Yeah. Atsuko, perhaps you can answer.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for this very important question. Um, I have a question regarding the obligation or problems that Mr. Avis asked regarding the return of e-waste to producers. Um, of course, there are policy as well as regulatory mechanisms that could bring, but perhaps the as I mentioned earlier in my example, perhaps that could be seen also as opportunities to work with startups as well as SMEs so that they can recycle the devices before, of course, e-waste. And perhaps that could be seen as a one part of the circular economy. So I believe that, of course, returning the e-waste is one thing that could be, mandated. But perhaps we can see a more collaborative ways because the producers may or may not reside in your countries, right? So returning to the producer in some cases could be a challenge. So perhaps we can see it from a holistical and ecosystem point of view on what's the best mechanism to make sure that the e-waste are not discarded in the environment and in the ocean. I'm not sure if we have sufficient time to answer this question, but I believe that this mechanism and how to do this is a very important and essential topic, I believe, for all of us. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Atsuko. So as your reminder, it's already closing time for our open forum. So we'll have a closing statement from each of the speakers. Perhaps we can go online first from Tem.
Yes, thank you. So just back to our topic on AI and sustainability, I believe it is a long-term journey, as mentioned from our opening statement and all the panelists, that in certain cases, they have already been established for a long period of time. And it's difficult from the legislation and policy point of view to kind of backtrack or catch up for that matter. And so with that, I think rather than focusing too much on the technology, which is something that's being done in the field of AI, we should focus more on the fundamentals, which are utility, and also what are some of the implications. Because if we focus too much on the technology, we think that it's a solution to everything rather than looking at the overall big picture and weighing out the pros and cons. So I would say that we should take a more big picture approach and looking into the long term rather than just focusing on solving immediately what we can do in the current state without thinking too far ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Atsuko, you want to share a closing remark?
Thank you. I want to also add a dimension on digital inclusion. As you know, according to the latest ITU estimates, 2.6 billion people are still unconnected. And I believe that this process of digital inclusion and digital transformation should continue so that those who need the digital technology and transformation can benefit from the technologies. But at the same time, I believe that we shouldn't forget about the greening part and environmental considerations in the process. And I hope that this conversation will continue among all of us or in the expanding community globally so that we can make sure that we can mainstream the perspectives and considerations to the environment in the future in our effort to connect the unconnected and making the digital transformation sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Atsuko. We go to Robert for closing.
I didn't expect a closing statement, and I don't have a closing statement, but I do have a couple thoughts. And actually, even these last couple thoughts that were offered about the digital divide and not focusing on technology, I think Jem is exactly right. The focus here should not be the technology. The focus should be on what best serves people and the planet. And I think that if we stay focused on what best serves people and the planet, you know, technology, we're not going to stop the sort of innovation for commercialization process. But I think as we go forward in alignment around what needs to happen, we have to keep people, we have to make sure that technology is serving people, not the other way around. And it's the same for the planet. We can't keep that cycle of the planet is here for the taking for the purpose of technology rollout. It's not about that.
Thank you to Noam.
I know it's 2:31, so I'm between you all and your coffee. Yeah, this was fascinating, and I think what I've been able to see is efforts towards sustainable digitalization from code to cooperation on an international scale. How everyone in the policy stack, as it were, can make an impact from where they are, and it's been great to learn about that. I hope you've also come away with the sense that better practices are possible in the tech space, and that you know, there is a way to make progress on these goals, including when necessary, you know, not shipping certain products when it wouldn't be responsible to do so. I don't have a poem to end with, like we started with, which is sad, but probably something from Mary Oliver would be good, so you all can imagine that.
Thank you to Martin.
Yeah, interconnected networks, the internet, are a very old thing. They are something like Tupperware or color TV or punk rock. Ideas from the middle of the last century. People who were there at the beginning are very old now and have gray hair. The subtext of this conference, as I experience it, is to discuss what the digital transformation means to the internet. It's old heroes, it's old myth, old narratives, old governance structure. And while there's still a community of people who believe in the value of the internet for internet's sake, there might be a new generation out there who considers the internet to be just the oldest of many digital technological artifacts, AI being the most recent incarnation, which are not good or bad in itself. A matchstick firing global warming in the worst case scenario, or tools in the fight against the biggest threat of the 21st century, climate change, when we're good at what we're doing. So I agree that it was a timely and very relevant discussion today.
Let's give a warm welcome and closing with a clapping hand and energize. Thank you everyone for joining in Planetary Limits of AI Open Forum on IGF 2023 in Kyoto in Japan and also online. Enjoy the rest of the IGF sessions. Stay healthy. I'm Carlin Octaviani. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Sorry for the 2 minutes overtime. Ja, aber coolen Gast. Der war sehr on point. Schön. Ja, aber das muss ich sagen, also die Stelle Ja, habe ich gerade schon gefragt. Das war sehr
conflit kan han bli. Det är en konflikt.
Look, she's sitting out there. Let me.
The visitors are earlier than there. Oh, it is a place for. So we have Moses. You know what I can do? Do you have a WhatsApp?
WhatsApp?
Because I can send you this.
Can you send airdrop?
Do this. Settings. Get this, then I send you. Get my number, then I send you the program.
I don't know.
Scan my number.
Just, no.
Let me do it for you.
Is it difficult to write down?
It's okay.
Do you have airdrop?
No, I have the. Let me share the final one with you.
Airdrop.
This is
Moses. This is also he's also a speaker.
Yes,
speaker.
Okay, here. These are speaker.
Speaker.
We have Koyabe. We have Sick. I'm the organizer.
How about these people?
That is me. He's here. He's this one here.
Not here.
Yeah.
And are there anyone online?
Yes.
Online.
Yeah, he's online.
Online.
And he is online. This one, Moses, online.
Online.
Two people online.
And do they have slides?
Yeah, he's making a presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
And how about people in person have slides?
Yes.
Who has
a slide?
slides?
This guy has a slide. Doctor, the lady we are talking to should be able to give you. That is Doctor G.D. He has slides.
So
yeah.
Are these speakers?
Yes, he's a speaker. And he's a first speaker.
per speaker. So you send two more speakers other than these.
No, the first speaker.
First speaker has a slide.
Yes, slide. Yeah.
Slide.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes,
slide
yes,
has a slide.
Yes.
Yes.
And I need to ask.
And also this person has a slide.
This person has
This
slides online.
Online.
Yes.
Online.
Yes.
Okay, same person.
Yes. No, it's different. This is one. This is one. Then
one.
after this one, he will be second. He will be third.
I just. スライド
Did you have my final presentation? Okay. I have a presentation. Who do I give it to? Do you have an email address? Not on Zoom to be projected.
So do you have USB or your own computer?
I do not have any of that. Can I send you some email address?
まずオンラインがそのモンデさんとオンラインで会議この2人だね、ドクターマークでスライドなんか現地にいるこの人たちのスライドありでこれがムービーがあるんですね。
I can give you your number.
Share WhatsApp number.
I don't know it. I don't look. Maybe I don't have it. So okay. This person has slide.
Yes.
In person.
Yes.
Yes. No movies. No sound.
Yes.
No movie. No. Okay. And this person
Has a presentation.
And then also this person has slides.
No slides.
Okay, sorry.
Only-
This also person has slides and in person.
This is the only presentation that has slides. And in person.
In person.
In
Okay.
person.
And then this person is online. This person is online.
Yes.
And no slides.
Yeah, no slides. Okay.
So just copy it here. So once I have it on the
And just make sure you finish until by 6:50, please.
Okay. You mean.
We have to start this mic and we can hand the mic over there.
Okay.
You can pass it on your
Yeah.
side.
Okay. Boss. Mark. Lillian and Magda. I thought we should sit here. It is easier. It's easier. Let's just come here. Are you Dr. Chidi?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Samira,
Yes, sir.
don't go far.
Okay, sir.
You must tell me what to say. Where's your
Dr.
document?
Isa is here.
Is she?
Yes, right
Okay,
behind you.
that's fine. So,
I'm charging my phone.
It's 1 hour and a half. Yes.
no,
10 minutes before. here, look here. Look here, look here. What? Eh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers. 6 speakers. 6 speakers? Yes.
And 2 are online.
2 are online.
And 2 are so in person and making presentation. And one has 2 has slides and one has one has movies.
There's no movies. There are no movies. There's only one presentation. There are no movies. How does it work?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So when she's ready, you can start.
Okay.
She's checking it.
We can be introducing ourselves. No, the speakers. Good afternoon, everyone. We just give ourselves 30 seconds. We should be on. As we wait, I want to confirm that our online panelists are there. Dr. Koyabe, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks. Moses, are you there? Moses Bayingana from African Union Commission, are you there? Who is there?
Yes,
Oh, perfect.
I'm connected.
Thank you, Moses. So good afternoon again, and welcome to the African Union Open Forum 2023. We are delighted that you are all able to join us, and considering we have already taken a few minutes, we'll just go into the program. And to start with, I will have Dr. Chidi Diugo, who will be giving us an overview or a highlight of what happened in the Africa IGF that was held in Abuja. And he is the head New Media and Information Security, Nigeria Communication Commission. Dr. Chidi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This report refers to the African Internet Governance Forum that was held between the 19th and the 21st of September 2023 in Nigeria. To do my presentation, I prepared an outline that is reading as follows. Distinguished guests, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we express our appreciation for the cooperation displayed during the recently concluded African Internet Governance Forum held in Abuja, Nigeria, between the 19th and the 21st September 2023. Now, the details of the forum are as shown on the board. First, the theme of the forum was transforming African digital landscape, empowering inclusion, security, and innovation, followed by the facilitators of the program, which included the government of Nigeria, and specifically the National Assembly, through the efforts of their various committees, led by Senator Shuabu Afolabi Salusi and Honorable Adeji Stanley Olajide, and the Ministry of Communications and Innovations, the Nigerian Communications Commission, and other relevant stakeholders. In general, the forum had an impressive turnout, recording nearly 3,105 participants. And then 700 of those were in person, while about 1,600 were virtually participated. Before the forum, there have been various activities leading up to the main celebration. Firstly, there was African School of Internet Governance between the 13th and the 18th September 2023. Now, the thrust of the school was to build internet governance in Africa, focusing on the African Union Data Policy Framework. Now, this was closely followed by African Parliamentary Symposium. And then the thrust for that was the contribution of the parliamentarians to shape digital trust on the African continent. Lastly, there was an African Youth Internet Governance Forum on the 18th of September. Now, the trust was basically emerging technologies, leveraging innovation for sustainable development and youth empowerment. There were various sub-themes numbering up to 40, but then the major caps had to do with cybercrime, human rights and freedom, universal access and meaningful connectivity, cybersecurity, digital device and inclusion, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. So we had very fruitful time in Nigeria, and then very meaningful deliberations were undertaken, the summary of which I'm presenting as follows. Multi-stakeholders approach is key and required for the AIGF. The need for enabling environment cannot be overemphasized. Enforcement of instant cyber laws are very necessary. And the display of political will to shape the digital landscape is required. Not to mention the legislative framework, which in essence will promote ethical artificial intelligence principles and make inclusivity a data priority. And there's need to develop strong foundation of digital identities across the continent. And lastly, the adoption of Pan-African payment and settlement system. These 5 pillars were entirely agreed upon by the forum. And now to localize our efforts in Nigeria. The federal government of Nigeria, and just as we believe that so many other countries are doing, is playing a pivotal role of multi-stakeholdism in shaping the trajectory of technological advancement. And in doing so, it has put in place strategic objectives, initiatives, regulatory instruments, and platforms for all stakeholders to come together from time to time to assess where we were, and then to, most importantly, determine where we're going. And in overall, this ensures inclusivity, security, and innovation. Nigeria, like most countries that we have heard about, has also taken major steps towards the harmonization of rights of way across the 36 states of the Federation, which means that the barrier to entry to play in our industry has been lowered. It also ensures that there's a thorough connectivity, and then there's fair competition amongst the players, which also translates to ease of licensing intended operators. And of course, the price regime has been regulated, is open access and non-discriminatory. And finally, all these had contributed to what you might call the universal access and service obligations of the Commission. As a continent, Our work is just beginning in a very simple way, and we need to continue to work together to make Africa a shining example of digital progress. Together, we will overcome the challenges and then seize the opportunities that are emerging in our markets. While some countries have made significant progress, other countries cannot be said to have made similar progress. But across board, we identify some challenges that we must overcome as a continent. And these include inadequate visibility of individual countries' activities, which can create problems in terms of sharing information. While our different countries are working tirelessly to ensure that our digital footprints are all over, it's very important that we come together to share information in a way and a manner that will be real-time and achievable. We also fear that there's insufficient collaborations within the African region. This second point somehow points to the first one, which means there's need for continuous handshake amongst the various continental stakeholders. It did appear that research and development are inadequate across the federating unit. We all know how disruptive the emerging technologies can be, and then the speed with which they are eroding our everyday life, and therefore the need for collaboration for research efforts to be made cannot be overemphasized. What we don't want to do is to continue to dwell in crying about the disruption of the OTTs and the other emerging technologies, where we can literally seize the opportunity to increase our research capacity and get funded. And lastly, there have been concerns raised about the inadequate platforms for capacity development, especially for the digital grassroots. So, with the appreciation that I rendered at the beginning of this, I would like to conclude by saying that the African Internet Governance Forum held in Abuja in September attracted good participation across the entire Africa. As the host country, we are grateful for all those that attended. And then we are even more grateful to those who took out the time to write to us to express their profound gratitude and to say to us how beautiful our country is. And so, having talked about the prospects that we all stand to benefit, especially in research and collaborations, and then also identified a few challenges, it is very important that as Africans, we'll do what is needed for us to be able to compete effectively in the digital world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chidi, for that elaborate report about the Africa IGF. I'm now going to ask Honorable Sam George just to give key highlights from the Parliamentarian Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the honorable members in the House, our Big Mommy, Madam Mary, and everyone gathered here. For us as members of Parliament, it was a very long IGF because we started with the AfriSIG, the African School on Internet Governance, which was not a school, it was a boot camp. It was a boot camp that really stretched members of Parliament. We started at 8 a.m., closed at 8 p.m., and had to submit our assignments by 5 a.m. the following day, thanks to Henriette. She's not a very big friend of members of Parliament. But we put out a very important document from that session that led us into the parliamentary track. And what that did for us was to highlight the opportunities that exist for members of parliament to begin to act as the bridges between civil society, technical community, and the executive or government in ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind and we close the digital gap. Part of the key things that we discussed was the role of, and highlighted in our parliamentary sessions, was the role that members of parliament have to play in ensuring that we either initiate or support executive government to bring legislation that will help with the implementation of the AU data policy framework. Because for us, we realize that it's important that as a continent, we need to have harmonization of our data policies across the board. And one of the things that we realized was that data policies do not necessarily just end with data protection legislation, but also with the necessary harmonization and synchronization. And one of the big examples we used was a Nigerian big tech company called Jumia. Jumia works as a Nigerian company, but works across about 16 African countries, including Ghana. So if we do not have proper data flows across the African continent, we're going to have challenges. So the issues of data sovereignty and data, cross-border data flows came up highly, and how, as members of parliament, we need to ensure that even as we look at protecting critical and sensitive national data under the precepts of data sovereignty, we also need to realize that we're increasingly connected and that we cannot survive on our own without cross-border data flows. Another key thing that we also looked at was the need for us to prioritize funding for digital infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure is a very key thing that we need to look at in our countries. And that's a key thing that the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance is looking to do in terms of the budgeting cycle that's going to happen in our various countries when parliaments resume come the next few weeks. Most parliaments are resuming in about a week or two, and so we're looking to see how well we can improve the funding that goes to digital public infrastructure, because you cannot talk about data flows and cross-border and data sovereignty and the free flow of data if you don't have the infrastructure in your country in the first place to house the data that houses it in a secure manner. Another key thing we discussed was the issue of that fine line between state security and digital rights of citizens. We recognize as members of parliament that the state has a responsibility to protect citizens from both state and non-state actors who are online. However, the state must do so in a manner that does not infringe on the digital rights of citizens. And so these are some of the things that as members of parliament we left Abuja with, and we're very confident that as a network of members of parliament, we can pat ourselves on the back that most times they say MPs don't sit in a room for very long, but we proved to the tech community and civil society that you've got MPs on the African continent who are passionate about internet governance. In fact, more passionate about internet governance than the tech community themselves. And you've got champions. You've got champions for you. But one of the big key takeaways, which I would end on, if you leave me as a politician, we'll talk beyond till tomorrow. One of the key takeaways we left Abuja with was the fact that civil society and technical community need to look at working closer with members of parliament to build their capacity. Because if you don't help build the capacity of members of parliament, you can only push legislation based on how deep your knowledge of a subject is. And so if civil society does not engage with parliamentary portfolio committees and members on those committees, and if we even do a sample here, many people from civil society here, and ask them to mention 5 members of the portfolio committees in their national parliaments, many of them cannot. If you don't build relationships with these members of these portfolio committees, you can only continue to cry outside, but you won't have the change that you want to see. And it was refreshing for us that we had members of parliament like Honorable Stanley Adedeji from the Nigerian House of Reps and the chairman of the Senate committee We're told Nigerian senators don't like to sit in meetings, but I mean, they've shown us that they have first competence, and secondly, they're willing to work if they are engaged. So civil society, you have champions of internet governance and parliamentarians. Work with us to get what you need from government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sam, for those insights, and we challenge you next year, same time, we want to see what has been done in those areas. Now, I give the floor to Mariam Jobe to give highlights of what happened in the youth session. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mariam Job, as she already introduced, and I'll just highlight some of the key takeaways that we had from the Africa Youth Internal Governance Forum held a day before the main Africa IGF, and it brought together a very diverse set of new voices in the youth perspective, and we addressed critical issues related to internet governance, youth empowerment, and emerging technology. And we highly emphasize the pivotal role that young people play in shaping digital future and their importance in their policy development and enforcement in this regard. We urge everyone, policymakers, relevant stakeholders, including the members of parliament, civil society, and government, irrespective of their positions, honestly, to advocate for changes in the digital landscape. We also address a very concerning issue, which is the lack of knowledge among young people about issues around internet governance, particularly cybersecurity laws, data privacy, digital inclusion, and continuous outreach efforts to educate and empower youth who are unaware of internet governance issues and how it affects them in their daily lives and their daily usage of the internet. And participants called for initiatives to integrate internet governance and technology into the education system in our various African countries, and especially the underserved communities and the rural communities. We also highlighted the importance of improving internet access and digital literacy from the grassroots level. Another key highlight that was made during the session was that we delved into discussions around artificial intelligence and the need for safe spaces to report problems and cases that are cybercrimes, for instance, and the importance of ethical frameworks that are tailored to the African context, and the lack of comprehensive data laws in some countries. I know that Nigeria has made a progress in that, but there's some countries, many African countries, that still lack comprehensive data laws that require a lot of attention. And we also, concluded the event with an intergenerational session between the youth and the MPs, where we had an open dialogue where we talked with the MPs. The MPs heard what the youth want, what we want them to consider, and we talked about how they can support the youth and their visions. While specifics were not fully detailed, we talked about fostering collaboration between the youth and the government, and representatives emerged as a crucial step in addressing digital challenges. In conclusion, overall, I think the key highlights was that we need to have increased education and awareness, inclusivity, ethical considerations, and citizen participation in order to build a sustainable digital future for Africa. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, that we need collaboration, we need innovative views of engaging our youths, and we need to ensure that we are all holistically moving together in capacity building, safety online, and the like, so we all have to work together. Now, my next speaker is online, Mr. Moses Biangana, the Acting Head, Information Society Division, African Union Commission. Moses, can you take the floor?
Yeah, thank you, Mambula. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Union Commission, I welcome you all to this meeting of the AU Open Forum. Let me use this opportunity to thank the government of Nigeria and the African IGF for the successful organization of 2023 edition in Abuja, Nigeria. Our leaders have recognized digital transformation as a driver for social development and critical to the attainment of Agenda 2063 and UN Sustainable Development Goals, adopting the digital transformation for Africa as a master plan that will guide our digital agenda up to 2030. Across Africa, the digital economy is on the rise. In the past decade, its contribution to GDP has doubled in many African states from 1.5% to more than 3%. While there's been progress, there is still a lot to be done. Connectivity coverage has usage is low, and Africa's rate for cybercrime remains low, making it a prime target for cybercriminals. At the continental level, the EU has made progress in the environment to facilitate implementing partners across the continent, build on these connected strategies and frameworks to accelerate Africa's digital transformation. These strategies and frameworks will also facilitate harmonization across the continent. These include development and adoption of the digital strategy for Africa that sets out a vision to build an inclusive digital society and economy in Africa. Sectoral digital strategies in the critical sectors of education, agriculture, health, and e-commerce have also been developed to facilitate scale-up access to smart digital technologies and associated data-driven services across all sectors. Furthermore, the AU data policy framework has been adopted to facilitate flow of data across sectors and borders, while the interoperability framework for digital ID has also been adopted to facilitate establishment of digital ID schemes that are inclusive, trusted, and interoperable. The African Union has also developed a draft and empowerment policy and conducted a study on the cybersecurity in Africa, part of the process to develop a continental cybersecurity strategy. I am pleased to inform you that 15 AU members have the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which anchored its entry into force. This item gives impetus to our endeavors to promote cybersecurity while advancing digital. With regards to internet governance, through the first phase of FRIDA, support has been extended to the organization of the Internet Governance Forums at national, regional, and levels. And together with the European Union, we are working on the second phase of FRIDA. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the continent's useful population structure is a demographic dividend that could be a game changer in accelerating Africa's digital transformation and boost economic development, create jobs, and improve lives. Recent statistics show that 60% of Africa's population is below 25 years old. By 2050, Africa's population is expected to grow to 2.5 billion people. And these will, and a third of the world's youth will be in Africa. Africa's youth are therefore an opportunity to drive Africa's digital economy. Hence, the need to invest in their skill development to accelerate innovation and growth on the continent. In conclusion, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the organization of the AU Open Forum and invite all stakeholders to work together to bridge the rural digital divide, have the gender gap closed, and secure Africa's digital.
Thank you, Moses, for those insightful highlights. And for the documents that Moses mentioned, they are in the AUC websites, and we can consult them. Our next speaker is Dr. Makta Sek. He's the Chief of Section, Innovation and Technology, United Nations Economic Commission of Africa. Dr. Sek, can you take the floor? It can. Oh. You can.
Good afternoon and good morning where you are. I think we have some people connected online and it's still morning there. Just at the beginning, I would like to thank you, all of you, to attend this open forum organized by African Union. And also would like to thank the government of, federal government of Nigeria for the successful organization for the African Internet Governance Forum. In the first presentation, in the two first presentation, they highlight the key funding of this very interesting forum organized in Africa. But let me try to highlight the outcome on the work we are doing now at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. As you know, one of our key missions is to support African development. And when we support African development, it's not only focused on digital technology. We focus on several areas: microeconomy, climate change, education, health sector, as well as statistics and as a sector. And we try in our sector, in digital technology, how we can leverage all this sector through digital technology. Why it is very important to listen the presentation done by the government of Nigeria and Ms. Job on the recommendation of this African Internet Governance Forum. Let me start on the first point. As you know, there is a deficit of connectivity in Africa. We have 60% of our population offline. And this is due or several problems. The first one, it is infrastructure. We talk about, the Honorable talk about this digital public infrastructure. We have a deficit of $100 billion to build the African infrastructure to provide broadband to everybody by 2030. We need to make sure all people will be connected by 2030. And for this, we need to involve the private sector and also have a sound regulation to attract investment in the development of the infrastructure in the continent. This means also we have work with our regulator to look at the way we regulate now the new system, because there is an advance of digital technology around the world. Second, the continent, the digital divide. I'm going to focus only on the gender digital divide. As you know, we have 45% of our men connected compared to 34%. It is a gap of 11%. And it is very important to involve the women and youth in the digital technology sector. Why? Because excluding women from the digital sector costs as cost for the middle and middle income country around $1 trillion in 2020. And by 2025, it will be $1.5 trillion. It is something very important if you want to take benefits of this digital technology, because we have several study to highlight estimated the cost of the internet market in Africa will be $180 million in 2025. But without involvement, this girl and woman, we can't reach this amount. It is important to put in place activity and policy to make sure we get all people included in this digital era. Third point, we talk about a lot about cybersecurity. As you know, cybersecurity is a very important. We can't use this digital space without securing all our data, all our citizens. African Union as a rule on cybersecurity, ECA has developed a guideline on cybersecurity. We have all to work together to make sure our continent is secure. And the cybersecurity remains a big challenge because it costs now 10% of our GDP. We have 10% of African GDP. How many schools you can build? How many hospitals you can build? How many people can be moved from this poverty? And we need to have a very careful initiative to fight this cybersecurity, as well as we have this issue of Sahel terrorism using this cybersecurity to kill people is something very key in this continent. Fourth point, it is the issue of people offline. Yeah, we have 500 million people in the continent without any legal form of identity. These people doesn't exist anywhere. And we can't do any planification without these people. We need to take into consideration the issue of digital ID, to provide digital ID to all, to see how we can interoperable our system, since CRVS system, digital ID system, health system, license ID system, passport system. We need to work on this digital ID to make sure these people have identity and can participate to this digital information. Last but not least, it is this emerging technology. I will focus only on this artificial intelligence. It is a big opportunity, but we need to be very careful. We need to build the capacity of our youth generation. How we build the capacity, why we are building the capacity of our new generation? Because we have this demographic dividend. By 2050, 70% of our population will be under 35 years. If we would like to participate in this digital era, we need to build their capacity to be ready to participate in this fourth industrial revolution. And also, we need also to look at the regulation of this artificial intelligence, because otherwise we can miss some sector. The sector on reading booking or developing booking, we have to look at this sector carefully with this artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence can offer a lot of opportunity, but we have also a lot of challenge with this artificial intelligence. We need to look at this carefully. And what we do in ECA to overcome on all this challenge and to support African country. I'm going to highlight some of our key activity. In 2018, we have set up a Center of Excellence on Digital ID, Digital Threat, and Digital Economy to support African country to use to nurture digital technology for their sustainable development. And now we are supporting African country to implement the African Digital Transformation Strategy developed by African Union in collaboration with UNECA and as a partner. And this strategy, it is a blueprint for Africa digital sector from 2020 to 2030. Now, a lot of countries have been benefits from the support of ECA. On cybersecurity, we organized 2 years ago the first African summit in cybersecurity in Togo. One of outcome of the cybersecurity summit was the declaration of Lomé. And since the declaration of Lomé, we have seen a lot of progress. Now we have 15 countries who ratify this African Union Convention on Cybersecurity called Malabo Convention. And also we are establishing now a center of cybersecurity in Togo. On digital ID also, we are supporting a lot of country to develop their digital ID program. It is we can give an example of Nigeria in the region of Kaduna region, Gambia, and as a country also benefits from this support on digital ID. On capacity building, we talk about we need to build the capacity of the young generation. Why we already established a center, African Center on Artificial Intelligence in Congo Brazzaville. This center is functional since last year, and last week, it was this week, they have their academic, I think for 2023 starting with several engineers on artificial intelligence, cyber security. It is something I think we can build to be more relevant, more performant in the sector of artificial intelligence, applicable to the sector of health, environment, climate change, and industry and economy. Another point also, we support African country. It is to promote the youth generation. We have several initiatives for youth generation. One, it is a STI forum we are going to organize. We organize every year, and to have a lot of young innovators to promote some innovation idea in the continent. We have also this famous program for girl, African girl coding camp, and focus on the girl aged from 12 to 25 years. And we provide them skills in several areas, artificial intelligence, web gaming, and now the program has trained around 35,000 girls across the continent. Another issue also for the parliamentary, also we have a program for the parliamentary, an important program focused to build the capacity of the parliamentary and on the making decision also. It is very important for them to understand the issue of this digital technology, because at the end is them to adopt the rule and the regulation for the digital technology. And this training focus also on fintech. We have one program with Alibaba, and also in cybersecurity with the Global Forum of Cybersecurity Experts. And we need also to promote the voice of Africa. Why we have several forums. The one forum led, several UN-led forum. One, it is a WISIS outcome for Africa, World Summit Information Society Forum for Africa will organize every year in Africa, and to focus on the 11 action line of the WISIS to see the progress made by African country in the implementation of this 11 action line, going to the role of the government, the cyber security development infrastructure, e-service, and as activity. And also we support the organization of the African Internet Governance Forum every year. And now we are focused on this Global Digital Compact. I'm going to stay to focus 1 minute before I conclude on this Global Digital Compact, because it will be one of the key framework for the world, and we need African participation in this Global Digital Compact. How we can participate is not just to attend the meeting. Now we are in the consultation period, and we need to provide input. I think all sectors we discuss, we can provide input based on the need of Africa. We talk about this digital public infrastructure, this access affordability. We talk about capacity building, emerging technology, internet fragmentation, public good. All, I think everybody can have something to provide. And this Global Digital Compact is open to everyone. Private sector, government, civil society, academia, everybody should be involved, because this Global Digital Compact will define the future we want on the development of technology for the world, and we need Africa to be part. Why I call upon all stakeholders, all participants here to be to provide your input in this Global Digital Compact. We already have one African input developed at the meeting organized by ECA in July 2023 in Cape Town, South Africa. And the document is available on our website, but you can still provide your input before final submission. it is very important for everybody to take into consideration the importance of the global and digital compact, and to think about also on the WSIS Plus 20. We are going to organize the WSIS Plus 20. We start the reflection to organize the WSIS Plus 20 we will organize in November, early in December in Victoria Falls for Africa, and we need to discuss by 2025 to come up with a solid proposal of Africa, a robust proposal for Africa for the continuation of WSIS beyond to 2025, and to look at also what is the positionment of WSIS IGF vis-à-vis of the global digital compact. I think it is something I would like to highlight to share with you, and thank you very much for involving ECA on this important forum, and we invite you also to attend several side events. We start organizing since Saturday, but we have some side event tomorrow and after tomorrow, and I would like to invite you all of you to attend this side event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sek, for reminding us that we need to focus on women among the many things you have said. And for us to contextualize the issue, we need to analyze and get the opportunity cost of this digital exclusion. It's something we have discussed for many years, but we need to be intentional and innovative to be able to address this issue. And this can only be supported if we have the facts and statistics, and we are able to, again, link it with the livelihoods opportunities. My next speaker is online as well. That is Dr. Martin Koyabe, Senior Manager, African Union, Global Forum on Cybersecurity Project. And Dr. Martin, kindly take the floor.
First of all, I hope you can hear me. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting me and also for giving the GFCE an opportunity to share some of the aspects of this intervention. Secondly, I want also to pay tribute to the speakers who have just come before me in some of the issues that they've articulated going forward. As said before, my name is Martin Koyabe. I actually lead and also coordinate the activities between the AU and the GFCE. Some of the issues that I'll highlight on have also been contributed by our partners, and that is the AU Development Agency, that's AUDA NEPAD, and also colleagues within the GFCE ecosystem. If you allow me, let me just give you the context of what we've been doing with the AU, and this refers to the AU GFCE collaboration project. This project has actually come to an end, and we're now moving to the next phase of this particular project, where we were looking at how do we build resilience and ensure that African countries have the capacity to sustain what we call cyber capacity building within the continent. There were 3 areas that we looked at, and these areas were very, very pertinent. One was the issue around taking an assessment to really look carefully and look at what are the priorities of African countries when it comes to issues of cyber. Remember, COVID really interfered with many of the plans of many of the African countries, and therefore there was a shift from what we call the areas where they had planned, for example, in the digital infrastructure and other areas which actually saw a massive investment since there was a need, and also with other ministries such as health, which saw a massive increase in terms of funding. So therefore, the priorities of African countries really shifted along the path. The other aspect was to look at how do you sustain capacity building within the continent. And as said earlier, it is true that by 2050, the continent will have roughly about 2.5 billion people. And out of that, actually a good chunk will be young people. So therefore, there was a need to make sure that there was an investment in, especially in looking at the expertise that exists within the continent. So therefore, the issues around sustainability through the resources, especially the expertise that exists, was very critical. And then thirdly was the issue around institutional memory. How do we make sure that we establish the issues around knowledge so that we can be able to have many institutions, citizens, and also participants to be able to learn about cyber in future. So therefore, the development of what we call knowledge modules was very critical. So these are what we call best practice or what we call good practice type of platforms that enable people who are in cyber to either learn about experiences in different parts of the continent, but more importantly, to be able to share their expertise and also new ideas on specific areas. When it comes to the areas of interventions and also the lessons learned, Madam Chair, if you allow me, I'll just go very briefly, very quickly. There were several areas that came up and several interventions that we saw. It is important that the area of especially the need to sustain and to be able to protect the infrastructure became very, very, very high in the priorities of many countries. So therefore, establishment of CERTs, enhancement of CSATs and CERTs became very, very high in the agenda of many of the African countries. And in this aspect, it was an issue around how do you ensure that we actually beef up the capacities of CERTs in many of the African countries, because some of the people who get trained move on to other jobs, and therefore many African countries struggle to maintain the capacity, to maintain the skill sets that are required. So therefore, an issue around CERTs and the critical national infrastructure was very high in the agenda. Some of the areas that were proposed as the way forward is to ensure that we have what we call an identification of critical infrastructures in these countries. These countries require that people, or rather the institutions or the agencies, to identify what is critical. It's also important to conduct what we call the risk assessments of the critical infrastructure so that we know how much investment we need in those particular areas. But and more importantly, it was to develop what we call a critical infrastructure protection framework so that countries can understand what they need to do going forward in terms of protection of the critical infrastructure. And this was also exacerbated by the fact that many countries depend on the digital infrastructure for most of the services that we see today. And that's why that was very, very critical. The second intervention was the issue around development of skills. And I really support some of the sentiments that have been expressed by my previous speakers or the previous speakers on the need to actually beef up the skill sets and capacity. The GFCE, through the project, actually with the AU, has established what we call the Africa Cyber Experts Community. This is a community that comprises of over 80 experts, and some of them, I can see them in the room. They're from roughly about over 37 countries in the continent. And we continue from growing from strength to strength in order to establish what we call the southern to southern expertise, which can actually be able to help many of the countries to be able to converge and be able to address some of the issues that they have. So for example, if you have an expert who is good in CERTs in Malawi, and the country that probably requires that expertise is in North Africa, surely there's no need of going to the north to seek such an expert. Therefore, if we have experts within the continent that can be established and known for their development, it makes a lot of sense to build that particular capacity in order to support future need in those particular areas of need, especially when it comes to cyber capacity building. So therefore, the development of skills is important. There's a need to provide the opportunities, especially for individuals in marginalized areas. I think this is something that came out within the project, and also strengthening cyber diplomacy and the understanding of normativity and that process. And this is something that we've discussed in detail. There is a need for African countries to understand what is the process for being involved in the discussion of cyber diplomacy, what are the tenets of the understanding of the basics that are required within this area. And then thirdly, there's a need to also promote what we call diversity and inclusivity. And I like the presentation that was given earlier by the member of parliament and also by the Nigerian minister to make sure that we can build this diversity. And these are sentiments that were expressed at the IGF Africa, for those of us who were there, that we need to make sure that all communities, especially the diverse communities, are built within this. So therefore, we need to encourage the need for the young people and both old and other people who are actually vulnerable within the community to be able to be involved in these areas. Within the GFCE and in the collaboration project, we've established the network of African women in cyber. This network has grown from strength to strength. Thank you, Coach, Madam Chair, since you are the co-founder for this particular organization, to have moved it from where it is to the next level. And I think that is one area where we've seen a lot of effort being put in, and we would urge that more effort is put in, as Magda said, that when you have more than 50% of the population is women, then it's obvious that we need to have women and girls in cyber, as, taking their role and being able to support the efforts. As I come to wind up, there were areas of concern, especially when it comes to resources and funding. And this is something that is not new. Many of the projects that we've seen in the continent do not necessarily have what we call the sustainment built into those particular projects. So therefore, after the funding is over, these projects normally either end or these projects are never sustained to the level that is expected. There is a need for the African countries to also invest more in terms of funding. So therefore, when you develop cybersecurity strategies or when you develop these particular interventions, it's important to factor in how these countries can be able to sustain some of these particular projects. We know there are some good examples in the continent of countries that have been able to sustain their certs, or they've been able to sustain specific projects internally without necessarily seeking external funding. So therefore, in terms of budgeting, especially for parliamentarians and other decision makers who are in the room, it's important that we think about funding as a critical component when it comes to issues of cyber capacity building. And then finally, Madam Chair, the issue around the political will cannot be emphasized any further. And I really want to emphasize what the representative from Parliament from Ghana just said just a few minutes ago, that the political will is important. And the reason why this is important is because many of the political leaders, many of the legislators do make decisions that affect you and I, especially when it comes to the continent. So therefore, the issue around sensitizing the executive, sensitizing members of parliament, sensitizing people who make decisions that might not necessarily be decisions that can actually have an impact now, but might have an impact in future. It's very important that we really sensitize those levels or those echelons in the society so that they can understand what are the critical issues when it comes to cyber. As I finalize, Madam Chair, there are some interventions that the GFCE continues to make. And we really want to thank some of the partners that are in the room that we've worked together. I know we've been able to actually support some of the IGF regional capacity development, especially when it comes to issues of the School on Internet Governance and other areas. We've also been able to work in tandem with some of the organizations in order to push specific areas of cyber capacity building forward. In summary, and as I come to a conclusion, Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I just want...
Sorry, Dr. Koyabe, you only have 30 seconds.
Okay, so the last bit here is the upcoming meeting that is coming up in Ghana, and I know many of you are looking forward to it. There will be, for the first time, we shall have the cyber security experts and cyber capacity building development partners coming together in Ghana on the 29th to the 30th of November to talk about Mission Cyber. But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Koyabe. We are now going to the Q&A session. And I want to ask all the participants, if you ask a question, please state who should answer the question so that we are able to align ourselves. We have about 15 minutes for that. Kindly only one question per person, and don't make it as if it's another presentation so that we save on time. And to start with, I'll ask Dr. Chidi next to me to start.
Yes, it's actually a question. Thank you, Dr. Martins Koyabe, for your beautiful and intelligent presentation. Okay, we talked about critical resources or infrastructure that are required to undertake all the massive projects that you mentioned. But for us as regulators in Nigeria, we've received inquiries from a good number of stakeholders, which had to do with Afrinic, the internet registry in Africa, to which we have not been able to give substantive answer to. And in all your presentation, I have not heard you mention the crisis or the problem or the dysfunctionality within the Afrinic. The reason being that to sustain the internet and to fight cybersecurity, it is very important that the continent takes charge of the commodity, their bandwidth, which is the IP networks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chidi. We'll take 2-3 more questions before the panelists start answering them. There.
Okay, thank you very much. Jameson Olufui, Nigeria, Africa, Nigeria. I would like to really use this opportunity to commend AU and UNECA for kickstarting African IGF 2011. I was in the room that day and it was quite tough, but the dividend is for us to see today. And also to appreciate NCC for the excellent hosting of the last African IGF, and to actually say that Nigeria is ripe to host the global IGF. Do you agree? Yes. 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 So now to the question. Dr. Makta provided us that data, which we know, that we are really behind the global average with regard to internet penetration. I want to ask, how about the use of TV white spaces? Are we trying to license that spectrum? Can we use that to really reach the underserved? The tools, the technical know-how is available. I hear people say we don't have the capability, technical capability. We have the technical capability. We can deploy a lot of infrastructural tools. In fact, my company, we build data centers. We have many that do a lot of things. So digital white spaces from the digital dividend is just there for us to use. With a bandwidth of 100 megabits per second, we can reach the underserved. So what is holding us? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? As we wait for more questions, I give the floor to Dr. Koyabe to answer the first question and Dr. Maxek for the second one.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether I'm on the chopping board here, but let me try and be very, very, very careful in how I respond to this issue of Afrinic. But more importantly, I think we all agree that the continent requires consistency, it requires organizations that can be able to deliver in some of these aspects that we are discussing if we are to make a difference. It's very, very unfortunate, especially from what I understand, and I want to be very, very careful here on the situation around Afrinic, because I think the challenge has been the litigation that has been launched in terms of the challenge of the problem that Afrinic has. I really don't want to go into the details of that because I know it's in the public domain. And if you allow me, Honorable, I would like to make sure that we really assist where we can to make sure that the organization comes back to what it's meant to be, because the continent requires that organization. But more importantly, let's build some what we call sustainment in terms of how these organizations can function in future, so that we know how we build mechanisms for auditing, mechanisms that can be able to create what we call an authentic organization that can be able to serve the people and the continent. So for now, I'll want to reserve my extended comments, if you allow, but to let what we call the process take its due course as Afrinic tries to unsolve its issues as we all know it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I think I'm going to start with the Afrinic problem. It is a big issue for the continent now. We have seen 2 days ago the resolution of the court, and we need to take seriously into consideration this resolution. Now we can't say anything more, but we are going to call a meeting between AUC, ECA, and Smart Africa to see how we can do to sort it out with this problem. Because when you talk about this digital transformation, job creation, fintech opportunity, e-commerce, if you don't have your IP address, what are you going to do? Nothing. Yeah, it is a problem. And the CCTL also pose problem in several African countries. There is no this sovereignty, this digital sovereignty in several continents. We have our young generation, digital dividends, 70% of youth to represent 42% of the youth in the world. But if you don't have the access, if you don't control your network, anything will happen. It is something we have to take into consideration. Second, regulation. Yeah, it is a big problem. It's not something easy now. Before it was easy when you have only the telecommunication sector, we have this mobile and some added value service, it was easy to regulate. But now you have this artificial intelligence. We don't know where we are going with this artificial intelligence. It's very clear. Even for the developed, all the world, they doesn't know where we are going with this artificial intelligence. You want to write a book, just so you ask ChatGPT to write for you the book. You can write. Yeah. What is the problem? Everything you can do, you can ask this artificial intelligence. It is something like, what call it in French, la vache folle. La vache folle. Because this, this cow, it has a cow. But now artificial intelligence use the data from all network, and they use the data of the artificial intelligence, of the service provided by artificial intelligence. We don't need what happened now. Yeah. We are not safe in this. And also, when you talk about this artificial intelligence, the issue is the cyber security. Now, when you use this cryptography, all this software, to save your network, the issue is you are this quantum computer now. You can't block anything with this. It's clear. Yeah, if they can find any code you put in your system. And with this artificial intelligence, it will continue. We need to work closely while we have this working group AUC on artificial intelligence to see what we can do in Africa, what kind of framework we can put in place, what kind of measure we can put in place to take benefits of this artificial intelligence. Even for the spectrum, it is very important to look at the issue of spectrum with the development of the 5G. Maybe later 6G will come. And we are not ready for 5G. It's clear, we are not ready. Because some people use this, what call it, this income is 4G. They increase the 4G to make it is like 5G. It's not 5G. Yeah. It is generally what the several operator did. We have to see this allocation of this bandwidth, also this spectrum. Regulator now has a big role to play, and it is important also all regulator to start to building their capacity on this emerging technology. We have artificial intelligence, we have this blockchain, we have all this Internet of Things. Tomorrow, nanotechnology will be there. We have this quantum computer. We don't know what's happening in the world. Yeah, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Sek. We are still going to have more questions.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Katya Sarajeva. I come from SPIDER at Stockholm University, just to position my comment. And I would slightly disagree with the previous speaker, just a comment. Do not get distracted by AI or blockchain. SPIDER has been working for 7 years with telecom regulators in Africa, and the solution to a lot of what you're talking about is in regulation. It is still spectrum. It is still infrastructure sharing, and all of these things are done by African engineers, economists, and software engineers that are locally in Africa and are constantly working on this. It is complicated and it is hard, but everybody's doing it. So please remember your regulators and also your judiciary, because everything rests on the rule of law. So it's not AI. It's a lot of interesting work and good work that's being done on national level, but also in regional harmonization and working together on the basic stuff. Everybody's talking about AI and how blingy it is. It's just a dream. A lot of the work and a lot of the progress is done right now by really highly skilled experts on the African continent. And by supporting those people who are working on the bolts and nuts that are not glamorous, that is the everyday work of the telecom regulators, you are actually spreading both connectivity and use and empowering a lot of people as we speak. And a lot of it is done in meetings like this. Just everybody's struggling. It's not just Africa. In Sweden, the north of Sweden didn't get connectivity on their own. It's the people who had to make it happen. So the problems are everywhere, and Africa is no different, and you're doing really good, because I work with these people. Sorry.
Thank you for the comment. I will give Honorable Stanley then 2 more questions and answers, and we finalize. Okay. Take that one. Probably to save on time, can you kindly just stand behind the mics, because we have them? That one may have a challenge.
Thank you, everybody. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, House Committee Chairman for ICT and Cybersecurity, also Representative Nigeria. I think we've been having, I'll cite an example. When we started this whole world of human genomics, where we have to do a lot of analytics around DNA for precision medicine, a lot of doctors were agitating, will this thing take away medical doctors' role? What is it going to do? Is computer simulation or analytics going to take away all of our jobs? It is not true. I've been around technology for almost 40 years. I want to say this. Let's not get distracted with what AI is just another technology. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a technologist and now a lawmaker. Let's not get distracted. Let's focus and keep our eye on the ball. And the ball is how we're going to make this integrated into the future. It's either we take it and run with it, or you just keep running and we'll be behind. So as legislators in the House, let's not get distracted. We will skin this cat. There's so many ways we're going to skin this cat. We are going to unravel it. It's just the reality. But the question now is, how quickly are we going to train ourselves to catch up with the rest of the world? Let me stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. I give you the floor. I give Onika and then the last one. Yes.
My name is Shoaib Falabi Salis. I'm a senator from Nigeria and the chairman of the Nigerian Study Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I have 3 interventions and I'm going to do it in 2 minutes. One is at national level, one is at continental level, and one is on global level. On the national level, we were in Abuja, and a very beautiful report had been presented by Dr. Chidi, complemented by Honorable Sam and Mariam. The first thing I believe we need to do as legislators and participants, when we go back, let's put this together as a report and share it with the leadership of each respective National Assembly. Otherwise, this report will be circulating amongst us. No one else will know that a wonderful job took place in Abuja and has been complemented at IGF. Don't let us turn this participation into a holiday or a jamboree. The only way we can get meaningful thing out of this, in my view, let's put this report together. Let Nigerian senators share with the president of Nigerian Senate. Let the Ghanaian parliamentarians do so with the Ghanaian parliamentarians. Let us also do so with the representatives of various countries in interparliamentary unions like ECOWAS Parliament and African Union. That's one way to ensure that what we are discussing here gets traction among others. That's number one. Number two, I listened to a number of initiatives being done at global level, at continental level. The truth of the matter is that I am hearing some of them for the first time. You cannot be a champion or an advocate of something you are not aware of. Can we have a directory of ongoing initiatives at the continental level to be shared by all parliamentarians? That's the only way you can mainstream it into your national agenda. If there's something that has taken place in Malawi that needed to be domesticated, it cannot happen until the parliamentarians are aware of it. And it will not be aware of it unless we have a director of it. So the gentleman who spoke about from the CE,
GFC.
yeah, he spoke about some initiative going on. The man from, spoke about something going on. Do we have a directory of saying these are the ongoing initiatives at African level, at African Union level, and let's share with the parliamentarians and let us become the evangelists and champions in our various countries. The last one, we must be grateful to international development partners. GIZ is here, a number of them are here. They have been supportive of initiatives in Africa. But that's a caveat. Sometimes those supports do not address our priorities. Those supports come in a generic manner. Malawi requires support for education. That will become a template for the rest of Africa. I want to beg of you, let each country determine its own priorities. And let us approach those development partners with our priorities. Let the funding, let the support be tailored to the priorities of each country. That's where we make the maximum of it. And lastly, I thank you for coming to Nigeria. We are open again.
Thank you for the comments. We have Onika, then Zanyo.
Good evening, Onika Makwakwa. I am asking a question more specifically around a concern of what is the vision and the strategic plan for growing Africa IGF. I think it's really troubling that we've got, 54 nations and less than 20, if I'm not mistaken, that are actually active and hosting IGF. If we have a vision of hosting more global IGFs in Africa, in Nigeria, or wherever, it's going to take us actually showing up en masse and holding each other accountable. I think what's been missing with IGF is an accountability framework amongst the multi-stakeholders that are involved, but also amongst us as countries within the continent. So I'd like either ECA or AU to speak to what is the vision and the strategic plan for growing and strengthening IGF within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Onika.
Good afternoon, everyone, and evening, morning to everyone around the world. My name is Zanyo Ntatisi Esare, CEO of Digitally Legal. And standing on existing protocols, and also I think the questions and comments that were articulated, I'm really excited to hear that. But mine is more around, there are a lot of statistics given today and a lot of vulnerable groups that were mentioned. But I think as Africa, we need to be honest about one thing. When we have meetings of this kind, we really neglect our disabled communities. And the reason why I'm saying this is if you look at use cases, and I won't even mention where, I'll actually give you the homework to do that yourselves, the potential of effectively using assistive technologies in your country has the immense potential of, one, not just obviously fighting equality and all the really good stuff that we all say we're here for, but actually injecting to your GDP. So I think with the leaders that are sitting here, that's one of the questions that I would like you to sort of research for yourself and ask yourself in the context of your country, your communities, even your own hometown. What is being done from that perspective? That's the first one. The second one is more of a comment, I think, Honorable, just bootstrapping on what you said. We're Africans and we've got our own norms, our own cultures. There's an English saying that says you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. We are Africans. If your brother, your cousin, your sister, your child, whoever cannot drink that water themselves, you make sure that water goes into that body. And I'd like to leave that as an actionable item for each one of us here to know that if whatever is required for us to achieve our goals from an IGF perspective as Africans, is that water conundrum with water drinking horses, what? We make our horses drink in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of us. Most of these have been comments. We are going to continue with these discussions going forward. I'll give now the floor to Lillian, who will attempt probably to answer some of the questions, but then also give our vote of thanks. Okay, Magda, 45 seconds.
I'm counting.
I think IGF, African IGF, is growing in the continent. As you have to know exactly what is IGF. It is a multi-stakeholder forum. Is different to the WISIS forum, where government come and make decision. Here it is just to discuss on the key issue on the digital technology around the world. It is very important forum, one of the outcome of the WISIS 25, and now I think everybody can discuss about issue related to Africa, to the world. You have seen several opinion when we talk about artificial intelligence. People coming from the north have their own idea, but we have our own idea on what's happened in the continent, because we know very well what's happened on this continent. And we'll work with African Union to try to make up more successful African IGF and to involve more government, more private sector, more civil society. I think you have seen this very good participation in Abuja, and I think next year we'll get more participants to the next African IGF. But in the meantime, we discuss between all key actors to see how we can make better African IGF functional in the benefits of the continent. Internet governance, the global one, we already have one last year in Ethiopia. It was very successful, but we can't organize because IGF will end in 2025. By 2025, it will not organize in Africa. Maybe if the mandate is renewed by 2030, we can see East African country, one African country can organize. But it is a competition to organize also this Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. I realize we didn't give Moses chance to answer any questions. So Moses, I give you 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I will be brief. One is on the issue of initiatives on the continent, and I want to thank the distinguished speaker for raising it up. For information, yes, As part of our monitoring the implementation of the digital transformation strategy for Africa, we have put in an institutional architecture and implementation framework where we have identified who is doing what to implement the digital plan. And as part of the monitoring evaluation framework, we have also appointed, we requested member states, and member states have nominated focal points for digital transformation. So we will be quoting initiatives from member states, from all actors of the continent who are supporting us to implement the digital transformation strategy. And in 2025, we do a comprehensive. The monitoring, of course, will be annually, but as a midterm comprehensive evaluation, we also do one in 2025. Regarding the strategy to grow African IGF, I think my colleague Makta respect to that. Strategies are always a consultative process. Please, your inputs are also welcome, but we will continue working with the ECA and other stakeholders so that we can continue to grow the African IGF. There is always room for improvement, but it be a consultative process involving everyone in spirit of the multi-stakeholder process. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And finally, we have run over time, but I'll ask Lillian to give our final remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. It's only kind of ironic that I have just 1 minute to, say something, but it's also wonderful instead a good opportunity, being the MAG chair for the Africa IGF, to hear all these kind of nice recommendations and, deliberations from the actors from the region, very far away from our continent. I think to me, when I was listening in, and part of the things that I was seeing coming out is a multi-stakeholder approach, where we are seeing, some of the recommendations or some of the resolutions that we got from Abuja already happening, the issue of exercising political, power, or to shape the digital, future for Africa. We already have the parliamentarian network. We had the Africa Parliamentarian Symposium. We had quite a number of ministers, participating in the Continental Forum. But also when we do a quick kind of, lens, we zoom into the regional, the sub-regional forums and the national forums, we're already seeing that governments are taking interest in these conversations, and so is, private sector. So for me, I'm seeing that the multi-stakeholder approach is already there. So I think one of the recommendations that we got from Abuja was to further strengthen that. The role of the MAG, and from Onika, we've had the vision is there, the plan is there. When the Africa IGF was launched in 2011, oh God, sorry, 2011, we started off, with fewer countries participating, but it has grown. And if we go back to the statistics that were given from the host country, from the 4 days, we had about 3,100 people who registered. On site, we had 1,414 participants, and online we had 1,683. This is interest, that people are interested in this, partners are interested in this, and we have some of our key partners who have been, with us for the past years, and they're still continuing to see that, we are strengthening and growing our, our continent and conversations. So these are good things. These are good things that we are seeing, and we are hoping that, like Honorable mentioned, that we don't just stop at having conversations in Choto or in Abuja. We need to be able to take the recommendations and take back whatever has been discussed and see how we can implement this at the regional and national level. So the vision we've had for Africa is there. Of course, there's our role as the MAG is to see how can we strengthen the coordination of the forum, but also to increase participation of African stakeholders in the IG processes, whether it's a national, regional, or subcontinental level. So this is what we are working on, and listening on to all the conversations that have come through. These are things that we are going to take on to see that next year is even bigger than Abuja. I'm glad that, Nigeria is already expressing, for us to go back there, but in the spirit of multi-stakeholderism, we need to go to another country unless, all factors, have been held constant and there's no any other host, then we can come back to Nigeria. Already we've had conversations from, interest from South Africa to host from Benin. So there's already interest, and we are seeing that the community is increasingly, interested, in hosting and, taking these conversations to these countries. So through you, moderator, I would like to thank members, our partners at the global level, at the UN, through the UN IGF Secretariat, who have been able to join us today, bring our conversations all the way from Abuja to Choto to be able to listen on to the outcomes. But we also encourage you to continue supporting us to see how we can grow, but also, learn from what you're doing and help, not help, but partner with us in making the digital future for Africa more successful and more, wonderful for, for the development of the continent. Thank you.
So thank you very much to our panelists, to our participants, and we look forward to working with you and making our next open forum to show output, outcome, and show how we have improved, as it has been said. Many thanks, and bye from all of us. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for the next session, so let's kindly move out, or we join them to listen to them.
You didn't give me your help.
Oh, I've sent you a message.
tool that you're using, so you have the requirements according to what it is that you're submitting. So I definitely thought of you with this. Do apply. All right, I want to see your name there. Gloria. Gloria May. And yours is again, wherever Gloria May is. I'll forget to tell you if I don't talk to you enough. But yes, please apply. And if you know of any other, because I really want to focus on African digital solutions, especially East African digital solutions. So if you know of anybody that, like, yeah, that fits into that, send me their contacts, or just even send them just that to go ahead and apply. Yeah? Well, for sure, I'm around. No, I think whoever was here left, so it should be okay. Oh, that's fine.
My name is Bakari Masasi. I'm from Tanzania and I am director, host and voice actor at StarTime.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.是朵拉。那这样。我想想啊，人部长完了之后，对，人部长完了之后，您用这个麦，然后是，对，您用这个麦完了之后就是梦银。之后是不是？最后是那个 Patrick 这个是在线的，然后是孙老师啊，那还是把那个麦克风放在这边，然后那个孙老师讲完了之后，然后您呢就是部长讲完之后，部长要撤，然后部长要走，对，然后部长走了之后，您就可以把这麦克风对拉过来就行，好，对，好，然后。
Working. Good morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can see you and hear you.
Perfect, thank you. I'll stop sharing and I will mute myself.
Okay.
没事，对，这比较稳定，而且可能叫什么比较自由，是吧？也不需要天天去吧，对吧？啊，对。那有可能，对，青春北街，哎，那个还挺厉害的，我看那个青春北街，是吧？那青春北街我这还关注着呢，好像。是吧？为啥我关注这个我忘了？但我好像关注他，就看今年。挺好，那跟你这个传媒大学也紧密联系，对吧？他们可能关注的话题还是回事儿，知道。王上王老师我们很熟，对。王老师也是研究新媒体的，发了好多研究报告。对，他们都会关注，是，发展进去。对，年轻人，是吧？对。
オンラインで一人まだ来てないんですけど、
そうですか。
始めるかどうしますか？
ちょっと待って。说那个网上一个人还没来，网上还有谁啊？
He's here. He's here. So we're all set. We're all set. Okay. Okay, みんな準備できたので、時間になったら始めていい。ちょっと待って。はい、いい。
哎，你好，哎，好，你好，哎，
新闻稿报您是
啊。好。
Hello. Okay, hello everyone, excellent ladies and gentlemen, and also young friends, because I saw there are some children also joining us for this session. Welcome all to the Internet Governance Forum 2023 Open Forum number 15, Protecting Children Online with Emerging Technologies. My name is Li Shenrui. I'm from UNICEF China Country Office as a Child Protection Officer. It's my honor to welcome you as the moderator of this session on behalf of the China Federation of Internet Societies, UNICEF China, and Communication University of China to convey the warm greetings to all of you together to this important forum. And there's a big thank you for being here today. And today, in this session, we will discuss the most trendy topics along protecting children with emerging technologies. As many of you may know that 2 years ago, the UNICEF released a policy guidance 2.0 on AI for children globally as a global policy guidance for governance and industry. So the conversations kept going on in the last 2 years on how to protect children online and how to adjust our policies, actions, practices, not only from the government side, but also from the industry and from the social civil society side to engage and leverage resources to protect our children. So taking this opportunity, we have guests and guest speakers with various background, and we will share more on their insights around this topic. So without further ado, let's welcome our honored guest, Mr. Ren Xianliang, the Secretary General of the World Internet Conference and the President of China Federation of Internet Societies, to give us an opening remarks. Please, welcome.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴出席2023年联合国互联网治理论坛，利用新兴技术保护儿童网络安全开放论坛。我代表主办方对论坛的举办表示祝贺，向各位嘉宾表示欢迎。
ladies, gentlemen, and friends. It's great to be here at IGF 2023 Open Forum, Protecting Children Online with Emerging Technology. On behalf of the organizers, I want to congratulate everyone for putting together an amazing event and a warm welcome to all our guests.
当今时代，人工智能、大数据、物联网等新兴技术的广泛应用，极大地影响和改变人们的生产生活，同时给互联网治理，特别是儿童网络安全保护，提出了新课题。
In today's world, technologies like AI, big data, the Internet of Things are everywhere. They have a huge impact on our lives and raise new issues for Internet governance, especially when it comes to protecting children online.
一方面，网络成为儿童获取知识、沟通交流的重要渠道；另一方面，网络为儿童成长带来诸多的风险隐患，不良内容、网络沉迷、网络欺诈、个人信息泄露等问题时有发生。
On one hand, the Internet is an important tool for children to learn and communicate. On the other hand, it brings risks like harmful content, addiction, fraud, and privacy breaches.
加强儿童网络保护已成为国际社会的普遍共识和期待。
It's a global consensus that we need to strengthen online protection for children.
相关研究表明，中国青少年网民接近2亿，触网的低龄化趋势明显。10岁前首次触网的未成年人占比达52%。
Studies show that in China alone, there are almost 200 million minors who have access to the Internet. The age of the first exposure is getting younger too, with 52% of the minors Internet users before the age of 10.
因此，中国政府和社会高度重视儿童网络安全的保护工作，发布《儿童个人信息网络保护规定》，要求网络运营者应设置专门的儿童个人信息保护规则和用户协议，出台生成式人工智能服务管理暂行办法，从算力规范生成式人工智能技术，审议通过未成年人网络保护条例，在新修订未成年人保护法增设网络保护专章等等，为儿童网络保护提供强有力的法治支撑。
That's why the Chinese government and society have taken this issue seriously. The government has introduced provision on the cyber protection of personal information of children, which require operators to set up special rules and user agreement for the protection, and interim measures for the administration of generative artificial intelligence services, which make sure that generative AI, like how it works and what data it uses, is regulated. Draft regulation on the online protection of minors and a dedicated chapter to cyber protection in the new law on protection of minors make sure kids are protected when they are online.
有关主管部门持续开展清朗等专项行动，大力净化网络环境，突出整治涉未成年人网络乱象。
Special efforts have been made to clean up the online environment.
平台企业履行社会责任，探索设置青少年模式、防沉迷系统等功能。
Platforms have taken social responsibility by implementing features like kid mode and tools to prevent Internet addiction.
作为社会组织，我们也积极参与儿童网络保护。世界互联网大会乌镇峰会连续多年举办青少年网络保护论坛。中国网络社会组织联合会加强与联合国儿童基金会的合作，连续4届在 IGF 主办或参与儿童网络保护的相关活动，联合开展人工智能为儿童案例的征集和全球推广等，取得积极成效。
As social organizations, World Internet Conference and the China Federation of Internet Societies are actively involved in children's online protection too. WIC Wuzhen Summit has held forums on children's online protection for consecutive years, and CFIS has collected with UNICEF to host or participate in activities related to children's online safety at IGF, collecting cases of AI for children and promoting them globally. These efforts have yielded positive results.
如何利用新兴技术保护儿童网络安全，需要我们加强交流，增进共识，共同行动。在此我谈3点建议。
To protect children's online security with emerging technologies, we need to communicate more, build consensus, and take collective action. Here, I'd like to share 3 suggestions.
一是依法规范新兴技术。
First, we should regulate emerging technologies in accordance with the law.
建立完善相关的法律法规，发挥法治对新技术应用、新业态发展的引领、规范、保障作用，依法规范新兴技术应用场景。
It's important to establish and improve laws and regulations related to the application and development of emerging technologies. This will ensure that these technologies are used responsibly and in a way that safeguards everyone's interests.
建议政府部门强化监管，持续开展各类整治行动，纠治各种网络乱象，夯实儿童网络安全防护墙。
I recommended that government departments enhance its supervision, continue to take collective measures, and crack down on bad online behaviors to strengthen the wall of protection for children's online security.
二是推动科技向上向善。
Second, we should make sure science and technologies are developed to do good.
网站平台作为各类应用服务的提供者，要强化主体责任，建立健全青少年模式、防沉迷机制、举报处置机制等，防范打击侵害儿童合法权益的内容和行为，鼓励倡导企业加强儿童网络保护的技术研发，以技术对技术，提高儿童网络保护的防疫能力。
Websites and platforms as providers of various services should fulfill their obligations. They should establish and enhance features like hit mode, anti-addiction, mechanisms, and reporting and removing systems to prevent and combat content and behaviors that compromise children's rights. We should encourage tech companies to invest in research and development for children's online protection, protecting them technologically against threats.
三是提升数字素养。
Third, it's crucial to improve children's digital literacy.
推进学校、家庭和全社会共同参与，加强未成年人网络素养的宣传教育，提升儿童防范风险意识和自我保护能力，提升学校、家长引导规范儿童安全上网、用网的能力素养。
Schools, families, and society as a whole should work together to raise awareness and educate minors about the Internet. Children should be equipped with knowledge and skills to recognize risk and protect themselves. In addition, schools and parents should be more prepared to guide children through Internet use.
社会组织、科研机构等要整合行业资源和社会力量，研究推进新兴技术伦理治理，构建伦理审查、伦理标准认证等制度机制，形成多方共识儿童安全保护网的良好局面。
Social organizations and research institutions should utilize social and industrial resources and work on ethical governance of emerging technologies. These include establishing machines for ethical review and certification,
同时，建议国际社会在相互尊重、相互信任的基础上，加强对话合作，开展跨地区、跨平台协作，研究破解涉儿童的黑会产、隐蔽性网络乱象等难点问题，共同打造有利于儿童健康成长的网络空间命运共同体。
Last but not least, I suggest that the Internet community strengthen dialogue and cooperation based on mutual respect and trust. We could not tackle difficult issues such as illegal industry targeting children and hidden cyber threats without cooperation across regions and platforms. Together, we can build a community with a shared future in cyberspace that fosters the healthy growth of children.
我们也将继续为此积极努力，为儿童创造更美好的网络世界贡献力量。
We will continue to make dedicated efforts towards this goal and contribute a better and safer cyber world for children.
祝本次论坛圆满成功，谢谢大家。
I wish this forum great success. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to Mr. Ren for during the opening remarks. It's always thrilled to see that China dedicates to be a pioneer, to explore and lead the positive pathways towards an enabling and safe digital environment for children globally, while emphasizing, as Mr. Ren mentioned, the adaptability of laws and regulations, and also the clear roles and responsibilities of different sectors, including industrial and civil society sectors, and also improving the children digital literacy. While we glad to see that China keeps seeking opportunities on international cooperation among this important topic, and we hope to unpack those suggestions later in our discussion today. And next, let's welcome Mr. Li Zhengrui, the Deputy Director of Council of the Communication University of China. Let's welcome.
Distinguished Mr. Ren Xianliang, Ms. Dora, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I'm very pleased to participate in this open forum with the theme Protecting Children Online with a major technology. First of all, please allow me to represent Communication University of China, or CUC, one of the organizers of this forum, to warmly welcome all experts and scholars for your attendance. Thank you for your attention to the topic of children online protection. With the rapid development of the Internet, the wave of digital technology and information networking has swept the world. By June 2023, netizens in China had outnumbered 1 billion, about 20% of which are adolescents and students. Taking the largest proportion, the popularity of the Internet has enabled children more access to reach out emerging technologies and further use them. The emerging technologies not only bring great convenience to children's education, health, and entertainment, but also arise people's concern for policy protection and fairness. CUC has always valued to the integration of discipline construction related to Internet technology, technological progress, and social responsibility, and has deepened academic accumulation in intelligence media network. A number of emerging technologies-related research centers have also been established, including State Key Laboratory of Media convergence and communication, key laboratory of intelligent media of Ministry of Education, key laboratory of audio visual technology and intelligent control system of Ministry of Culture and Tourism. In addition, the School of Information and Communication Engineer has set up AI as a major and development as a major to cultivate compound senior talent for AI-related scientific research, design, and development, and integrated application in fields such as information, culture, radio, and television, and media industry. On the strengthening of the inherent academic and social research advantage of emerging internet technology, and the invitation of CFIS and UNICEF, one of scientific research team from CUC, joined AI for Children project group. As a key member, our team conducted in-depth research on the application of AI for children and participated in the formulation of a guideline for construction of internet application for minors based on AI technology. Different from traditional internet application, the internet application driven by emerging technologies introduce intelligent technologies such as machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and knowledge graph. The use of this technology helps to provide more well-being for children, such as health monitoring of children, recommendation of quality content, company of special group. However, emerging technology also bring many risks to children, such as unfairness, data privacy security, and internet education. Therefore, stakeholders such as government department, scientific research institution, social organization, and relevant enterprises should deepen exchange, enhance consensus, and strengthen cooperation, and found guidelines and rule of the global common development of protecting children online with emerging technology, so as to promote the health development of emerging technology and better benefit people around the world. I hope that through exchange of this open forum, we can all get inspiration from the application of emerging technology for children and further contribute to the development and application of emerging technology in the children-related field. At the end, I hope this open forum will be a success and promote global awareness of children online protection. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee, for sharing and also for expressing the commitment of the CUC on generating more evidence on child online protection. It was good cooperation between CUC and UNICEF China on working on the documentation of AI for children cases. And we definitely hope to see more of those collaboration joint. Please let us welcome Mr. Patrick Burton, the Child Online Protection Consultant, to share about the key considerations in regulating emerging technologies for protection of children. So the floor is yours, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Can I just check that everybody can see my screen?
Yeah, sounding clear, please.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, give me a second. I just need to turn translation off because I've got an echo. There we go. Hopefully that will be better. So thank you very much, Chairperson, Secretary General, colleagues, fellow speakers, experts, participants in the room, friends that I know are there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you and for convening this forum in the first place. So it's difficult to watch or to read the news these days, obviously, without hearing about AI, the impact of artificial intelligence or digital technology on children's lives. Often, this is phrased in negative terms. For example, the impact of screen time, as problematic as that phrase is, unless it's unpacked, on children's concentration and well-being, or on the escalating reports of child sexual abuse material or exposure to explicit images by children, or sometimes the tragic results of cyberbullying that children are experiencing. And I think this is only surpassed perhaps by the growing attention on the impact of AI and emerging technology specifically, not least in feeding these risks and in exacerbating and catalyzing harmful outcomes for children. Yet, as the title of this forum suggests, at the same time, that same technology can certainly offer a wealth of opportunities, many of which have already been alluded to by the previous speakers. In the right context, with the appropriate oversight, regulation, and design to mitigate some of the potential for harms that the underlying fabric and construction and architecture of the algorithms and machine learning introduce or escalate into children's everyday use of digital technology. These range from the use of predictive analytics and behavioral models for prevention, deterrence, and response to cyberbullying, child sexual offending, and other risks, and to the use of machine learning and deep neural networks for scanning and hashing of child sexual abuse material. And each of these offers exciting and important guardrails to emerging adaptation of risks that exponentially changing technology and this rapidly changing speed of technology introduced into children's lives. Now, I'll just touch on a couple of examples of how digital technology, of how emerging technology using AI in different forms are being used to keep children safe online. Many of you, I'm sure, will have heard of some of these. Thorn's child sexual abuse material classifier is a machine learning-based tool that can find new or unknown child sexual abuse material in both images and videos. When potential CSAM is flagged for review and the moderator confirms the decision, the classifier learns it. Now, it continually improves from those decisions and those moderator reviews in a feedback loop. And it's significant in that it uses AI as a departure, or to generate a departure from existing child sexual abuse material mechanisms, which depend on existing reports, existing databases using hashing and matching technology. And rather, it detects new and unknown or unclassified child sexual abuse materials. That's just one example. Another example, which is somewhat different, but so important and often overlooked, is the use of AI to support children in responding, dealing with issues they encounter online. The example I've got here is a Finnish and Swedish example, which has been developed to support children and adolescents who have potentially experienced online harassment, and offers a chatbot through which cases are analyzed and what it calls a first aid kit are offered to children with step-by-step guidance on how to deal with each situation on a case-by-case basis. Importantly, it also has a mechanism to review by legal experts, ensuring that the safety and the child friendliness of the system is ensured through constant human oversight, something which I touch on again later. The third example that I'd like to give is somewhat different from the previous examples, and something which I think we are only starting to pay enough attention to, and that's looking at deterrence and behavior change for potential offenders. The redirection programs, and there's a similar initiative out of the UK, uses machine learning to offer self-help programs to prevent child sexual offending, specifically through focusing on deterrence to use child sexual abuse material. It constantly and iteratively learns from information and data shared by users, and importantly, is transparent in the collection and use of this data. Like the previous example, the Somebody initiative, it's also subject to oversight and training from human operators. And similar initiatives use predictive analytics to promote behavior change and help seeking amongst online child sexual abuse offenders. Those are just 3 out of a multitude of examples of how emerging technology is being used, practical examples to keep children safe online. Yet, as much as these technologies in keeping children safe offer immense opportunities, so do these technologies themselves introduce risks to children. They're not necessarily new risks, but rather new or exacerbated manifestations of existing risks that digital technologies present in children's lives. And these risks pose important questions for how the tech is designed, how it's regulated, and how it's legislated. For example, a couple of key questions that you need to take into account when thinking about this. What data is used for machine learning? How is it collected? What biases might it introduce into operations? How are these biases mitigated? How is data collected? Where is it stored? Who has access to it, both intentionally and unintentionally? And what's the purpose of that access to the data? Predictive models, machine learning require immense amounts of children's data, the collection of storage which might introduce new risks into children's lives, might introduce new privacy and security risks for children. There are a number of ethical dilemmas around this. To what degrees are approaches such as predictive analytics and nudge techniques, when applied using AI, allowing for the personal freedom of choice, the autonomy of decision-making, rather than manipulating users, particularly if those users, those children, are not aware of the facts or fully understand the facts, how that technology is being used, how their data is being used, or how an intervention is being applied. And somewhat related to this is the ring fencing of data that is collected and used to inform these models for purposes of the minimization of purpose and use. And now, just I think the moderator introduced or made reference to a couple of documents that UNICEF has produced, both the model legislation and policy for AI, and also UNICEF and Innocenti have produced a number of papers that highlight some of these challenges. Just to carry on. Risks to children's autonomy of consent. Technology deployed to detect new child sexual abuse material or grooming, for example, using classifiers such as those provided in the examples before, would not necessarily be able to differentiate between consensual sexual conversations or image sharing between 2 adolescents of a legal age in that jurisdiction, on the one hand, and otherwise unknown and unhashed child sexual abuse material, potentially introducing risks and biases to those children. Related to this, what are the underlying assumptions that underpin those algorithms or the machine learning, or what is age appropriate, contextually appropriate, culturally appropriate consensual behavior? And how are those differences by context, by region, by location taken into account? What about the lack of accountability, transparency, and explainability? If machine learning systems are making decisions related to data and algorithmic determination, how and when are these decisions and explained to children in a way that they understand, or to their parents as well? And do they detract from individual decision making? There are many more: perceptual hashing, potential for false positives. Some of these risks are more applicable to some forms of emerging technology than others, and in particular uses compared to others, but most are common to some degree across the different forms of technology that use machine learning and deep learning. So I don't have 5 days, so I'm just going to draw attention to some of the key issues around regulation, and particularly around addressing some of these challenges that the use of emerging technologies pose. I say I don't have 5 days because this is a challenge that countries throughout the world and regions throughout the world are battling with. And I think while we have some really good, promising examples and some good examples relating to some of the challenges in legislation, it is an evolving conversation and something where I think it's going to take us a while to get this framing and the regulatory and policy environment really sound in order to protect the collective rights of children. And I'm starting with the protective rights of children because underlying any legislation or policy has to be an assurance that all technology and regulation are rooted in the mandate to protect and ensure the collective, equal, indivisible, and inseparable rights of children, rather than prioritizing one right over the other. That means anticipating many of the potential unintended consequences that that technology might have down the road on children's rights, collective rights. It ranges from the obligations of due diligence by industry, designing and implementing that technology to anticipate and address adverse effects on the rights of the child, to the responsibility of states to ensure that businesses adopt and adhere to these principles and are held accountable, and also to ensuring that states themselves respect and adhere to these principles and its mandates. Now, these are enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. They're enshrined, or they are certainly contained in the General Comment number 25, and emerging sort of global guidance and treaties and instruments that have been designed to look at the protection of children's rights. And a couple of more recent pieces of legislation and policy frameworks are starting to incorporate these effectively. The Australian Online Safety Act, the UK Online Safety Bills, which is addressing this to some degree, and I say to some degree. The EU DSA and the recent draft directive regulations that explicitly address the need to anticipate and detect online harms before they occur. I mean, what's interesting, the recent EU directive calls for relevant judicial bodies to ensure that technology companies objectively and diligently assess, identify, and weigh on a case-by-case basis, which is critical, not only the likelihood and seriousness of the potential consequences of services being misused for the types of online child sexual abuse at issue, but also the likelihood and seriousness of any potential negative consequences for other parties affected. One of the things I don't have on the slide here that is also critical, that is contained in EU legislation as well as Australian legislation, at least, I'm sure it's in others, require the importance of requiring third-party independent and public annual audits to assess the impact on child rights as detailed in the CRC and General Comment number 25. Moving on, some more examples. If age verification is to be adopted, and most recent pieces of legislation are pointing to that, contained in various EU documents, contained in the draft UK Online Safety Bill, in in Australia legislation, if age verification is to be adopted. And I'm saying if because, you know, we can't say that age verification is perfect yet. It is not where it should be in order to function effectively. It is very likely to get there. Then significant steps will need to be taken prior to its implementation to ensure that the child population is equitably equipped with required identification or whatever is required in order to be able to verify the age, and that certain populations are not excluded from that. So we need to make sure that age verifications do not reinforce existing biases or introduce new biases or exclusionary practices.
Okay, Patrick, sorry to interrupt. I had to interrupt you, but we are running out of time, so probably you could wrap up within 1 minute, please.
I will wrap up within 1 minute. I've already spoken, almost there. I've already spoken about AI oversight bodies. Importantly, with attached mechanisms for redress, and that's just something I've got to say. We know from speaking to children throughout the world, one of their major concerns is that when they make reports or when AI is used or when automated report systems are used, there's no response. We need to make sure there's accountability for those responses. And then we need to make sure that regulation is designed in a way, or policies are designed in a way that are not limited to existing emerging technologies that are but rather provide scope for future developments and definitions. The very last point I'd like to make, this is a quote from a recent paper by Amanda Leonard and colleague Owens on common myths and evidence. And she makes a point that sometimes some technology cannot be fixed by more design. We cannot necessarily design our way out of problems. sometimes those technologies should not be built at all. And I guess my final comment is, do we and can we and will we rely on emerging technologies and AI to fix the problems that often result from AI in the first place? Do we rely on AI to create the internet that we want? And that's perhaps a question more than an answer. Thank you and apologies for going over time.
Okay, thank you, Patrick, for your thoughtful sharing. And we all know that it's never an easy question to answer on this topic, and we are all devoting to find the fine balance between the trade-off and gains on child online protection. We definitely want to hear from you more in future. But next, let's welcome Professor Sun Yi from Kobe Institute of Computing, Graduate School of Information Technology, to share his thoughts on this topic. Please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the UNICEF China and CFIS and CUC giving me the opportunity to share my experience and here. My name is Yi-sun. I'm Chinese, but I live in Japan more than 20 years. I'm an associate professor of graduate school in information technology at the Kobe Institute of Computing. Today I want to share some my personal experience of the internet safety technology for children in Japan. Next slide, okay. And yes, and first I want to share internet use rate of youngs in Japan. About the action rate internet use by Japanese youngs, we find the data published by Cabinet Office Governments of Japan in 2022. In this state, 98.5% of the young people response they are using the internet. The most used device is smartphone. And there's a high rate, you can see the graph in the right. There is a high rate of internet use starting in the elementary school. Yes, and my daughter is elementary once the first year. They also have a smartphone. Okay, in the digital age, ensure the safety of the children as online is a paramount concern. In Japan, constant efforts are underway to address this issue. For the government side, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications runs a program called Information Security Site for the citizens. They have the kids version to educating the children on safety internet practice. And for the MPO initiative, the MPO Information Security Forum co-hosts the Internet Safety Education Program with local authorization and the organizations, extending the reach of the Internet Safety Education to various community. This effort helps make the Internet safe for our kids, lets them enjoy its benefit, while protecting them from its dangers. From the technology side, values of technology are also offered. Filters technology stands as a popular measure in safeguarding children's internet use. It's developed with smartphones application or setting the internet network device at the school and homes. And some network service provider also provide the service. Moreover, smartphones parents controls help limited use time and accessible application. However, there are big challenge. When use filter, it's important to keep the filter applications database always up to date in order to provide the most effective protection. And yes, moreover, if you are using a network side filter, it's very simple to change switch to another network will disable the filter. For a parental controls, many find even for me, and it's the setup of the controls smartphone. It's very complicated, and often the parents cannot to configure it correctly. And believe me, the kids is very smarter than we imagine. They always can find the way to disable the parents' controls. More than one I heard from some young boys proud to tell me is how he removed the restriction on his school's PC. Okay, next slide. Use big data and AI technology to protect students' safe use of internet is a new technology trend. The AIST, the National Institute of Research Institute, provides a real-time AI analysis for children, abuse risk assignment, and support decision-making. Uses system, yes, they can provide the safe rate of abuse, a potential recurrent rate to keep help the kids. Okay, the next slide. This one is okay. Sorry. Okay. So and at the same time, another research in our research group is working on a various study about the e-learning. So the open source learning management system, we collect all the activity students well, they are interactive with the system, all the click and what they watched, how long they watched some page. All the data collected to utilize to pattern the students' learning behaviors. Enables real-time personalized feedback, significantly improving the learning experience. Interestingly, we also developed a method to identify students why they struggle with learning. Upon the investigation, we discovered that the struggle is often not with the learning materials, but distractions like TikTok or online game. Next slide, please. So our research group is working, so we realize that is some support system, the same support system can be help ensures kids use internet safety. Simple extends our current system could let us check if kids are using their internet safety without need the external setup. It's more easily to use. But the challenge is many schools use learning platform like Google and Microsoft. These platforms were easy to create the learning materials, but even you haven't IT skill, but they don't let us to connect the detailed data and how the students use it. So if we want to track the internet use of the insurance safety, team up with the big platform providers were very important. In addition, there are many issues related to personal privacy when using data. There's a trade-off between protecting privacy and improving the data available, which will be a big challenge. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sun, for sharing this interesting project. And it's always good to know that how to employ something we have already have to inform our practices. Next, please join us to welcome Ms. Wang Mengyin, Senior Director of Culture and Content Division of Tencent, to share with us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor on behalf of Tencent to be part of the discussion on how to use the emerging technologies to keep children safe online. As we are all aware, emerging digital technologies such as AI and large language models and rapid development, and enables internet applications to scale and expand substantially, offering children a much richer digital world for learning, living, and social networking, but also making them more prone to harms and risks. There are nearly 200 million underage netizens in China, with the internet adoption rate among underage population reaching almost 100%. Children now access the internet as younger ages, with an evident rural and urban information gap, as well as a lack of risk awareness going online. Given the large number and the very digital literacy levels of the minors, safety and the development are always at the top of the agenda to protect their rights and interests in the digital world. Just now, Professor Sun Yi shared with us his research and source on the children online protection in Japan, which is tremendously enlightening. And now I'm going to offer an industrial perspective on how the minors could benefit from learning and utilizing these emerging technologies. Tencent firmly committed to the mission and the vision, which is value for users and tech for good. Actually, we actively explore and improve our online safety solutions for minors, making full use of the company's experience in information and digital technologies, and also mobilizing resources in societies at large. Please allow me to share a few things that Tencent is working on at this moment. For starters, we bring together quality contents and provide and enrich netizens with access to use the internet positively. In 2019, Tencent kicked off the T-mode in a handful of its products, consolidating high quality content suitable for the young users as their online guardians. And in 2021, Tencent joined hands with the China Songqingling Foundation in the initiative of the Masterclass for Youngs, which top-class scientists, experts, and educators were invited to teach our young audience their lesson 1 in various areas. Nobel Prize-winning physicist Professor Yang Zhening, Mr. Qi Fanren, chief designer of China's Shenzhou spacecraft, and also Mr. Shen Jixiang, president of the Chinese Society of Cultural Relics. The master classes were then turned into featured video lectures in 4K resolutions for circulation, in the hope that these great materials can truly benefit more children, offer fascinating learning content, and inspire their future professional pursuit. Secondly, Tencent provides professional education and help build a competent system for minors to utilize the internet and AI. Growing up in a digital age, today's young people need to keep a finger on the pulse of the emerging technologies so as to prepare for the future. On September the 1st this year, Tencent released AI and Programming Lesson 1, a pro bono project offering young users a free introductory course at home on AI and programming through a lightweight package on WeChat. Notably for schools in rural areas with limited teaching resources and equipment, our course can also take place in a computer-free mode, allowing students to learn AI as their urban counterpart do through such as role-playing. This program debuted at already 21 pilot sites in 14 primary schools in around 4 cities, including Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. Most students found it captivating to let the machine identify objects through simple labeling, and many teachers said it was very important to build up children's creative mindset through such programs, enable them to spot potential questions and also try to troubleshoot using contributing thinking. Certainly, as an advocate for scientific thinking, Tencent strives to guide the minors to understand the internet and their own development in a positive manner. Curiosity of the young mind is very much treasured. They need diversified channels to explore the real world and proper education to experience the pervasive world beyond the screens. Starting from 2019, Tencent and Tsinghua University jointly carried out an annual popular science event named Tencent Young Science Fire. More than 2,000 young science enthusiasts met face-to-face with a top international audience, scientists at the fair, and 40 million online views were impressed by the charms of the science. More and more youngsters in China now are taking scientists as new model and new idols, and also scientific explorations is becoming a new fashion. Helping the minors growing up healthily is a vision shared by the international community. In 2022, Tencent teamed up with a number of companies and organizations to compel and release the guidelines for construction and internet applications for minors based on AI technology, bringing the synergies of the industry to promote online safety for children while developing digital technologies. Tencent is also exploring AI technology to improve the growing environment for minors. For example, the Israel Action initiative by Tencent in 2020 offered charities, groups, and the equipment manufacturers the Israel audio technology for free, for improving user experience for those with cochlear implants, including the children. Children is the future and the hope of the mankind, and the minors' protection is by all means a common cause, as wonderful and daunting as it is. I'm pleased to share with you that in September, the AI program Lesson 1 was rolled out in primary schools all around the country, sowing the seeds of AI and in the hearts of the many children in rural areas. The master classes for youngs now total 139 episodes, already reached 10 million young people with more than 100 million views so far. And at last, Tencent is looking forward to join hands with you all and to building a clean internet and a safe digital world for our children. Thank you for all.
Okay, thank you, Meng Yin, for sharing good practices from Tencent. And last but not least, to conclude this session, let's welcome Ms. Dora Giusti, the Chief Child Protection of UNICEF China Country Office, to deliver the closing remarks. Please, welcome.
Yes, is it working? Yeah. Distinguished experts and participants, as we bring this forum to a closure, allow me to thank you for your insightful ideas and also for the participation in this important forum on emerging technologies and child online protection. We live in an era driven by technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, neurotechnologies that are poised to reshape our society. Globally, a child goes online for the first time every half a second. 1 in 3 internet users are children. We've heard today how this has positive connotations and impact in terms of learning and accessing information. But we've also heard that there are potential risks. Children may be exposed to harms like illegal content, privacy breaches, cyberbullying, and most seriously, sexual abuse and exploitation through the use of technology. In 2022, the US-based National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 32 million reports from around the world of suspected child sexual exploitation and abuse cases, an increase by 9% from 2021. Europol identified that the increase had been going on year by year, but during COVID, due to increased activity related to the lockdowns, this rise was particularly significant. As today we talked about emerging technologies, we need to consider that the use of immersive digital spaces, which are virtual environments that create a sense of presence or immersion for users and are facilitated by AI, may expose children to environments that are not designed for them, amplifying the risks of sexual grooming and exploitation, for instance, through the use by potential abusers of virtual rooms or personas that groom them. As technology evolves, immersive digital spaces will become more widespread in all fields, and therefore the risk will also increase. We need, therefore, to understand in depth the implications and impact of the risks of for children. On a positive note, we've heard today how AI technologies can offer help to address child sexual exploitation and abuse online. For instance, there exists an array of techniques based on AI that can be designed to detect different elements of the spectrum of illegal materials, behaviors, and practices linked to child sexual exploitation and abuse online. In addition to identifying preventing abuse, AI can also be used to support children who have experienced abuse, as we saw in Patrick's presentation. While all this is positive for prevention, detection, and investigation of cases of child sexual abuse and exploitation online, the use of AI may also impact data protection, safeguards, and users' privacy. Therefore, protecting child rights in the digital war and ensuring safety relies on striking a balance between the right to protection from harm as well as to privacy. This is one of the guiding principles of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child General Comment number 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment. This document has provided us with important principles to address the issues of child rights in a rapidly changing technology environment, with the objective of preventing risks from becoming harms and to ensure children's rights to be informed and at the same time become digital citizens. We know much more today than a decade ago. We heard today, echoing also the Secretary General's words, Patrick's, and all the other speakers, that we need to cooperate. We need to work together. We need to look at different dimensions. We need to coordinate efforts at the legal and policy level, criminal justice, victim support, society and culture, the technology industry, investing in research and data. Before I conclude, allow me to emphasize some key actions to ensure that we have a safe digital environment for children, echoing also the words of the Secretary General and other speakers. First of all, we need to enhance our understanding on child safety within this evolving landscape. Increase evidence generation on trends, patterns, and risks for children to be engaged in this evolving digital environment, but also to bring forward solutions that are effective. Secondly, we need to strengthen and develop laws, policies, and standards that can evolve as rapidly as the changing environment, and that can also assess the critical benefits and risks. We need harmonization of these legislation and standards across the globe because this is a global problem. And we need to involve experts from different disciplines. Third, we need tech companies to embrace responsible design principles and standards, prioritizing safety, privacy, and inclusion of child users, and conducting frequently child rights reviews for their products and services. And we've heard a few examples during this forum. Fourth, we need to continue raising awareness on safety and digital literacy for children, parents, caregivers, society as a whole. We rally for a collective action by governments, private sector, civil society organization, international organization, academia, families, and children themselves. Together, we must ensure emerging technologies create a safer, more accessible digital world for children. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dora, for the very comprehensive and encouraging closing remarks. As you mentioned, they're all essential building blocks for enabling and safe digital environment for our children. And we hope today's session have brought some enlightening insights to all of you. And thank you for your attention and participation. We are looking forward to seeing you in our session next year at IGF 2024. Okay, thank you all.
躺这个上，我先拍树，树有椅子。等一会儿，等一会儿啊，这个报告。
オンにしたのが多分分かると思うんですよ。オンにしてください。ああ、なんか喋ってくる。あ、ここに来てんだ。喋って大丈夫なのかな。まあ、うん。ああ、聞こえるって。なんで、ミートにしなきゃいけない。
So one Japanese speaker is gonna talk in Japanese, so you need to receive this translator and interpretation receiver. If you don't have any, 아, 그분이 So when you listen to Japanese speech, you can set up channel 1 and you can hear English.
Hello. Okay, well, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone in the room. And I understand we've got at least 20 that have logged on online as well to join this evening session in Kyoto. So I know it's been a long day for many people. And we appreciate you taking the time and joining us in this session. We are going to be exploring different models of industry engagement and regulation to tackle online child sexual abuse and exploitation. My name is Afrouz Kaviani. I work for UNICEF headquarters in New York as the global lead on child online protection. I'm joined by my colleague, Josie, who leads our work on child rights and responsible business conduct in the digital environment. So Josie is managing our online moderation today, and she'll be looking out for questions and comments that may be coming from our online participants. And we're delighted to have with us expert speakers from different sectors and really from around the globe joining us, representing Australia's e-Safety Commissioner, Japan's Children and Families Agency, Japan's private sector, Ghana's Cybersecurity Authority, and BSR, Business for Social Responsibility. Our aim today is to foster collaboration and the exchange of ideas, experiences, and innovative strategies on this difficult topic of child sexual abuse online. So I do want to give the content warning that we are speaking about a difficult topic, and it may be disturbing for people in the room or online. So please feel free to step out or do what you need to do to safeguard your own well-being. Many of you already know that this challenge of child exploitation on the internet is not new. However, its nature has changed over the last decades. And in the early stages, efforts primarily were looking at halting the spread of child sexual abuse materials on the internet. But today we're seeing how technology is also being used to enable or facilitate child sexual abuse in a wide range of ways, including the live streaming of child sexual abuse, the grooming of children for sexual abuse, the coercion, deception, and pressuring of children into creating and sharing explicit images of themselves. So obviously, it goes without saying that addressing this issue requires collaboration across sectors, and it requires strengthening of systems for protection for children, in their homes, in their communities, and in their countries. But today we're zooming in on a specific dimension of this response, and it's about how different jurisdictions are engaging companies in this effort. And we've got one round of questions for our panelists, and then we're going to open the floor for questions and discussions from the audience. So I'm really delighted to turn to Australia to start us off, and we're so pleased to have with us Julie and Mum Grant, who is Australia's e-Safety Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner, for joining us. And the question for you is really, being the world's pioneering government agency for online safety, I'm interested to hear from you about the suite of regulatory tools that you're deploying to really drive systemic change in industry against online child abuse.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. And it's important to start with the fact that Australia has had a strong online content scheme for more than 22 years, which means almost none of the content, illegal content that we're dealing with online is hosted in Australia. It's almost all extraterritorial and overseas. So you see the world moving towards some much more process and systemic types of laws. We're seeing with the Online Safety Bill in the UK, with the Digital Services Act. We do have process and safety powers, but I also want to start by talking a little bit about the complaint schemes that we have, because I believe it's one of the most important things that we do. We seem to forget that it's individuals who are being abused online, and that's how harm manifests. And the ability to take down that content to prevent the re-traumatization, but also to understand the trends that are happening through engaging with the public is really critical to our success in applying the systems and process powers. So just to give you an example, we've seen a doubling this year of child sexual exploitation. When we analyzed about 1,300 URLs, we found that 1 in 8 is now, instead of interfamilial abuse, which tends to be more typical, 1 in 8 is coerced and self-produced through smartphones and webcams in children's bedrooms and bathrooms in the safety of the family home. So that's really significant. It just shows that the internet is becoming a new receptacle for targets, for predators, and is no longer one of convenience. The other huge trend that a number of us are seeing is we've had a tripling of sexual extortion reports coming into our image-based abuse schemes. So image-based abuse and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images and videos, we are seeing younger children being subject to that, but it's now young men between the ages of 14 and 24 that are largely being targeted. And while 18 is the year that we consider young people adults, they're not totally cognitively developed. They may be leaving school, so they don't have the pastoral care and protections that they might once have had. So it's a very distressing kind of crime, and sometimes it can happen very rapidly. Organized criminals have figured out that young men will take off their clothes and perform sexual acts for the camera more readily than young women, and they will negotiate down. We've seen some negotiations where they'll try and extract $15,000 from a teenager, and they'll say, well, I'm just a teenager, I don't have that money. Well, how much can you give me? And it's relentless. But they'll also use guilt and shame and other tools of social engineering. So all of this is really important for us to understand. We've actually developed some intelligence reports for companies like Snap and Instagram to say, this is how we see your platform being weaponized. If you use some AL and machine learning, you can see that these same images are being used in 1,000 different reports, and if you use some natural language processing, you'll see that they're using the same language. So we need to encourage the companies to step up, and that's where safety by design is a key systemic tool. But I guess the most potent one that we have is what we call the basic online safety expectations, and that's where we lay out a set of foundational expectations we have for online companies, whether they're gaming or dating sites or social media sites or messaging sites, to operate in our country. And it gives us the opportunity to ask transparency questions and compel legal answers. Questions we've been asking for 6 years, basic things like, photo DNA has been used for more than 10 years. Which services are you using it on? Are you using it at all? Are you looking at traffic indicators for live streamed child sexual abuse material? We can find the companies based on whether or not they respond truthfully and fulsomely in the manner and form. So that's where the penalties are. We put out a pretty stunning report, I think, in December of 2006, looking at the most powerful countries and companies in the world that have the financial resources and the capability to do things, but we're not doing enough. So shining that light, with sunlight being the best disinfectant, is, I think, an effective tool. We've already seen in the United States the Heaton Initiative and others, putting pressure on companies like Apple to target child sexual abuse material. You can't tell me that in 2022 they only had 234 cases of child sexual abuse when they've got more than 1 billion handsets and iPads in the market and iCloud and iMessage. So we really need to lift the hood. We'll be making a similar set of enforcement announcements next year, focused on 5 more countries. So we need to continue to work together. We need to lift the lid. We need to focus sunlight on, so that we don't let darkness fester in the darkest recesses of the web.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is so fascinating, just the breadth of tools, and really I have to apologize and let everyone in the room know that I've given a very small amount of time to each speaker. So the Commissioner did an amazing job there, really covering the breadth, but I think we're going to have time to unpack and understand better. But I think just what you've managed to do, and just those analogies of, you know, shining the light and using those regulatory tools to lift the
I
hood.
forgot just to mention that we
Oh.
have codes, mandatory codes and standards covering 8 sectors of the technology ecosystem, 5 of which we've filed a search engine code, which now includes generative AI and synthetic generation of CSAM and TVEC. But we're creating standards for a broader range of what we call designated internet services and relevant electronic services.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're now going to move to Japan. We're here in Japan, so it's very timely, and it's actually very exciting to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Tatsuya Suzuki. He's the director of a newly formed agency in Japan, which is, you know, very significant for the child protection and child rights architecture in this country. So he's the director of the Child Safety Division of the Children and Families Agency. He'll be joining us online. And the question for Mr. Suzuki is to understand, with his extensive experience, which includes roles at Japan's National Police Agency, we're wanting to know more about how this newly formed agency is really going to push forward public-private initiatives in order to tackle the specific issue of online child sexual abuse and exploitation. Do we have...
今ご紹介いただきました、子ども家庭庁の鈴木達也でございます。よろしくお願いいたします。まず日本の子ども家庭庁の取り組みについて簡単にご説明いたします。今日のテーマでオンラインの安全というのがありますけれども、このオンラインの安全というのが一つと。もう一つは、その子どもの性被害の防止という取り組みを2つそれぞれやっていますので、それぞれ説明させていただきます。まず日本では、インターネットにおいて青少年に有害な情報が多く流通していることから、2008年に新しい法律ができました。それが青少年が安全に安心してインターネットを利用できる環境の整備等に関する法律というものです。この法律は基本理念として3つの点を挙げています。1つ目ですけれども、青少年が安全に安心してインターネットを利用できるようにするための施策は、青少年自らが主体的に情報通信機器を使い、インターネットにおいて流通する情報を適切に選択して利用するとともに、インターネットを適切に活用する能力を習得することを旨とする。これが1つ目です。2つ目ですけれども、青少年が安全に安心してインターネットを利用できる環境の整備に関する施策の推進は、フィルタリングソフトの性能の向上と利用の普及、それから事業者による青少年に有害な情報の閲覧を防止するための措置などにより、青少年がインターネットを利用して、そうした有害な情報の閲覧をする機会をできるだけ少なくすることを旨とする。3つ目です。ここがその官民の話にも関わりますけれども、青少年が安全に安心してインターネットを利用する環境整備に関する施策の推進は、自由な表現活動の重要性、および多様な機会が世界に向け 多様な表現活動を行うことができるインターネットの特性に配慮し、民間における自主的かつ主体的な取り組みが大きな役割を担い、国及び地方政府はこれを尊重することを旨とするというふうになっております。そしてこの法律に基づき定められている基本計画では、インターネットの利用を通じて子どもが児童ポルノなど性的搾取等の被害やトラブルに遭う事例が絶えないことなどに鑑み、関係省庁や関係事業者と連携して、子どもやその保護者に対するインターネットの適切な利用に関する広報、啓発等の対策を総合的に推進しています。この仕事はですね、以前から内閣府、キャビネットオフィスで取り組んできたわけですけれども、今年の4月に子ども家庭庁ができましたので、うちで引き取って取り組んでいるという形であります。官民の連携ということについて少しご説明いたしますと、先ほどお話ししましたとおり、青少年インターネット環境整備法では、民間における自主的かつ主体的な取り組みを尊重することとしておりまして、政府としても民間団体や組織と連携して取り組みを進めています。子どもが安全に安心してインターネットを利用できる環境の整備に向けて、学者や弁護士、通信事業者の団体、学校の関係者、PTA の団体と、こういった各方面の専門家の方々と、検討会、青少年インターネット環境の整備等に関する検討会というものを開催しまして、基本計画の見直しに向けた議論を行うなどをしています。最後に、子ども性被害の防止対策について少し、説明しますと、従来、警察庁、ナショナルポリスエージェンシーが、子どもの性的搾取等に関する日本政府の取り組み、これの取りまとめをしておりました。昨年には、この、性被害防止プラン、2022ができましたけれども、今年からは子ども家庭庁の取りまとめを担当しております。取り組みの推進にあたっては、公益財団法人日本ユニセフ協会様にも構成員としてご参加いただいている官民の協議会を開催するなどして、官民一体となった総合的な活動をすることとしております。私からは、簡単ですが、以上説明していただきました。よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Mr. Suzuki. It's so fascinating. This is very fresh. It's very new, and I really wish you all the best with the endeavour. And I think there may be also questions from the floor when we come to the questions and answers. But fantastic to hear how there is, you know, these basic standards in the law, and now you are starting the implementation measures, which are taking that multi-sectoral approach, but with a strong engagement of the private sector. On that note, I'm very pleased to shift the mic to the private sector representative from Japan, Mr. Toshiaki Tateshi, who is representing the Japan Internet Provider Association as well as the Internet Content Safety Association. And my question is, if you can let us know how private sector initiatives in Japan have adapted over the last decade to address emerging challenges relating to online child sexual abuse and exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So I'd like to explain some Japanese situation. So could you check? So in Japan, we have the secrecy of communication. It's a constitutional law or something. And but the blocking system is very hard to the ordinary people. How do they working? Then I make a small slice. So could you put something? Okay. So this is ordinary people think like that. So we are going go outside, then I want to go somewhere, the house or any other building. So then if we cannot, we found we cannot go into them. But this is not the blocking. This is just a real world block. So could you? So I'm sorry, I heard a little bit still Japanese. So this is a normal website access with DNS. Could you put some? Yes, we asked. We put some URL. Then the DNS will reply your query. So put someone one more. So the little reply some IP addresses, then we can get to the servers. So put it. Then but the blocking system is like this. The DNS server answered the wrong kind of another server's IP address. Then we put next, please. So we cannot access to the server. Then, but as like this, so many people think about that. I first mentioned like ordinary road or to enter some buildings. Think that, but actually the blocking system is working this red circle. Next, please. So it's like this. We have always gatekeeper each house. Push, please. So when I want to go to the karaoke, the gatekeeper will say, "Okay, push it. Next, please." Then one more push, please. You can go there. So, but next, please. Yes, but in fact, the blocking systems like this. Next, please. He said, "I want to go to the house A." Then the gatekeeper no. Then you cannot go out even in your from your house. So this is a blocking system. But any other kind in other view. So if we broke them in Japan, but many other countries can access the each whatever access the content. So only Japanese don't know. Next, please. So this is a blocking scheme as a measure against these sites. So many left side of this slide, the users of the internet report which URLs have illegal content something. Then they will, the report is coming from, then our association, Internet Content Safety Association, we make it a list, and automatically the DNS server retrieves the list and weekly, then update the DNS, so we can block the illegal contents. So next, please. Next, please. So, but look at it. If the website is located in Japan, deleted by the ISP, and put it again, please. So, and the police will have an investigation about that. Push, please. So, arrest the criminals. But not located in Japan, located overseas, please. Check the site which is really existed or not. Then we have a validation about that, which is a sexual abuse something. And then after that, we create a list and distribute list to the ISP. And then the sites are blocked. After that, but we check weekly, which is exists or not. Then sometime we delete the URL from the list. Thank you very much. And lastly, one more express. So in 2016, the UN report about freedom of expression in Japan. I was talking with him. He said this is a model, a kind of how can I say, great model in Japan presents in the area of freedom of internet. He said the very low level of government interference with digital freedoms addresses the government's commitment to freedom of expression. As the government considers the legislation related to the wiretaps and new approaches to cybersecurity, I hope that this spirit of freedom, communication, security, and innovation online is kept as a forefront of regulatory efforts. So he said, so I'd like to keep this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tateishi. That was very helpful to have the images. Appreciate your effort in those bespoke images, and I think you raised some important points that we may get to discuss as we go on, looking at the various rights that are implicated and making sure that we do advance human rights and children's rights holistically, and ensuring that every child has the right to protection from sexual abuse and exploitation. So from Japan, we're now going to move to Ghana, and I'm so delighted to have Dr. Albert Antwi Boasiako, who's the Director General of Ghana's Cybersecurity Authority. So Director General, as the Cybersecurity Authority really pioneers its role, because it is also relatively new in the scheme of things, interested to hear how Ghana is championing industry responsibility and fostering innovation to tackle this issue of online child sexual abuse and exploitation.
Very well. Afro, thank you, and colleagues, speakers, and everybody here, and hopefully also online. I think on behalf of my government, we're grateful for the invitation to contribute to the discussion. But afterwards, I want to pick your statement, which for me, that was my thesis statement, what you said, models of industry engagement for the protection. It just tells you that there is an existing one. And I'm impressed about how Australia has advanced that. But as a government lead for the past close to 7 years, I think there are different maturity levels. And I want to speak from the developmental context. It's very important. First things first. If you jump without doing the first things, likely to create problems. But I think that also, I just pick your statement, Julie, basic online safety expectations. I wrote that as well here. The commonality, whether you are starting or whether you advance, I think the baseline requirement are always key. But one also need to appreciate a bit of context, developing country perspective. Sometimes my Western colleagues tell me, but you have this law, especially when they come in. I have a lot of international collaborators, partners. But the law is there, but it seems nothing is working. Sometimes it's not just about the technical competency or capacity of the host country. But early part of this job, as a national advisor to government before I was appointed as Director General, I realized that there are other factors that affect enforcing certain legislation, especially when you are dealing with industry. And I've had a lot of conversations at international level. And earlier on in this job, when in fact, we run a lot of ideas with my partners. Once you mention regulations, my Western colleagues said no regulation, especially my US folks. But I think over the past few years, we've emerged to the middle. There is that sort of consensus that self-regulation alone cannot keep our children safe. I think by and large, some of my colleagues have shifted a little bit. Possibly I didn't also stay too extreme because there's that concern. If you overregulate, then you are also going to kill innovation and others, especially a private sector perspective. But Ghana came up with a certain strategy, what we call collaborative regulation. Is a regulation all right? Because without regulation, I don't think we'll be able to achieve it. But how? How unique is it? I realized that it's not just a government making a law and expect the industry to what? To comply. Sometimes, even understanding, and I can confirm that, the industry that we expect to follow certain best practices, to implement certain measures, themselves do not appreciate the risks that our children are facing, either the content they access, the conduct themselves, or the content that they establish. When you have this realization, I think one will be very careful in terms of how you start your regulatory process. So, taking inspiration from Julie, the basic online safety expectations, we had to pass the law. And the law incorporated the issue of blocking, taking down content, filtering. It was quite a difficult one because, of course, the suspicion from the civil society. Again, we had to sit together to debate, and eventually Section 87 of our Cybersecurity Act make provisions to compel industry to act in a manner that will protect children on the internet. But that is just a basic framework. I think my colleague from the common law country will appreciate that. The primary law is one, but you need the LI, the legislative instrument, to also effectively and practically operationalize the law. And I think, Alfred, we're grateful. We had to invite you yourself. We open up, to not just industry, but our international partners. Alfred has to visit Ghana for the first time to take part in a public consultation to formulate the specific mechanism by which industry players. And I think she saw that the industry is sitting together with us. In fact, they are suggesting. And as I sit here, I can mention Ghana's active, the first active private sector player is the equivalent, the one who has the telecommunication chamber. Arguably, that is the most important industry body with that. And they have been actively involved in terms of even developing the LI. That is what I refer to the collaborative regulation. Because if you're certain that we're doing this together, you lose the moral authority to say you are not complying. Of course, it doesn't mean that is the only tool. Ghana's law incorporates sanctions, both administrative and criminal sanctions. Of course, we needed to fund cybersecurity. And in the developing context, you don't just allow that. So we incorporated that. So if you do not comply, you are sanctioned. And telecommunication firms have got money. So you pay. And then we use to what? To finance cybersecurity. So we have these tools available in our law. But nonetheless, at the core, what I wanted to share as a model from our perspective is this collaborative approach, that you engage with them because you need to build understanding. The concept of regulation in this age is not like in our context, all these headmaster and the student go and do it. I think that's epoch is quite, we need to engage. And I think it has been successful. Even at governance level of my authority, 11 board members, 3 are from the industry. And I think that approach has worked. And other international practices, such as the guidelines for industry by the ITU, UNICEF, We Protect framework have been incorporated into the LI as a way of best practices. But currently what we're doing most is intensifying the awareness creation. The LI is in the process because that is really what is going to operationalize the industry obligation and commitment. But I don't think I'll achieve much without really raising the awareness among the industry players that these are the risks. That's the reason why you need to comply if you need to take down a content. This is why you need to apply if you need to, you need to comply with the law if you need to block certain content as far as the protection of children are concerned. So, I think in a nutshell, ours is a developing situation, I must admit. Ours is a collaborative regulation because I think that is the best. It's not really a government just giving instruction to industry. It doesn't work like that. I think if you have a case, you discuss, you argue on the table. And I think that's what Ghana has been able to use to get the industry sitting at the table. And I think some of our international partners who visit see the discussions. It's open, transparent. There are risks. The government has to lead. Industry need to get on board. But I think we do that by way of talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director General. No, that's really fascinating. And indeed, the purpose of this whole discussion is that exchange of experiences, because there are very different approaches, different contexts. But what I really heard from you was going along that journey together with industry, and looking at, what was fit for purpose in your context. And really moving from just what is on paper to practice, and the best way to do that is bringing industry along with you. Now I'm really pleased to introduce Mr. Dunstan Allison Hope, who's the Vice President for Human Rights at BSR. Now, as I mentioned just earlier, this issue of online child sexual abuse and exploitation, it's a human rights issue, it's a children's rights issue. And we do know that there are various tools in the human rights suite of tools, including human rights due diligence, including impact assessments, which are conducted by companies, and these can be key instruments in advancing responsible business conduct. So the question for you is, what does robust human rights due diligence entail? And how can it play a role in addressing this particular issue of online child sexual abuse and exploitation? Thanks. Please. Yeah.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to speak. Much appreciated. I love an invitation to Ghana as well, if that's forthcoming. That was quick. So the main purpose of my comments today is to share how human rights due diligence, based on the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, can form an essential part of company efforts to respect child rights and to address online child sexual exploitation and abuse. I have really two main thoughts to share. The first thought is around the value of human rights due diligence. And the second is about some regulatory trends that are going to transform the landscape of human rights due diligence that I think it's important to think about. So for context, the technology and human rights team at BSR has now conducted well over 100 different human rights assessments with technology companies. They come in a wide variety of different shapes and sizes. Sometimes it's new products, sometimes it's content policy, sometimes it's market entry, market exit as well. They come in lots of different shapes and sizes. And in doing those assessments, I think we've experienced three main benefits of taking the human rights-based approach that you mentioned. So the first is the systematic review of impacts across all international human rights instruments, including all rights in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So in a child rights context, that forces us to consider rights such as bodily security, freedom of expression, privacy, education, access to culture, non-discrimination. It forces us to consider all of these rights holistically and to consider the relationship between them. So these rights are interdependent. Sometimes there's tension between them. Sometimes the fulfillment of one right enables the fulfillment of other rights. So one clear benefit has been to take that holistic approach. The second is that a human rights-based approach requires us to give special consideration to those at greatest risk of becoming vulnerable, which clearly includes children. So this means that a robust human rights assessment would need to consider and find ways to consider the best interests of the child. The third is that the UN Guiding Principles provides a framework for appropriate action to address adverse human rights impacts. And one thing that we've really noted in the technology industry is that appropriate action may vary considerably according to where in the technology stack a company sits. So the UN Guiding Principles have been written for all companies, in all industries, in all countries of all sizes. They apply to everybody, but it forces us to think through how you apply them in the context of the company that you're working with. Now, till now, everything I've mentioned, all this human rights due diligence, has mainly been of a voluntary activity by companies. It is about to become much more mandatory with some very important implications. And this is my second point, and I'm going to share a long list with you in slide form too. I started writing this long list, and I thought actually putting them on the slide might be helpful. So there is a very long list of things that companies are now having to respond to. We have the European Union Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive that's going to require all companies doing business in Europe, so not just European companies, all companies doing business in Europe, to undertake human rights due diligence. The Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive will require all companies doing business in Europe to report material topics informed by the outcome of human rights due diligence. And people often think of this as a reporting directive, which it is, but it has this really important line, informed by the outcome of human rights due diligence in it. And we've mentioned already the EU Digital Services Act that requires large online platforms and search engines to assess their impacts on fundamental rights, and it specifically calls out child rights as something to be assessed. We have the UK Online Safety Bill, which will require social media companies to assess content that may be harmful or age inappropriate for children. We have the EU AI Act, which is still being debated as we speak, but essentially it includes the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights as the basis for understanding risk. In Japan, we have the guidelines on respecting human rights and responsible supply chains. So if you put yourself in the shoes of a company, that's a lot to take on in one go. And what we've noted, what we advise companies about, what we talk to companies about a lot, is that throughout these regulations are human rights assessments that are human rights assessment requirements that are based on or very similar to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So our position has been, if you want to prepare yourself to comply not just with the letter of these laws, but the spirit of these laws, the outcomes that they're seeking to achieve, taking an approach based on the UN Guiding Principles is going to get you there and is going to get you to the right place with not just one of these regulations, but all of them. My point here is quite a simple one, which is that the rights of children, including efforts to address online child sexual exploitation and abuse, should be fully embedded into these broader methods of human rights due diligence. We need to make sure that assessment of risks to rights of children is fully embedded into these broader methods of human rights due diligence. So that could mean, for example, child rights impact assessments being a modular part of much broader human rights due diligence. It might mean making sure that children or those with insight into the best interests of the child being meaningfully consulted and included in the process to undertake human rights due diligence. There's lots that we can unpack there, but my advice is to sort of invest a lot of effort and thought into these processes. So this trend towards mandatory human rights due diligence, I think, it's a massive regulatory and cultural shift for companies. It's one that I think will be well advised to harness for the child rights outcomes that we want to see. I am reasonably optimistic on all this, with one caveat, which is you'll notice the European Union and the UK features very strongly on this list. And I do fear that so much time and attention goes towards the European Union and the United Kingdom that takes time and attention away from places where human rights risks may be more prominent, may be more severe. So one sort of flag that we're raising is to make sure that companies take global approaches while applying to these quite regional laws and regulations. I'll stop there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Another very impressive effort of condensing a lot of information for us in that short time. Thank you, Dunstan. That was fantastic. A lot of food for thought, and really it's a timely discussion because of this global, this massive shift in the global landscape. And also at the same time, these massive child rights and child protection challenges that we're facing. So online participants and people in the room, we now do have a few moments for questions. We have a microphone behind us here, and we also have Josie monitoring the chat there. I'm not sure if there are any questions. Please, if you could come up to the mic and put your question. We can take a few and then we can open to the panel to discuss. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for these great discussions and presentations. My name is Julia, I work for UNESCO, and I would like to bring a kind of challenging topic and a rather provocative question. So we are talking here about protection and safety, which is of course the key of existing of children online, but at the same time we do consider the right of children to access to information. And it comes more pressing when we are talking about, for instance, sexuality education. So basically, it is easy to ban all the content on sexuality online, but at the same time, there is a children right to get access to correct and scientific information and content on sexuality. And I wonder, what are your, I don't know, thoughts, ideas, how we might proceed with those, challenging intersections between safety and access, right to access this information. Thanks a lot.
I might just take a couple of questions, so that just in the interest of time, and then really it will be open to the panel to answer. So please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. Just to answer before I put my question, I would refer to the General Comment number 25 to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. I've brought some copies for those who have not come across that, and it will probably answer some of the question that has been put. I have a question to the first speaker. I have to apologize that I came in a bit late, but what I heard on the new law and regulation was that it is also on raising awareness for parents and children in regard of protection on with regard to CSAM there. And I wanted to know whether there is a relation between, or a balance between, on the one hand, raising awareness and the education part, and on the other hand, the obligations to service providers. And then the second question is going to this colleague. I have seen you've been talking about DNS blocking, but also we would need then removal of the content, not only blocking, because then it would still be there, and probably those who are looking for that content might find ways to circumvent the blocking that you've been talking about. Could you explain that maybe a little bit deeper? Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we don't have any other questions from the floor for now. So there's three main questions, if I can summarize it for our panel, and then we can just pass the mic along, and if you would like to respond to one or all. So the first one is the really important balancing of the children's rights to access information, and particularly sexual and reproductive health information, and getting that balance right when we're talking about harmful content and restricting access, and making sure that that doesn't, inadvertently restrict children's other rights. The second one, I think, may have been for our second speaker, the Japanese law. Yeah, so just understanding more about the awareness raising content. And then the third one, which you've addressed it to the Japanese private sector, but perhaps other jurisdictions might like to share, how they're making sure that it's not only about blocking, but also taking down, and also responding, safeguarding children as well. So I think there is that whole system. So any volunteers from the panel? Commissioner.
I was just saying earlier that clearly the internet was not built for children, although 1/3 of the users of the internet are children, and their online lives are inextricably intertwined with their everyday lives. It's their schoolroom, it's their friendship circle, it's their place for learning, commuting, creating, and exploring, whether it's exploring their sexuality or affinity groups. And we need to make sure that as we're trying to make this safer, that we're not, we're mitigating the harms, but we're harnessing the benefits as well. So, we came up against this, we did a 2-year consultation on age verification, which was probably one of the most difficult processes I've gone through, because there's just so much polarization. But one of the things that we were so conscious of was the ability of marginalized communities to be able, and particularly young people, to be able to do that exploration. And that doesn't mean age verification doesn't mean restricting their access to everything. Again, I think there are a lot of things that companies can do to beyond age gating, and I think Roblox is trialing some age verification. Tinder just announced they're doing so in Australia, as is Instagram. So it's good to see that companies are starting to think about what is our responsibility to make sure that children are 13 and above, and that we're making meaningful checks. And I can say from our experience of youth-based cyberbullying, what we saw post-COVID is that because parents were so much more permissive with technology use when we were locked down, we now have kids that are 8 or 9 reporting cyberbullying to us, whereas prior to COVID, the average age was about 14. So once you are permissive with technology use, you really cannot ratchet that back. So I would just say I'm the Australian regulator, and yes, we have powers, but we have a model where we talk about the 3 Ps of prevention, protection, and proactive and systemic change. You've got to prevent the harms from happening in the first place by having fundamental research, by understanding how harms manifest against different vulnerable communities in different ways, and then co-designing solutions with those communities, doing this with communities rather than to communities. I think I heard Albert say, and we struggle with this too, one of the biggest challenges is raising awareness and encouraging young people to engage in help-seeking behaviors. And I'd say parents are the hardest cohort to reach. So all of these things are interrelated. If they weren't hard, then we would have nailed this already, but they are.
So I just have a comment on I think it's the first question, maybe the second one. So it's a great question because it enables me to say that a human rights-based approach is designed to achieve precisely that. So a couple of things to say. First of all, when we do human rights assessments, it is quite typical for child sexual exploitation and abuse to raise to the surface as one of the most severe human rights risks that companies need to address. So first of all, that risk tends to come up as one of the top priority risks to address based on the criteria that UNGPs set out. However, we do take this holistic approach. So we consider the relationship between different human rights. So when does the fulfillment of one human right enable the fulfillment of other rights? When does a violation of one right, like the violation of the right to privacy, present risks to other human rights, like the ability to access information or express yourself freely? When there are tensions between rights, how do you address those tensions? How do you apply human rights principles like legitimacy, necessity, proportionality, non-discrimination to decisions about when and how to restrict access to content? And just one idea to throw out into the room that came to me when the question was asked. One of the interesting developments in the sort of business and human rights field and the tech industry over recent years has been the Meta Oversight Board, where they publish case decisions on particular cases that come to the Oversight Board and make recommendations for what Meta should do to address the whatever failings they've identified. And I read a lot of those cases, and they're very long, and it includes a segment that undertakes a human rights analysis of that particular case. And the Oversight Board has the time and space to do that, because they're not making rapid decisions like Meta does. They have weeks and months to do this analysis. And I find it a really helpful source of insight. I'm not sure that there have been many child rights related cases before the Oversight Board, but some place where we can do that type of thinking to unpack tensions between rights, the relationship between rights in a child rights context, I think would be really useful, because we come across this all the time when we do human rights assessments, dilemmas, uncertainties. We're not sure what recommendations we should be making sometimes. And I'd love space for that thinking to take place.
Can I make a comment about? I'm glad you're reading the cases of the Meta Oversight Board. It raises an interesting issue, because there's a lot of discussion now about multi-stakeholder regulation of the platforms. And I believe that in the last transparency report, the Meta Oversight Board received about 1.3 million requests to review content moderation decisions that were made. And because these are such long, drawn-out decisions, they were able to cover 12 in 12 months. Now, I'd like to, we're a very small agency, but we've dealt with tens of thousands of investigations, and you're just able to be a lot more nimble. So I think there's a really important role for that, and to kind of interrogate some of those more difficult and contextual issues. It's always the gray area that's going to be challenging. But I'm not sure also how many of the decisions that the Meta has actually accepted based on oversight board recommendations. You might have a better sense.
I'm just wondering if you would like to respond to the question around the blocking and takedown.
So first of all, we have to take down so many times we try to sometimes before we are blocking that we ask the other even foreign countries, we ask there are sometime police or any other governmental offices asked that. At last, if we ask them if there is no reply or something, so the last measure to block the some sexual contents.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if Mr. Suzuki is still online, because there was a question about just explaining more about the provision in the law about raising awareness, whether that's broad around all of children's rights in relation to the digital environment. Would Suzuki-san like to answer that question, or we can?
ですね、ちょっとお尋ねの内容と回答が噛み合っているかどうかわからないところもありますけれども、若干補足させていただきたいと思います。先ほど申し上げた通り、まずこの日本の法律では、子どものインターネットリテラシーを高めるという部分があります。そしてもう一つ、フィルタリングですね。要するに有害なものを子どもたちがなるべく見ないようにするといったところが基本的なことになっております。で、我々政府の基本計画というものでは、どういうことをやっているかといいますと、フィルタリングはもちろん大事だけれども、それから広報啓発によって子どもたちが安全に使えるようにということを言っています。というのは日本で、インターネットで子どもが性被害に遭う場合としては、一つには騙されて自分の裸の写真を送ってしまうというような、そういうパターンが一つある。これは多分外国でもあると思います。でもう一つ、これはどちらかというと、日本に特有のものなのかもしれませんが、インターネットで知り合った人と実際にリアル空間で面会して、そこで性被害に遭ってしまうといったことがあります。こういったインターネットの使い方について、その危険性について教えるということを、子ども家庭庁だけでなく、警察庁や文部科学省、あるいは総務省といったいろいろな機関にやつをやっています。それからもう一つは保護者ですね。保護者にお願いしているのは、ペアレンタルコントロールといいまして、やはりお子さんでも一人一人発達段階はいろいろと違います。親子でよく話し合って、何をしていいのか、何をしちゃダメなのか、どこまでいいのか、そういったことをよく話し合って、ルールを決めてもらおうと。ある先生がよく言ってるんですけども、子どもたちは自分が話し合って決めたルールはよく守ります。そういったことをお願いしているところです。すみません、ちょっと時間をオーバーしたかもしれません。
Thank you so much, Mr. Suzuki, and thank you again to all our online and in-person participants. We have come to the end of our time together, though I think this is a topic that deserves a lot more time because, as was just mentioned, you know, there is a lot of complexity to this. There are, you know, very challenging dilemmas that regulators are dealing with, that companies are dealing with, that civil society, that people working on these issues are dealing with. So it is something that I hope we can keep up the exchange. I hope that everyone found that a fruitful exercise, at least a start of the discussion. We're meant to capture key takeaways and key actions from each of the sessions. I don't know that they're fully formulated yet, but certainly I think I've taken away that there is this need to continue the learning and the exchange, that there is this need to ensure that these solutions are consultative, that everyone is involved in the journey, particularly companies when we're talking about regulation, co-regulation, or collaborative regulation, as Ghana is doing. Obviously, tech companies are vital stakeholders in this effort to protect children from online abuse, but we also see this massive global landscape shifting. I think I really took that away from your points, Dunstan, and just this opportunity to fully embed, you know, online protection of children from online sexual abuse and exploitation into these broader methods that are becoming increasingly mandatory. So thank you to our esteemed panelists. The Commissioner had to dash away to catch her Shinkansen to Tokyo, so she sends her apologies, but a huge thank you to our panelists, a huge thank you to our interpreters and everyone supporting today. So thank you.